attention and prey on their innocence.
Let's talk
Within
about
minutes
TikTok
of
and internet
creating an
safety.
account, your algorithm can promote suicide, self-harm, and eating disorders to children. It encourages challenges for them to put their lives in danger and allows adults to prey on our beautiful, beloved daughters. It's also a portal for drug dealers to sell illicit fentanyl that China has banned, yet is helping Mexican cartels produce, send across our border, and poison our children. In China, the CCP proactively prohibits this type of TikTok content that promotes death and despair to kids. From the data it collects to the content it controls, TikTok is a grave threat of foreign influence in American life. It's been said it's like allowing the Soviet Union the power to produce Saturday morning cartoons during the Cold War, but much more powerful and much more dangerous. Banning your platform will address the immediate threats. Make no mistake, this committee is also looking to the future. America needs to be prepared to stop the next technological tool or weapon China will use for its own strategic gain. We must prevent any app, website, and platform like TikTok from ever spying on Americans again. And we must provide the strongest protections possible for our children. That is why this committee is leading on a national privacy and data security standard. It restricts sensitive American data from reaching our adversaries to begin with, and what big tech and data brokers collect, process, store, and sell. It makes it illegal for any platform to track and target children under 17. Mr. Chu, the committee has requested that TikTok appear before us for a long time. For those we serve, we're glad the day has finally come. Today, the world is watching. ByteDance is watching. The Chinese Communist Party is watching. But the answers you owe are to the American people, a free people who cherish their God-given, unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. They deserve the truth. Complete honesty is the standard and the law you are being held to before this committee, as we seek to get answers and a full understanding of what happens at TikTok under your watch. Thank you. Chair now recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me say that I agree with much of what you just said, and I certainly appreciate.
I am going to pause for a second and go live on Instagram so that other people can join in. So give me 1 second while they do that.
Big tech has transformed the information superhighway into a super spreader of harmful content, invasive surveillance practices, and addictive and damaging design features. Data is big tech's most valuable commodity, and by collecting far more user data than they need, big tech platforms can use, share, and sell information to generate billions of dollars in revenue.
I am going live on YouTube around my reaction. So if you want to chat with me about this TikTok ban and your kids, then go to my YouTube channel to watch it.
We must hold big tech accountable for its actions, and transparency is
they are doing the first introduction, and TikTok CEO is going to testify. I'm not going to go into the political portion. Hey, Warren, because I don't do politics at all. I just want to chat about should TikTok be banned, and then what is a TikTok CEO going to talk about in terms of child safety? That's like the biggest question. And so if you want to hear this live and you want to hear my reaction and you want to chat about it, feel free. Again, absolutely no politics. I'm not going to deal in China and blah, blah, blah. But we will talk about security, data privacy, safety, and your kids' safety. So if you want to hear it live and you want to chat with me, feel free to come. Do I know how long I'm going to stay? No, because it's like I put it on my calendar because you can go direct to the government website, and it was like 3 hours. So I was not. I was like, no. Anyways, meet you there.
Uncanny accuracy, which videos will keep users scrolling, even if the content is harmful, inaccurate, or feeds destructive behavior or extremist beliefs. Now, the combination of TikTok's Beijing communist-based China ownership and its popularity
all of these apps
exacerbates its danger to our country and to our privacy.
All of these apps are collecting data on your kids.
Can compel companies based in Beijing, like TikTok, to share data with the communist government.
We'll see what the TikTok CEO says. So like, ooh, do the 3 hours? Oh my God.
Security experts are sounding the alarm, warning that the Chinese
Yes, but we didn't have that much that
to compromise device security, maliciously access American user data,
yeah.
promote pro-communist propaganda, and undermine American interests.
Let me know what you think of the remarks, because
by the Chinese Communist government through TikTok, which has already become rife with misinformation and disinformation.
Absolutely, like Facebook is, like Instagram is.
A recent report found that 20% of TikTok search results on prominent news topics contain misinformation. Social media's profitability depends on growth and engagement. More eyes on their content for longer time leads to more advertising dollars and revenue generation. Addictive algorithms are fine-tuned to optimize growth.
If you want to chat with me, go to my YouTube channel and to hear his remarks.
Harms to users.
I'll have to
Children
do.
And teens are particularly vulnerable. Frequent online use of interactive media on digital devices is associated with increased levels of depression among middle and high school students. That's very true. Research has found that TikTok's addictive algorithms recommend videos to teens that create and exacerbate feelings of emotional distress, including videos promoting suicide, self-harm, and eating disorders.
TikTok is the most like
and hollow apologies
precise platform ever.
In big tech. Congress has to enact laws protecting the American public from such online harms. And we simply cannot wait any longer to pass the comprehensive privacy legislation that I authored with then ranking member, now Chair Rogers, last Congress, that overwhelmingly advanced out of the committee. It ensures that companies, wherever they live, it ensures, I should say, that consumers, wherever they live in this country, will have meaningful control over their personal information. Our legislation establishes baseline data minimization requirements, ensuring that companies only collect, process, and transfer data necessary to provide a service. And it provides heightened privacy protections for children and teenagers. So I think it's time
That's what it's supposed to do.
The law of the land. And we also have to examine the reforms needed to Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. The liability shield for social media platforms has for too long been abused and led to a lack of accountability for social media platforms. So I hope
again, I'm not commenting anything on anything political, just internet safety, privacy, and your kids' safety.
So we can stop the very real harms to our country.
Apparently, they have content creators coming to testify to talk about like what's really going on behind scenes with TikTok and what your kids are watching. So I'm looking forward to that.
TikTok, but I am focusing all my attention not only on TikTok, but on these concerns, wide concerns about social media and the protection of privacy. And with that, I yield back. Thank you again, Madam Chair.
Let me know what you think about all of this in the comments. Do you think that TikTok should be banned?
Our witness today is Mr. Shu.
Oh, do we know what creators? I don't know. Hey, Warren. I don't know what creators are going to be there, but I know a couple of creators online said that they would be there, but I don't remember their names.
Members of the committee,
so it's going to be interesting.
Thank you for your time.
That's why I'm like, let me tune in.
Chu, and I'm from Singapore. That's where I was born. That's where my parents. And after serving in Singapore's military,
he's smart.
I moved to the UK to attend college.
Oh, he's smart. He started with the story. I'm gonna shut up.
Business school.
He's smart.
I actually met my wife here. By the way, she was just born a few miles away from here in Virginia. 2 years ago, I became the CEO of TikTok. Today, we have more than 1 billion monthly active users around the world.
He's smart.
Including over 150 million in the United States. Our app is a place where people can be creative and curious, and where close to 5 million American businesses, mostly small businesses, go to find new customers and to fuel their growth. Now, as TikTok has grown, we've tried to learn the lessons of companies that have come before us, especially when it comes to the safety of teenagers.
Good.
While the vast majority of people on TikTok are over 18.
That's true.
One of our fastest growing demographics are people over 35.
That's very true. It's
we
average.
spent a lot of time adopting measures to protect teenagers.
They did.
Many of those measures are firsts for the social media industry. We forbid direct messaging for people under 16.
That's true.
We have a 16-minute watch time by default for those under 18.
That's recent.
We have a suite of family pairing tools so that parents can participate in their teens' experience and make the choices that are right for their family. We want TikTok to be a place where teenagers can come to learn, which is why we recently launched a feed that exclusively features educational videos about STEM. STEM videos already have over 116 billion views on TikTok. And I think TikTok is inspiring a new generation to discover a passion for math and science.
That is true.
Would
I'll
also
give him
like
that.
to talk about national security concerns that you have raised.
Yes, please.
We take very, very seriously.
You've been saying that. We have to talk more
Let
about
me start by addressing a few misconceptions about Byyee,
Okay, let's
of
go.
which we are a subsidiary. Byyee is not owned or controlled by the Chinese government.
They've said that
It's
before.
a private company. 60% of the company is owned by global institutional investors.
He's mad.
20% is owned by
You
the
can
founder,
tell.
and 20% owned by employees around the world. Byyee has 5 board members. 3 of them are American. Now, TikTok itself is not available in mainland China.
Yes.
We're headquartered in Los Angeles and in Singapore.
Duenas.
And we have 7,000 employees in the US today. Still, we have heard important concerns about the potential for unwanted foreign access to US data and potential manipulation of the TikTok US ecosystem.
Good to say
Our
important.
approach has never been to dismiss or trivialize any of these concerns. We have addressed them with real action. Now, that's what we've been doing for the last 2 years.
Debatable.
Building what amounts to a firewall that seals off protected US user data from unauthorized foreign access. The bottom line is this: American data stored on American soil by an American company, overseen
Can be
by American
bought,
personnel.
but it could be bought by anybody.
We
So it
call
doesn't
this
matter.
initiative
That's
Project
why
Texas.
I'm like, what?
That's where Oracle is headquartered. Today, US TikTok data is stored by default in Oracle servers. Only vetted personnel operating in a new company called TikTok US Data Security can control access to this data. Now, additionally, we have plans for this company to report to an independent American board with strong security credentials.
Good.
Now, there's still some work to do.
Of course.
We have legacy
Everyone
US
has.
data
It's not
sitting
just
in our servers
TikTok.
in Virginia and in Singapore. We're deleting those, and we expect that to be complete this year. When that is done, all protected US data will be under the protection of US law and under the control of the US-led security team.
I don't think TikTok's gonna be banned.
This eliminates the concern that some of you have shared with me that TikTok user data can be subject to Chinese law.
It's a script.
This goes further,
It's
by the
always
way,
changing.
than what any other company in our industry
He's
has done.
definitely reading from something.
We will also provide unprecedented transparency and security for the source code for the TikTok app and recommendation.
There's no real evidence of
Third-party
what we're
validators
talking about
like
happening.
Oracle and others will review and validate our source code and algorithms. This will help ensure the integrity of the code that powers what Americans see on our app. We will further provide access to researchers, which helps them study and monitor our content ecosystem. Now, we believe we are the only company that offers this level of transparency.
I don't know. I can't say anything to that.
Trust is about actions.
They
we
are
take.
under fire more
We
than
have
anyone
to earn their
else.
trust with decisions we make for our company and our products. The potential security, privacy, content manipulation concerns raised about TikTok are really not unique to us.
No,
The same
thank you.
issues apply to other companies.
Thank you. Yes.
We
Why are we
believe what's needed
playing?
are clear, transparent rules that apply broadly to all tech companies.
Every company,
Ownership
all of them.
is not at the core of addressing these concerns. Now, as I conclude, there are more than 150 million Americans who love our platform, and we know we have a responsibility to protect them, which is why I'm making the following commitments to you and to all our users. Number one, we will keep safety, particularly for teenagers, as a top priority for us.
And let me reach out to them.
Number
Let's
two,
talk.
We will firewall protected US data from unwanted foreign access.
Okay, I don't know
Number
exactly
three,
what he means by that, but
TikTok will
let's
remain
try.
a place for free expression and will not be manipulated by any government. And fourth, we will be transparent
You see his
and we will give
face?
access to
This
third-party
guy's face.
independent monitors to remain
He's like-
accountable for our commitments. I'll be grateful for any feedback that you have, and I look forward to your questions.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
He's very smart. I will have to give him that.
As you know, the testimony that you're about to give is subject to Title 18, Section 1001 of the United States Code.
This is going better than the
Stating
Facebook one,
testimony,
by the way.
ByteDance is TikTok's parent company. Is it accurate to say that you are in regular communication with the CEO of ByteDance, beyond Robo?
I'm probably sure he is.
Chair Rogers, yes.
Yeah.
I
Why
am
would he
in
not?
Thank you.
Communication with him.
Kelly Zhang is the CEO of ByteDance China, overseeing Douyin, the Chinese version of TikTok. Are you in regular communication with
I would assume he is. I don't know.
I'm not in regular communication.
Oh, he's
with
not?
her.
Okay.
The
Okay.
ByteDance editor-in-chief is Zhong Puping, correct?
I believe so.
And Wu Shugang is Beijing ByteDance technology board member and also an official of the Cyberspace Administration in China. Is this correct?
I believe so. They are not in the right.
Thank you. All of these individuals work or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party
Sorry.
are at the highest levels of leadership at ByteDance, a company where you previously served as the chief financial officer and where you regularly communicate with their CEO.
They're trying
TikTok
to
has
link.
told us that you weren't sharing data with the CCP, but leaked audio from within TikTok has proven otherwise.
Huge
TikTok
deal.
told us that you weren't tracking the geolocation of American citizens. You were.
Obviously.
TikTok told us you weren't spying on journalists. You were. In your testimony, you state that ByteDance is not beholden to the CCP. Again, each of the individuals I listed are affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party, including Zhong Puping, who is reported to be the Communist Party secretary of ByteDance, and who has called for the party committee to, quote, take the lead across all party lines to ensure the algorithm is enforced by, quote, correct political direction. Just this morning, the Wall Street Journal reported that the CCP is opposed to a forced sale of TikTok by ByteDance, quoting a CCP spokesman as saying the Chinese government would make a decision regarding any sale of TikTok. So the CCP believes they have the final say over your company. I have zero confidence in your assertion that ByteDance and TikTok are not beholden to the CCP. Next question. Heating content is a way of promoting and moderating content. In your current or previous positions within Chinese companies, have employees engaged in heating content for users outside of China? Very quickly, yes or no?
Our heating process is approved by our local teams in the various countries.
The answer is yes. Thank you.
Moving forward.
Have any moderation tools been used to remove content on TikTok associated with the Uyghur genocide?
Yes.
Or no?
We do not remove.
Let me
that
not
kind
say
of
anything
content.
about this
TikTok
this
is a place
side.
of freedom
Let me shut
expression.
up.
And Cheryl, just like I said, if you use our app, you can go on it and you will see a lot of users around the world.
Every
Thank you.
platform is
on that
moderated.
topic and many others.
Thank you. What about
Yes.
the massacre in Tiananmen Square? Yes or no?
Every
I'm sorry, I
every
didn't get it.
platform is
The
moderated.
massacre in Tiananmen Square.
That kind of content is available on our platform. You can go and search it.
I will remind you that making false or misleading statements to Congress
She's
is a
not
federal
playing.
crime.
I understand. Again, if
Okay,
you go on our
thank
platform, you
Next
will find that
question.
content.
Okay, thank you. Reclaiming my time, can you say with 100% certainty that ByteDance or the CCP cannot use your company or its divisions to heat content to promote pro-CCP messages for an act of aggression against Taiwan?
We do not promote or remove content at the request
guess
of
the
the
question-
Chinese government.
the question
And
is,
we will
are you-
replace.
The question is, are you 100% certain that they cannot use your company to promote such messages?
It is our commitment to this committee and all our users that we will keep this free from any manipulation by any government.
If you can't say 100% certain, I take that as a no. As I previously referenced, TikTok spied on American journalists. Can you say with 100% certainty that neither ByteDance nor TikTok employees can target other Americans with similar surveillance techniques?
Chair Rogers, I first of all disagree with the characterization. That is fine. It was an internal
Surveillance?
investigation.
Yes or no? Can you do surveillance of other Americans?
We will protect the U.S. user data and fire it all from all unwanted foreign access. It's a commitment that we've given to the committee.
So I guess my question is, I wanted to hear you say with 100% certainty.
You know he's not going to do that, ma'am.
ByteDance
We're going to be here all day.
TikTok employees can target other Americans with similar surveillance techniques as you did with the journalists.
We're going to be all day.
Again, I don't disagree with the characterization is surveillance, and we have given our commitments, Chair Rogers. The 4 commitments, I think it's our commitment that we will not be influenced by any government.
He's being more
DOJ is investigating this surveillance right now.
good.
To the Americans
need evidence.
watching today, hear this: TikTok is a weapon by the Chinese Communist Party to spy on you, manipulate what you see, and exploit for future generations. A ban is only a short-term way to address TikTok.
I'm not
And the
talking
data
about this
privacy bill is
section.
the only way to stop TikTok from ever happening
But what
again in the United
stops
States.
China from buying data from some other company? I don't
Now
really
yield to
know.
the
That's
green
why I'm
team.
not talking about it. I'm not getting into politics.
Thank you, Madam
like-
Chair. Let me just start out by saying, Mr. Chu, that I don't find what you suggested with Project Texas and this firewall that's being suggested to whoever will be acceptable to me. In other words,
I don't think it would
I
either.
still believe that the Beijing Communist government will still control and have the ability to influence what you do. And so this idea that
everything's
Project
all in
Texas
theory.
is simply not acceptable. According to a recent report, TikTok is on target to make between 15 and $18 billion in revenue this year. Is that
They
an
should share
accurate
some with the
forecast?
creators. Hello, TikTok. Hi.
Congressman, as a private company, we are not sharing our
thought
numbers.
that's what you were
publicly.
saying. How much
Share
money
it.
will TikTok make by delivering personalized advertisements just to your users?
Oh,
in the
more
United
than that.
States?
They should do
Give me that
revenue shares.
information.
Again, Congressman, respectfully, as a
I
private
thought
company,
that's
we're
what
not
you would
disclosing
say.
that.
Look, the impression you're giving, and I know, I can understand why you're trying to give that impression, is that, that you're just performing some kind of public service here, right? I mean, this is a benign company that's just performing a public service. Maybe that's not what you're saying, but I don't buy it, right? My concern here is primarily about the privacy issue, the fact that TikTok
Yeah, let's get into
is
that.
making all kinds of money by gathering private information.
I'm tired
of
about talking about
Americans
China. I don't
that,
care.
They don't need for their business purposes, and then they sell it. And I mentioned this legislation that the chair and I have that would minimize data collection and make it much more difficult for TikTok and other companies to do that. So if you want to make some commitments today, I'll ask you to make some commitments with regard to this legislation. And, you're going to tell me, well, the bill isn't passed, and so therefore I don't have to do it. But,
Well, he
you
does
say
it.
you're benign, you want to do good things for the public. So let me ask you, why not? What about a commitment that says that you won't sell the data that
Thank you,
collect?
Felicia. Agreed.
Would you commit to that? Not selling the data you
This
collect?
is not a free
Congressman,
public service.
I
Really?
believe we don't sell data
Oh.
to any data brokers.
You don't
Why
sell to
you
anyone.
always
We
lying?
don't sell data to data
You
brokers.
always.
I didn't ask you
I'm
data
kidding.
brokers. You sell
Not
data.
data brokers.
In other
No.
words, under our bill, you could only use
Everyone
data
sells
for
it.
your own purposes.
Oh,
not to sell it
please.
to anyone.
Good
Would you
night.
commit to not selling your data to anyone?
No, he's not gonna do
Congressman,
that.
I actually am in support of some rules.
I
around
didn't ask
privacy.
you whether Bruce, I asked you whether the company TikTok would commit to not selling its data to anyone and just using it for its own purposes internally.
I can get back to you on the details
Okay,
of that.
get back to me. All right.
Okay, let's see
thing
what
that's in
they
our
say.
bill says that we would prohibit targeting marketing to people under the age of 17. Would you be willing to agree to?
Yes, they
prohibit
should agree to
targeted
that.
Marketing to people, Americans under the
What
age
is
of
he gonna
17?
say?
Congressman, we have actually stricter rules for advertisers
Yeah.
in terms of what they can show to our
So
users.
do
on
you
the-
prohibit would you be willing to prohibit targeted marketing to those under 17? That's what's in our bill.
I understand that there's some talk and some legislation around the country.
Well,
We're
again, I'm
studying
not
this.
interested. I wanted you to make that commitment without the legislation. Since you say you're a good company, you want to do good things, why not?
It's something we can look into and get back to you.
Okay, I appreciate
Okay,
that.
good, great.
Okay,
Next,
we also
moving
have
forward.
in our bill a requirement of heightened protection for sensitive data,
Yes.
particularly location and health
Correct.
data. Would
Please.
you commit
Say yes.
to not gathering or dealing with location or health data unless you get affirmative consent from the consumer? In other
Okay,
words,
got
under
it.
our bill, those are categorized as sensitive, and unless the person specifically says, I want you to collect that data, you wouldn't be able to.
Yes, you don't opt
location and
out.
health
You can
data.
opt
Would you commit
in.
to that?
Very good
Congressman,
question.
in principle, I support that. Which, by the way, we do not collect precise GPS data at this point.
Just general
And I do
location.
not believe we collect
do
any
co-
health data.
All right, so would you
You
be
do
willing to make
location.
that commitment that from now on, you won't collect location and health data without
We'll get back to you
your
on
saying at
that.
all? Is that
Congressman,
a commitment?
this is data that's frequently collected by many other companies.
is.
I know other companies do it. I don't think they should without affirmative consent. You said you want to be a good actor. So why not make that commitment to me today?
He's on him.
We're committed to be very transparent with our users about what we collect. I don't believe what we collect is more than most
you see,
players
my
in the
problem
industry.
here is you're trying to give the impression that you're going to move away from Beijing and the Communist Party. You're trying to give the impression that you're a good actor. But the commitments that we would seek to achieve those goals are not being made today. They're just not being made. You're going to continue to gather data. You're going to continue to sell data. You're going to continue to do all these things and continue to be under the aegis of the Communist Party through your organization that owns you. So in any case, thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes gentleman from Texas, Mr. Burgess, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for joining us today. I think we've heard you say multiple times that TikTok is not a Chinese company, that ByteDance is not a Chinese company.
If this wasn't
But
the
according to an
Chinese
article
owned,
in
Chinese
today's
whatever.
Wall Street Journal, quoting here, China's Commerce Ministry said Thursday that a sale or divestiture of TikTok will involve exporting technology that has to be approved by the Chinese government. Continuing to quote, the reported efforts by the Biden administration would severely undermine global investors' confidence in the U.S., said Xu Jiting, a ministry spokeswoman. Continuing to quote, if that is true, China will firmly oppose it, she said, referring to the forced sale. So despite your assertions to the contrary, China certainly thinks it is in control of TikTok and its software. Is that not correct?
Congressman, TikTok is not available in mainland China. And today we're headquartered in Los Angeles and Singapore. But I'm not saying that, the founders of ByteDance are not Chinese, nor am I saying that we don't make use of Chinese employees, just like many other companies around the world. We do, use their expertise on some engineering projects.
But according to their ministry spokeswoman, it would be a divestiture of exporting technology from China. So again, China thinks they own it, even though you do not. Madam Chair, I'd just like to ask unanimous consent to put today's Wall Street Journal
Without objection, so ordered.
into the record. Mr. Chu, I wouldn't ask you to discuss any privileged attorney-client
Let's get my chapstick.
materials, but did anyone aside from your lawyers assist you in preparation for today's hearing?
Oh, please. Now, you
Prepared
don't.
for this hearing with my team
Yeah,
here in
well.
DC.
Hello.
Did anyone at ByteDance directly provide input, help, or instruction for your testimony today?
Congressman, this is a very high-profile hearing. My phone is full of well wishes. But I prepared for this hearing with my team here in DC.
Are you willing to share who helped
No.
prepare you for
No,
this
he's
hearing
not. You know,
with the committee?
he's
You
not.
do that
I
in
can
writing.
follow up with you.
Right. With all the people
Can
and
you
their names.
guarantee that no one at ByteDance had a role in preparing you for today's hearing?
I'll get back to you on it.
Like I said, Congressman, this is a high-profile hearing. A lot of people around the world were sending me wishes and unsolicited advice. But I prepared for this hearing with my team here in DC.
Are the attorneys representing TikTok also representing ByteDance?
Yes, I believe so.
Good question.
What percentage of TikTok revenue does ByteDance retain?
Good
Give me a
question.
Ballpark estimate if you don't precisely know.
Good question.
Congressman,
I'll get
like I
back to you.
said, as a private company, we are not prepared to disclose our financials in public today.
Can we ask you to get back to us with
Yes.
a ballpark?
He's gonna
We're
say
not
yes.
asking for the precise figures, but so the committee can have some understanding of the percentage of TikTok revenue that ByteDance retains.
I understand the question. Respectfully, as a private company, we are not disclosing our financials today.
Prior to today's hearing, did anyone affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party discuss this hearing with you, or anyone else on TikTok senior management?
Congressman, since I've been CEO of this company, I have not had any discussions with Chinese government officials.
Okay. Interesting you said that. That opens up doors. I'm not a lawyer,
What-
but that opens up
But
doors.
what about the Chinese Communist Party itself? Have any of those officials discussed this with you?
Like I said, I have not had any discussion with Chinese government officials. I don't know the political affiliation of everybody I speak to, so I can't verify the statement.
Good answer.
Let me ask you a question in a different direction. A few weeks ago, this committee had a field hearing down in McAllen, Texas, and it was on the issue of fentanyl and illegal immigration. And one of our witnesses, Brandon Judd, a 25-year veteran Border Patrol agent, said that all social media platforms play a role in illegal immigration. That's one of the ways cartels advertise their services. throughout the world and convince people to put themselves in their hands and come to the United States. The cartels all use social media platforms. Are you aware of this phenomenon?
Any content that promotes human abuse is a violative of our community guidelines, which dictates what is allowed and not allowed on our platform. We proactively identify and remove them from our platform.
It would be very helpful if you would share with the committee examples of how you have removed people, because what we heard at the hearing was that TikTok was one of the platforms that recruits adolescents in the United States to help with transporting people who are in the country who've been trafficked into the country, as well as contraband substances. Would you help us with that, understanding who you have removed from your platform?
Congressman, I'll be delighted to check with my team and get back to yours.
Good.
And be collaborative.
Thank you. I'll yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the lady from California, Ms. Eshu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Chu, thank you for being here today. As members of Congress, our very first and top responsibility is to protect and defend. Protect and defend our Constitution and the national security of our country. So I view this entire issue, now there are many parts of it that are not part of our national security, in my view, but first and foremost for our national security. So in examining TikTok breaking away from ByteDance, I'd like to ask you some questions about that and how a severance in terms of the relationship with ByteDance, how user data, American user data, would be protected. Now, under Beijing's security laws, Article 7 compels companies to provide data. Article 10 makes the reach of the law extraterritorial. Now, this is very clear. I don't need to read all of it into the record. But
I feel like this
those are
part's going to be the
laws
boring part. I just feel it in my
PRC.
bones.
How does ByteDance,
At least
how
for
does
me.
TikTok, rather, how do you convince the Congress of the United States that there can be a clean break? Why would the Chinese government sidestep their national law, including Article 7, Article 10, in terms of user data?
Congressman, thank you for the question. I'm glad you asked this. As I said in the opening statement,
No, he's
our
not.
plan
He's not glad
is
that
to
he asked.
move American data to be stored on American soil
I
by the American
understand that.
company.
I understand that. But,
Are we doing this again?
But you're
I feel like it's a
sidestepping,
repeat.
or I haven't read anything.
Of course he's
In
sidestepping.
terms of TikTok,
What do you think he's
how
going to
you
do?
can actually say, and you spoke in your opening statement about a firewall relative to the data, but the Chinese government has that data. How can you promise that that will move into the United States of America and be protected here?
Congressman, I have seen no evidence that the Chinese government has access to that data. They have never asked us. We have not provided.
Well, you know what?
I've asked that question.
I find that actually preposterous.
Oh,
I have
Oh,
looked in. I have seen
preposterous.
no evidence of this happening. And in order to assure
Yes,
everybody
ma'am.
here and all our users, our commitment is to move the data into the United States to be stored on American soil by an American company, overseen by American personnel. So the risk will be similar to any government going to an American company asking for data. If that,
Well, I'm one that doesn't believe that there is really a private sector in China. And when you
Yeah,
look at
this is
their
gonna be a down
national
point.
law, and what specifically these two articles, Article 7 and Article 10,
I'll stay,
are very
but
clear.
this is
So I think that there
This
is
is the dry
a
part.
real problem a real problem relative to our
To me.
national security about the protection of the user data. I don't believe that TikTok has, that you have said or done anything to convince us that information, the personal information of 150 million Americans, that the Chinese government is not going to give that up. So
Congressman, if I
can you tell me who writes the algorithms for TikTok?
Okay, now we're talking. Who
today,
writes the algorithms?
algorithm that powers the US user experience is running in the Oracle Cloud infrastructure. Yes, you know, initially there were parts of the source code, especially at the infrastructure layer, that doesn't touch the user experience. Now that's a collaborative global effort, including built by engineers in China, just like many other companies, by the way. The phone you
He's
use, the
always
car you
gonna
drive is a global collaborative
That's
effort.
true.
Now,
That's
for
why all
today,
those
the
companies got
business
banned.
sites and the main parts of the code for TikTok is written by TikTok employees. And Congresswoman, what we are offering is third-party monitoring of our source code. I am not aware of any company, American companies or otherwise, that has actually done that. Because we
Well,
are
that's the
saying we
girl
want to
from
give you
Washington
transparency
Post
and
behind
rely on
him,
third
I think.
parties to make sure that we get all the comfort that we need about the experience.
Forgive me if I'm wrong.
My time is up and I yield back. Thank
Isn't
you.
that the woman from the Washington Post behind the
Please
CEO
yield
of
back.
TikTok?
Please to yield to the gentleman
Pretty
from
sure.
Ohio, Mr. Latta, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Unlike the Chinese Communist Party, the United States believes in individual freedom, innovation, and
Not the shade.
entrepreneurship. That is in part why Congress enacted Section 230 of the
Not the
Communications
shade.
Decency Act. Our goal is to promote growth of the online ecosystem in the United States and to protect companies from being held liable for good faith efforts to moderate their platforms. Last year, a federal judge in Pennsylvania found that Section 230 protected TikTok from being held responsible for the death of a 10-year-old girl who participated in a blackout challenge, also known as the choking challenge. TikTok actively pushes video on her feed. Unfortunately, this is one of the many devastating examples of children losing their lives because of content promoted by TikTok. Section 230 was never intended to shield companies like yours from amplifying dangerous and life-threatening content to children. Do you consider this to be a good faith moderation?
Very, very good question. Very
Congressman,
pointed
as a father
question.
myself, when I hear about the tragic deaths of
My
young
question is,
people,
do
it's
you
heartbreaking.
find that
He
good faith
is a human.
moderation?
Let him
Well,
answer
Congressman,
as a human.
Section 230 is a very
Okay,
complex issue.
I'm, yes or no?
We are very focused on safety, and all
Okay,
these
I'm
dangerous
gonna have to
challenges
assume
are
that as a
removed when
no.
we find them.
Do you believe TikTok deserves this liability protection?
I'm sorry, Congressman.
Do you believe that TikTok deserves this liability protection under Section 230?
Congressman, as you pointed out, 230 has been very important for freedom of expression on the internet. It's one of the commitments we have given to this committee and our users, and I do think it's important to preserve that. But companies should be raising the bar on safety.
Let me follow
I
up.
really agree
Let
with
me
that.
just follow up real quickly from your own testimony. When you told us and you repeated it, you keep safety, particularly for teenagers, a top priority for
He
us.
absolutely said
And you're
that.
saying you're making that following commitment. Why did you have to wait till now to make that following commitment now and not having done it before when this 10-year-old lost her life?
Congressman,
Ooh.
I'm reiterating the commitment.
Okay.
Internally in all my priorities, which is public to my employees,
Okay, this
safety has always been a priority.
This company is a picture-perfect example of why this committee and Congress needs to take action immediately to amend Section 230. When we recently met, I asked you if the
The
Chinese
woman behind
Communist
is
Party
like,
can
damn.
currently access user data, and you did not have a clear answer. So today I want to follow up. You heard it a little bit, but I want to be absolutely sure of this answer. Are employees of ByteDance subject to Chinese law, including the 2017 National Intelligence Law, which requires any organization or citizen to support, assist, and cooperate with state intelligence work in accordance with the law?
Good question.
Like many companies, including many American companies, we rely on a global workforce, including engineers in China.
Okay, but
So
no,
in
yes
the-
or no?
So
Yes.
in the past, yes.
I'm
In
sorry?
the past, yes, but we are building Project Texas, and we're committing the
Okay.
firewall of all
I'm
protected
I'm
data
taking
from
that as
unwanted foreign
I'm
access.
taking that as a yes because,
Yeah, he
again,
is.
on your Article 7, the Article 7 of the 2017 National Intelligence Law, which I just said, as it says, in addition, as was asked a little bit earlier, the 2014 counter-espionage law states that when the state security organ investigates and understands the situation of espionage and collect relevant evidence, the relevant organizations and individuals, it does not say may, it says shall provide it truthfully and may not refuse. Yes or no? Do any ByteDance employees in China, including engineers, currently have access to U.S. user data?
Today, all
Question.
US user data is stored by default in the Oracle Cloud infrastructure, and
That's the
access to
question.
that
The
is
question
controlled
do any
by American
ByteDance
personnel.
employees in China, including engineers, currently have access to U.S. data?
Congressman, I would appreciate this. This is a complex topic. Today, all data is
Yes,
stored
yes or
by
no? It's
default.
not that complex. Yes or no, do they have access to user data?
We have, after Project Texas is done, the answer is no.
Oh,
Today,
so
there's
yes.
still some
you're
data that
saying
we need
So
to
yes.
But we've heard
in
already
Virginia
from the
and
ranking member that he hasn't, and that he doesn't really see that Project Texas is going to be useful. So I think I'm taking that as a no, because again, the question is what came to come up earlier, are that on December the 22nd of last year, when ByteDance confirmed some of its Chinese employees had accessed TikTok data to monitor and track the physical location of journals. So I took that as a yes from an earlier answer. You know, earlier this week, you posted a TikTok videos asking American users
You
to
did.
mobilize in
I was wondering
support
when
of
they would
your
talk
app
about
and
that.
oppose the potential U.S. government action to ban TikTok in the United States.
You know they're going to bring that up.
Based on the established relationship between your company and the Chinese Communist Party, it's impossible for me to conclude that the video is anything different than the type of propaganda that CCP requires Chinese companies to push on its citizens. Now you'll bet.
Yields
The
back.
other two of them in the
Chair
back are
recognizes
like,
the lady
what?
from Colorado wants to get for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, like my colleagues, I'm concerned
Oh, I love her
about the
suit.
influence of China on TikTok and what that does for
Yes,
US
for
users.
pink.
But I'm also concerned about how the content in TikTok is being distributed, particularly to young people.
Now we're
This is not
talking.
a problem
This is my
unique to
subject.
TikTok, but TikTok
No,
has
it's not, of course.
150 million users in the United States. And so I think you'll agree that TikTok has a particular responsibility
I
to
agree.
monitor content to make sure that it's safe and accurate. Would that be fair to say?
That is fair to
Yes, I
say.
agree with that.
Thank
So,
you. Let's go.
You know, I know you said in your opening statement there's a ban or limited for kids under 13 and under 18 and so on. But I know it won't be news for you that computer savvy kids actually can bypass some of
Well,
those
of course, they can
restrictions
bypass
quite
anything. Parental
frequently,
controls,
and
parental
they can do
monitoring,
it even
whatever.
if they have parental oversight.
Correct.
And so what I want to ask you is rather than putting the burden on young people and parents to accurately put in the birth date and so on when registering for TikTok,
What
I
more
want to
can you
ask
do?
you what TikTok can do
Let's
to
talk.
make sure to monitor this content. And I want to give you some examples of some of the extreme content.
Let's talk about
Mr.
it.
Latta talked about the blackout challenge and some of the dangers to young people's safety, but there's also extreme content around healthcare information. In one study,
That's true.
13 out of 20 results for the question, does mugwort induce abortion? It talked about herbal so-called abortifacients like papaya seeds,
I've
which
seen
don't
that.
work. And so if people searching for information on safe abortions went on TikTok, they could get devastatingly incorrect information. Another study showed that TikTok had a hydroxychloroquine tutorial on how to fabricate this from grapefruit. Now, there's two problems with that. Number one, hydroxychloroquine is not effective in treating COVID, so that's one issue. The second issue is you can't even make hydroxychloroquine from grapefruit. So again, this is a really serious miscommunication about healthcare information that people looking at TikTok are able to get. And in fact, it's being pushed out to them. So I want to know from you, and I will give you time to answer this. You
Welcome,
have
community serving.
current controls, but the current controls are not working to keep this information mainly from young people, but from Americans in general. What more is TikTok doing to try to
They
strengthen
need to
its
have
review
more.
to keep
Absolutely.
this information from coming across to people?
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman. The dangerous misinformation that you mentioned is not allowed on our platform. It violates them.
I'm sorry to report it is on your platform now.
Congresswoman, I don't think I can sit here and say that we are perfect in doing this. We do work very
So
hard.
how can you make yourself more perfect? I don't want you to say it's not there or you apologize. What can you do to limit it as much as possible, more than what you're doing now?
We invest a significant amount in our content moderation work. I shared that number in my written
And I know
testimony.
you're investing,
Yes.
but what steps are you taking to improve the AI or whatever else you're doing to limit this content?
For example, if you search for certain search terms, we do direct you on TikTok to
Daniel,
safety
welcome.
resources. That's one of the
Welcome
things we
back.
have done. We will continue to invest in this. I recognize and fully align with you that this is a problem that faces our industry, that we need to really invest and address. This, I'm very in alignment.
So what are you
The
doing?
vast majority of our users come to our platform for entertaining, safe content, but there are people who do spout some
Person in the
dangerous
back
misinformation, and
is
we need to take
agreeing
that very
again.
seriously, invest in it, proactively identify it, and remove it from our platform.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna
they
stop
want
you right
they
now.
want to know
I asked you
what are you going to
specifically
do?
how you were increasing, how
Correct.
you're trying to increase your review of this. And you gave me only generalized statements that you're investing, that you're concerned, that you're doing more. That's not enough for me. That's not enough for the parents of America. I'm going to ask you to supplement your testimony
With what
and
I'm doing.
have your experts
Yeah.
tell me
Yes.
what you're doing
Yes.
to make this a higher level of
Yes,
scrutiny, not just
We deserve
Kaplan.
that answer.
Thank you.
We deserve
I
that
yield back.
answer. Yes.
Lady
Yes,
yields
ma'am.
back.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair recognizes gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Morris Rogers, for holding this important hearing. I appreciate the witness, Mr. Shoji Chu, for making yourself available here today. While many consider TikTok to be just another video sharing app, in reality, TikTok has been functioning as a massive surveillance program, collecting vast swaths of personal data from more than 1 billion people worldwide. This includes data from the personal devices of federal employees, contractors, and most concerning, U.S. military service members and their families at places like Fort Bragg in North Carolina. As Fort Bragg's congressman, I have serious concerns about the opportunities TikTok gives the Chinese Communist Party to access the non-public sensitive data of our men and women in uniform. This personal data and location information can be harvested and could be used for blackmail,
I agree.
espionage, and possibly even
I agree,
reveal troop
Felicia.
movements.
I agree
While
with
the Department of Defense and most agencies have banned TikTok on government-issued devices, I believe more needs to be done at the command level to urge troops and their
It's very
dependents
tricky.
to erase the app from the personal devices and keep them off home Wi-Fi.
you.
Having an app banned on a device in one pocket, but downloaded on your device in the other doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I
Well,
believe Congress and DOD should address the continued use of TikTok on military installations as well as any use.
they're not
that depicts
supposed to have
U.S.
it on their
military
devices.
operations. Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
what?
Only if the user turns on the Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, I may not understand the.
So if I have
Question.
TikTok
Shouldn't have
app
answered
on
that.
my phone and my phone is on my home Wi-Fi network, does TikTok access
Access
that
my
network?
wife. Yeah. He's
You will
the.
have to
He's gonna get-
access the network to get connections to the internet. If that's the question.
Is it possible then that it could access other devices on that home Wi-Fi network?
That's a good question, though.
Congressman,
But I
we do
don't-
not do anything that is beyond any industry norms. I believe the answer to your question is no. It could be technical. Let me get back to you.
Okay, I'd appreciate it if you can answer that. I'd like to change directions real quick. Do you receive personal employment, salary, compensation, or benefits from ByteDance?
Yes, I do.
What is your salary from ByteDance?
Congressman, if you don't mind, I would prefer to keep my compensation private.
Okay. Do
Okay.
you personally have any company shares or stock in ByteDance or Douyin?
Congressman, if you don't mind, I would like to keep my personal assets private.
Is TikTok the company your only source of employment compensation? Where's your other source of income outside of TikTok?
Wait, what?
It's my
Oh.
only source of compensation.
Oh, because to
Do you
see
have
if
any
he's
financial
getting money
debts or obligations
from.
to ByteDance, Douyin, or any other ByteDance affiliated entity?
Personally, no, I do not.
Does your management team receive separate salary, compensation, or benefits from ByteDance?
We receive salaries from the entities that we are employed in, but we
that
do share in the employee stock option plan that is available from the ByteDance top company.
So your primary salary comes from TikTok, but you have other compensation that comes directly from ByteDance?
You can characterize it as that, yes.
Does your
Well,
management team have company
that's not
shares or
good.
stock in ByteDance or Douyin?
they're gonna get on him for that.
Yes, some of our employees are compensated in shares in ByteDance.
Does TikTok share technological resources with Douyin? Are the two technology systems or IT systems interconnected in any way?
There are, as with many companies, some shared resources on some services, but it doesn't include
Yeah, I was
anything
like,
that involves U.S. user data.
I don't
Congressman,
know.
is in Project Texas, as we talked about, stored by default in American soil by an
it will
American
be,
company.
but currently there is shared technology or interconnected IT systems.
Congressman, with respect, I have to get back to you. This could be a very broad question. Like, for example, we could all be using Microsoft Windows.
If you could get back with details on that, I'd appreciate it. Can Douyin personnel or employees access TikTok user data?
Not after Project Texas, this is not allowed.
Oh, so nowadays,
Are there employees who are employed by both Douyin and TikTok?
I do not believe so.
Okay. And so I don't
that's
believe
true.
so. Is that it? I mean,
If he does,
again,
then
I'll
that's
allow you to come
fine.
back in the written response if you could give me a definitive answer.
I will go back and check to be very
We'll see.
sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right.
I'm also concerned about an issue that our chairwoman brought up about an apparent pattern of misinformation or misrepresentation from your company in regards to the amount and extent of data that you're collecting, as well as how much has been accessed from inside China. There are dozens of public reports that conclude individuals in the People's Republic of China have been accessing data on U.S. users, directly contradicting several public statements by TikTok employees. And I'm referencing Project Raven, which was first reported on by Forbes last October. Their investigation revealed, I'm sorry, I'm about out of time. Do you want to respond to that?
Yes, Congressman. We do not condone the effort by certain former employees to access U.S. TikTok user data in an attempt to identify the source of leaked confidential information. We condemn these actions. After learning about them, we found a highly reputable law firm to thoroughly investigate the incident. We took swift disciplinary action against employees who were found to be involved and are implementing measures to make sure this
The
doesn't happen
lawyers
again.
made
We have
him.
made this team available to you. I think they have briefed many of you in this committee very extensively, and I will continue to make them very available to you as part of our transparent commitment.
Thank you. My time's expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the lady from Illinois, Ms. Sherkowski, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. So today, in the Wall Street Journal, they said today, China's commerce minister said that China opposes the sale of TikTok because it would involve exporting China's technology and would, and this is the important part, and would need to be approved by the Chinese government.
Is this true or
Would
not?
need to be approved by the Chinese government. So all of what you've been saying about the distance between TikTok and China has been said to be not true in the paper today, and I would like to see what you have to say in response.
Congresswoman, I do disagree with that characterization. I think we have designed Project Texas to protect U.S. user interests and to move forward here in the U.S. Again, it's the protections of storing American data on American soil by an American company looked after by American personnel. And I do not think that our commitments to this committee and all our users is impacted by any event that you mentioned. Now, the whole discussion on this, the resolution of this is an ongoing and developing event. So we will continue to pay attention to this and
not just
we'll
TikTok,
get back to you when we have more
obviously.
specifics.
We keep saying
if
My
it's a-
commitments stand. Yeah.
Okay, so if it's an ongoing debate, apparently with China, so it's hard to say with any certainty that China would not have any influence. But let me ask another question. Last fall, along
let you move
with
on
Gus Bilirakis, who
to a
were
different type
chair and co-chair of the
because
subcommittee together, were told that TikTok had surveilled, was involved in surveillance of users, very personal information. And you might say, well, not more than other companies. And I agree with Ranking Member Pallone that I really don't want to go by that standard particularly, but that TikTok's
but he has a
in-app
point
browser surveilled everything
that
from Americans, including passwords
yes
and
yes
credit
that was a
card
big thing.
numbers, etc.
That was one of the reasons why I
So
didn't
I
join
just want
TikTok.
to ask you if TikTok did track and collect this sensitive data that Americans don't want to have.
Does anyone see that? Did you know that happened?
Congressman, thank you. I'm glad you asked this question
Yeah,
because,
this is a
like you
problem.
pointed out, we actually do not believe we collect more data than any other social media company out there. A lot of these reports, and we can talk about which specific one you're talking about. A lot of them are not that accurate. Some of them we have contacted. We have actually gotten in touch with the authors to
because
help
they
them
weren't
understand
actually that
the
accurate.
data that
But
we're
this
collecting.
one,
A lot of it is speculation. You know,
okay,
this
but
is something they
about
could do.
this
They
one?
could do. But if
That's
you look at the
true. That
subtext,
is
this
actually,
is something
he's
that
right.
So
every company could do.
I'm
But
running out of
I need
time.
him to-
Let me just say that if TikTok chose not to take this sensitive information that you don't need for a transaction
Then you're in
and
trouble.
support our comprehensive privacy bill, that would be very helpful.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to ask, so really this is a yes or no, that
Yeah,
TikTok does TikTok
I don't know
share user
if they do, but
information
it is a flag.
from
It's a flag.
companies, from parent companies, from affiliated or send user information to overseas.
In the past, yes, for interoperability purposes. Now, after Project Texas, all protected U.S. data will be
Keeps
stored
mentioning
here
Project Texas.
with the
I don't know
access
much
controlled
about this
by
Project
a
Texas.
special
I'm
team of
not
U.S.
saying anything. I
US
don't know what's
personnel.
going on.
Again, Congresswoman, this is something that, as far as I understand, no other company, including American companies, are willing to go. So maybe this is something that we can ask the industry to provide, not just us.
Okay.
Protect
In
US
the
user
case of
interests.
sharing information, I do want to quote from employees that you had, and here's the quote.
Good
Everything is seen in China, is really what they said. People who were in touch with the sensitive data were saying that. How do you
I don't
respond
think he's
to
going to
that?
answer that.
I disagree with that statement.
Well, I know you disagree with that statement, but my point is, how does that happen that employees of the company
He's
are
not.
saying that in fact that's not true?
He's not.
I cannot speak to, I
can't.
don't know who this person is, so I cannot speak to what the person has or has not said. What I can say is, you know, based on my position in this company and the responsibility that I have, that statement is just not true.
Unfortunately,
The guy in the back is like,
I'll close. I guess I'm over my time. We need to look into the facts of this, and so
we
do
do.
you.
We do. We
And I
absolutely.
yield
We
back.
need, I agree. We do need to do that.
Gentlelady yields
agree.
back.
100%.
Chair recognizes the lady from Florida, Ms. Kamick, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Shou, are you aware of Chinese Communist Party leader Chairman Xi Jinping's comments in May 2021 during a Communist Politburo study session where he instructed colleagues to target different countries, different audiences with short form video? Are you aware of these comments? Yes or no?
Congressman, I'm not aware of these comments.
Okay. Well, and as was pointed out by Chairwoman Rogers, you have regular contact with Chinese Communist Party Secretary, Mr. Zhang Fuping, who is your boss at ByteDance, correct?
No,
No.
no. He's
Interesting.
neither my boss, nor do we have frequent contact.
But you have regular contact with ByteDance,
With the CEO of ByteDance.
who is Mr. Zhang Fuping is the
He's not.
editor-in-chief.
He's not
My
the CEO.
colleague, Representative Burgess, a few minutes ago exposed that TikTok and ByteDance share legal teams. You confirmed this, correct?
Our general counsel is
Yes.
an
Yes or
American lawyer,
Yes.
veteran of Microsoft.
Also, my
many years.
colleague, Representative Latta, confirmed that your parent company, ByteDance, currently can access user data. Yes?
We have to be more
Yes.
specific.
Yes.
After
You
Project
say-
Texas,
Well, you
no.
actually-
I'm not asking
well,
after Project Texas.
You
I'm
need to
asking
see
now.
what's happening
Yes.
now. What's
Some
happening
user data is public data, Congresswoman, which
So
means
you confirm
everybody
that.
can search
What's
for it on the
interesting to
internet.
me is that you've used the word transparency over a half a dozen times in your opening testimony and subsequently again in your answers to my colleagues. Yet the interesting thing to me is that ByteDance, your parent company, has gone out of their way to hide and airbrush corporate structure, ties to the CCP, the company's founder, and their activities.
She's
You
not
look no
playing.
further than the fact that ByteDance's
going for the
website has
jugular.
been scrubbed. In fact, we found web pages from the Beijing Internet Association, the industry association charged with Communist Party building work of internet companies in Beijing. They have been archived, but since deleted. Makes you kind of wonder why. Yes or no, ByteDance is required to have a member of the Chinese government on its board with veto power. Is that correct?
Oh, is
No,
it?
that is not correct. ByteDance owns some Chinese businesses, and you're talking about a very special subsidiary that is
Mr.
for
Shou,
Chinese business
Mr.
licensing.
Shou,
purpose.
I'm going to have to move on.
Well, let him
You said
answer.
repeatedly that there is no threat, that this is a platform for entertainment and for fun. I have to ask you then, if there is no threat to Americans, if there is no threat to our data, privacy, security, why did
Oh,
an
they came with
internal
the board.
memo from TikTok
Oh, let's see the
corporate
board.
headquarters explicitly coach senior management to, quote, downplay the parent company ByteDance?
They came
Why
with the
would they
board.
say downplay the
It's a-
China Association and downplay AI? This is from an internal memo from your company. Why, if you had nothing to hide, would you need to downplay the association with ByteDance in China?
Let's get the shots.
Congressman, I
Let's
have
get the
not
shots.
seen this
You can't-
memo.
Because
You
what I
can't
can
answer
say-
that question. Mr. Shou, I'd like to direct your
He is not
attention to the
playing with
screen for a short video, if you don't
Let's
mind.
talk about it. Yes, ma'am. Let's go. Okay. There, you know that video is about to be taken down pronto. Not them playing it again for emphasis. Educational purposes only. TikTok, no, well,
Mr.
that is
Shou,
not for education.
that video was posted 41 days ago. As you can see, it is captioned me as F at the House Energy and Commerce Committee on March 23rd.
This is going to turn
of
into
this
a meme.
year.
I'm so
This
sorry.
video was posted before this hearing was
The internet
publicly
cannot stay
noticed.
serious.
I think that's a very interesting point to raise. But more concerning is the fact that it names this chairwoman by name.
Ooh.
Your own community guidelines
Ooh.
state that
Uh-oh.
you have a firm stance against enabling violence on or off TikTok.
I
We do
love
not
the
allow
first
people
posters.
to use our platform to threaten or incite violence or to promote violent extremist
Yeah, you see
organizations,
the
individuals,
content.
or acts. When there is a threat to
slips
public
through.
safety or an account is used to promote or glorify off-platform violence, we ban the account. This video has been up for 41 days. It is a direct threat to the chairwoman of
mouth
this
has gone
committee,
down.
the people in this room, and yet it still remains on the platform. And you expect us to believe that you are capable of maintaining the data security, privacy, and security of 150 million Americans,
Of
where
course
you
not.
can't even protect the people in this room?
Ooh, she
I
came
think that
with
is a blatant display of how vulnerable people who use TikTok are. You couldn't take action after 41 days when a clear threat, a very violent threat to the chairwoman of this committee and the members of this committee was
Period.
posted on your platform.
Shots fired.
You damn well know that
No
you
pun
cannot
intended.
protect the data and security of this committee
You know,
or
none
the
of them-
150 million users
No.
of your app, because it is an extension of the CCP. And with that, I yield
His
back.
account is
Can
still
I
up.
respond? Chair?
Ward said his account is still up.
No, we're gonna
Oxidation
move on.
said his account is still up.
Generally,
Their
yield
team is
back.
working on it right now. They're deleting the account as we speak.
Chairman recognizes the lady from California, Ms. Matsui, for 4 minutes.
Oh,
Thank you very much, Madam
posters.
Chair. And I'm really glad that we're
Delete
having
his
this
account
very
as we
important
speak.
hearing here today. And let me just say, make no mistake, the Chinese government represents a real and immediate threat. Look no further than even the vulnerable gear still in our telecom networks that needs to be ripped and replaced. But we can't lose sight of the important internet governance issues TikTok and other social media companies represent. I'm especially committed to demanding transparency from large platforms about the algorithms that shape our online interactions, especially for teenagers and young users. And that's why I introduced the Algorithmic Justice and Online Platform Transparency Act to bring greater visibility into this ecosystem. My bill would prohibit algorithms that discriminate on the
His
basis
account
of
was
race,
just banned.
age, gender, ability,
I
and
told
other
you, the team was
protected
on it.
characteristics. It also would establish a safety and effectiveness
Oh, that's
standard
funny.
for algorithms while requiring new forms of oversight.
That's hilarious.
Now, this bill would require online platforms to publish annual public reports detailing their content moderation practices, which I believe should be a baseline requirement to enable meaningful oversight and consumer choice.
Yes, I
Mr.
love
Chu,
this.
just yes or no?
I
Do
need
you
the screen
believe a
recording. Please send
requirement
it.
for
Thank
annual
you.
content moderation practices for social media platforms would be beneficial? Yes or no?
Yes.
Good.
This transparency bill would also require online platforms to maintain detailed records describing their algorithmic process for review by the Federal Trade Commission in compliance with key privacy and data identification
Right.
standards. Mr. Chu, does TikTok currently maintain records describing their algorithmic processes? Yes or no?
Congressman, I will need to check and get back to you on what kind of
course.
specific records you are
Of,
talking about.
of
I
course.
wait for that.
Of course.
Over the past few years, alarming information brought to light by whistleblowers have shown that social media companies are intimately aware of the effect their products have on young women, political extremism, and more. Despite this, they withheld those studies or declined to investigate further.
Uh-oh.
In either case, it shows a pattern evasive or negligent behavior that I find concerning and extreme.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok conduct its own studies on the effect of its algorithms and content distribution models on mental health or safety? And if
Hey,
so, how
Tatiana.
and when are those findings made
Yes,
public?
it is something else.
And if not, do you believe they are necessary?
Congresswoman, we rely on external third parties and fund their research to help us understand some of these issues. For example, we worked with the Digital Wellness Lab at the Boston Children's Hospital to understand the 60-minute time limit that we put for all our under 18 users. And we are
Just now,
supportive
though.
of
That just
legislation
happened.
that provides more
But good
funding
job.
for research, like, for example, for the NIH.
Okay.
Okay.
TikTok tailors its recommended content based on user activity to encourage people to spend more time on the app. While this practice is by no means unique to TikTok,
Yeah, I
given
wish
the
they let him
prevalence of young
respond sometimes,
users
to be
and
honest.
the digestible nature of short-form video, I'm concerned about the app's tendency to exacerbate existing mental health challenges. Mr. Chu, does TikTok have different policies for amplifying content that would be related to depression or
Yeah,
dieting
good question.
versus content like gardening and sports? If yes, describe these policy differences. If no, why not?
Congresswoman,
Thank you.
Thank you for that. This is a great question.
I appreciate
The
you.
answer is yes. We are trying out some
Thank you so much.
policies together with experts to understand certain contents that are not inherently harmful, like extreme fitness, for example, but shouldn't be seen too much. And these are models that we're building, and we are trying to understand, together with experts, how to best implement.
How much money are you investing?
Particularly for younger users.
Okay,
How much
so
money are you
cases
investing in
where
this
users
problem?
have been engaging with potentially harmful content, I believe it's imperative that the app takes steps to
Yes.
moderate that behavior
Correct.
rather than continuing to promote it. I mean, in a sense,
I
This is
apologize.
gonna-
know about that.
I wasn't clear. First, anything that is violative and harmful, we remove. What I meant to say were content that is not inherently harmful. Like some of the extreme fitness videos about people
They're
running
getting
100
fit
miles.
or whatever.
It's
Yeah,
not
it's
inherently
very
harmful, but
it's
if we
very nuanced.
show them too much, the experts are telling us that we should disperse them more and make sure that they're not seen
Oh,
regularly,
okay.
especially by
Very
younger users.
intentional about that then. It's something that you
I agree
We are working on it.
Moderate.
with
Yes.
Felicia
you're
here
working
too.
on it.
Yes.
Okay. I yield back.
Because third party, I mean,
Jenny,
you don't want biased
yields back.
research.
Chair recognizes gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bill Rock.
Are they coming with billboards? Because,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it
I
very
didn't see
much.
billboards.
Thanks for holding this hearing. Mr. Chu, your algorithms have prioritized providing harmful content directly to children, like self-harm challenges and even suicide.
Let's talk
Just
about it.
3 days ago, Italy opened an investigation into the TikTok over user safety concerns after the so-called French scar challenge went viral on your platform. I know you know about the blackout challenge, which others may know as the choking challenge that encourages children to bring them to the point of
That part,
unconsciousness,
activation, that
or in
part.
some cases, tragically, death. If that isn't enough, I want to share the story of Chase
Thank you.
Naska,
Finally,
a
share a story.
16-year-old boy from New York who tragically ended his life a year ago by stepping in front of a train. I want to thank his parents. Again, they are here. I want to thank his parents for being here today and allowing us to show this. Mr. Chu, your company destroyed their lives.
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Your company
I'm too emotional for
destroyed
this. I'm a
their
cancer.
lives.
Let me get my tissue.
I admire their courage to be here and share Chase's story in the hopes that it will prevent this from happening to other families.
Oh,
The content in Chase's For You page was not a window to discovery, as you boldly claimed in your testimony. It wasn't content from a creator that you invited to roam the hill today,
ooh,
or STEM education content that children in China see. Instead, his For You page was sadly a window to discover suicide. It is unacceptable, sir, that even after knowing all these dangers, you still claim TikTok is something grand to behold. I want you to see what Chase would see. And I
oh.
think if you want, again, would you share this content with your children, with your two children? Would you want them to see this? And again, I want to warn everyone watching that you may find this content disturbing, but we
Thank
need
you
to
for the
watch
warning.
this,
Thank you for the
please.
warning.
Blair tip. You got to kill yourself.
Oh, word? Like right now?
And then I'm gonna put a shotgun in my mouth and blow the brains out of the back of my head.
Cool.
This is a cute story. My brother, who is addicted to painkillers, blew his head off on the State Street Bridge. Bam! Now hold on, it gets better. No letter, no goodbye, nothing. Is that a question? If I died, would you miss me?
Mr. Chu, please. Your technology is literally leading to death. Mr. Chu, yes or no? Do you have full responsibility for your algorithms used by TikTok to prioritize content to its users? Yes or no, please?
Congressman, I'll just like to, if respectfully, if you don't mind, I would just like to start by saying it's devastating to hear about the news of, as a father myself.
Let him respond.
Yes
Let him
or no?
respond.
I'll repeat the
God,
question.
I mean, my God, he's a
You
human
have
being.
full
Let him respond.
responsibility.
Yes,
over
he
the
does. But
algorithms
God, let him
used by
respond.
TikTok to prioritize content to its users. Yes or no, please?
Let him
Congressman,
respond.
we do take these issues very seriously.
Yes or no?
Let him
And we do
respond.
provide resources for anyone who types in anything that
Sir,
is suicide
yes or
related.
no?
Let him respond.
I see you're not willing to answer the question
Let him respond.
or take any responsibility. for
Well,
your
you know
parents'
that he's not. This is
technology.
the legal team
the
is going to be
harm
on
it
his
creates.
ASS. No.
It's just very, very sad. Very sad.
It's very sad.
This is why Congress
What are you?
needs to enact
You know, this is why I don't do
comprehensive
politics.
privacy
I
and data
can't.
security
It's
law
lack of
to
humanity.
give Americans more control over their information.
Oh,
to
I
protect
don't. This
our
is why I don't do
children.
politics.
We must save our children from big tech companies like yours who continue to abuse
Let
and
him
manipulate
respond.
them.
What?
for
What?
your own
I was good
gain.
until this moment. He did a
I'll yield back.
fantastic job.
Madam Chair.
This-
Gentleman yields back. Chair
Thank you,
recognizes.
Felicia.
the
It's a cry to
member
help for a child who
Florida.
sees that and resonates with
5
it.
minutes.
They need to
Thank you,
educate
Madam
people on the
Chair.
team with this stuff.
Colleagues,
Do
it
they?
is
I don't know.
urgent that the Congress pass an
I hope so.
online data privacy law that protects the personal privacy of
I
Americans
can't.
online.
The lack of humanity
particularly
right there
our
was too
kids.
much for me.
While this hearing shines a light on TikTok, this hearing also should serve as a call to action for the Congress to act now to protect
I
Americans.
can't move
from
I can't move from a teen
surveillance,
committing
tracking,
suicide like
personal
that to
data
this that
gathering,
quickly. I
and
need
addictive
space.
algorithmic operations that serve up harmful content and has a corrosive effect on our kids' mental and physical well-being. For many years, I've sounded the alarm in this committee of how big tech platforms like TikTok and Facebook and Instagram incessantly surveil, track, gather personal private information, and use it along with data brokers to target and influence our behavior. This is a much broader issue than TikTok in China.
Thank
there
you.
are other malign actors
Thank Ms.
across the world
Castor
who
from
gather
Florida.
data to use it as an element of social control.
It's a
and
global
influence
issue.
peddling,
You ban TikTok,
and
now we
worse.
deal. It's like a
And
game
as I
of
detailed in this committee
puppet,
last
pop
year
up,
when we
whatever stuff.
passed our online privacy
Ugh.
law, the harms to children are very serious.
They are.
And demand swift action. Big tech platforms profit immensely from keeping children addicted.
That's
They
true.
do not care about the privacy, safety, and health of our kids. They are the modern day tobacco and cigarette companies that for so long resisted and misled Congress. And it took action by the Congress to actually protect our kids and to outlaw smoking by young people. In early 2020, based upon the growing body of evidence to harm to kids online, I introduced the Kids Privacy Act and the Kids Act. And I want to thank all of the researchers, the young people, the parents, the Surgeon General of the United States who have explained the
agree.
correlation
It is a good take.
between social media usage and body
I agree.
dissatisfaction, disordered eating habits, anxiety, depression, self-injury, suicide ideation, and cyberbullying. Heck, Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower, was right here and testified to us that Facebook and Instagram conducted research on this topic. They knew and understood the harms, but they continued to elevate profits over the well-being of children. And TikTok does the same. Last Congress, when we passed the ADPPA, the committee incorporated many of these important child online privacy and safety provisions from my bills. But we can make the 118th Congress's version of this bill, of this new law, even more protective of children. And I look forward to working with the chair and the ranking member to make that happen. Mr. Chu, TikTok has incredible sway over
Yes.
children in the U.S.
Everybody, not just children,
We don't have
especially
a very good track record. In 2019, TikTok was hit with the largest civil penalty by the Federal Trade Commission in a children's privacy case. 4 years later, TikTok still has not taken sufficient action to fix the problem.
And they need to.
I assume because child users are incredibly profitable to your bottom line. So answer me this. TikTok allows advertisers to specifically target advertising to children aged 13 to 17, correct?
Oh.
Congresswoman, I do want to
We're dancing around
disagree
this.
with the statement that child abuses are not allowed on our platform
yes
at all.
or
It's
no?
deplorable
It's
conduct,
Yeah,
and
this
it's
is a
not
yes or
allowed on
no.
our platform.
That's a yes or no.
Advertising
That's a
to
yes or
young
no.
people aged 13 to 17.
We do serve personalized
Okay, thank
advertising at this
You
point.
should
and the
not.
policies are very safe for
How
them.
much money does TikTok make selling ads targeted to minors.
Congresswoman, can I clarify minors in what age?
From just say age 13 to 17.
For the teenage population, I want to clarify that we do have a under 13 experience and zero advertising on that platform.
Right,
For
but
those,
for 13 to
Well,
17,
that's a whole other.
that's a whole other thing. Yeah, that's a whole other topic.
between 13 and 17, if you don't mind, I'll check into my team and get back to you on those answers.
TikTok could be designed to minimize the harm to kids, but a decision was made to aggressively addict kids in the name of profit. And it's our responsibility, members, to act swiftly to address this. This has gone on for too long. We've dilly-dallied too much. This committee, thankfully, we've taken responsibility and acted, but we have an enormous responsibility to act swiftly and get this bill to the floor of the House and passed into law as soon as possible. Thank you. I yield back the time. Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I'm an information technology professional, been doing it for the most of my life. You've been evasive in many of your answers.
Of course.
I want to talk to you in some language that maybe you'll better understand.
Oh,
Ones and zeros.
the shade.
Let's talk about the Citizen Lab report. This is something your team frequently mentions.
Let's talk about
hearings as a way to exonerate yourself. For example, in the limitations section, it reads,
I read that
"We
report.
could not examine every source code component and test in the apps in every circumstance, which means our methods could not find every security issue, privacy violation, and censorship event. So it's an incomplete assessment." The report notes that TikTok's data collection using third-party trackers was in apparent conflict with the GDPR and that multiple themes were censored by TikTok. What is shocking to me is the shared source code between TikTok in the United States and the CCP-censored Douyin. The Citizen Labs report says that many of the functions and classes were identical and that the differences in behavior between TikTok in the United States and Douyin in China are slight changes in hard-coded values. Incredibly, specific censorship parameters from Douyin are present in TikTok, but just turned off. The authors say that for unknown reasons, the parameter variable itself is preserved. So while Citizen Lab may have been afraid to say the obvious conclusion, Mr. Chu, I don't know if TikTok's source code is riddled with backdoors and CCP censorship devices. Here's the truth. In 1 million lines of code, the smallest shift from a 0 to a 1 on just one of thousands of versions of TikTok on the market will unlock explicit CCP censorship and access to American data. Mr. Chu, as CEO of TikTok, why have you not directed your engineers to change this source code?
Congressman, thank you for the question.
Have you directed them to change the source code?
At least
like
say
what we are offering and my fourth commitment?
Have you directed them to change that source code?
Congressman, if you give me a bit of time to just
No,
explain
I don't.
They don't
it's
want
a yes or no
to have
question.
time.
Have
It's
you
yes or no.
directed your engineers to change that source code?
I'm not sure I understand.
Why are you allowing TikTok to continue to have the capacity for censorship, and yet you claim here that you don't? Let me remind you of something. Do you realize that making false and misleading statements to Congress is a federal crime?
Yeah, that's why he's dancing.
Okay. So have you directed your engineers to change that source code?
I am giving third-party access monitoring by experts. And Congressman, you are an expert on this. You could agree with me that no other company
TikTok
does
source
this.
code is the same as Douyin? What percentage?
I can get back to you on the specifics.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. Where was the source code for TikTok developed? Was it developed in China or in the United States?
It's a global collaborative effort, like a lot
Was
of
it
code for a
developed
lot of
in?
companies.
Was it developed in China? Some of it.
Some of it is.
Okay, at ByteDance. When it's compiled in the compilation process, can bytecode be manipulated? We've talked a lot about source code. What about the bytecode?
Any
the
code
ones
can
and
be
zeros that
manipulated.
actually execute
Every
on the
code,
device?
any code.
Can
To
it be
give you
manipulated?
Yes.
Yes.
Congressman, to give you comfort, that's why we're giving third-party monitors.
Yes.
As an expert, I think you can agree that very few companies
I've got
offer
the
to do this.
report here by Citizen Lab. I want to read you something from Ron Diebert. Specifically, in your written testimony to Congress, you stated on page 9, Citizen Lab found that there was no overt data transmission by TikTok to the Chinese government and that TikTok did not contact any servers within China. You implied that Citizen Lab exonerated TikTok from any information sharing with China.
Of course.
Well, the director of Citizen Lab saw this and issued a statement correcting the record yesterday.
Oh,
and I'm
it's
quoting
yesterday?
Ron Diebert, the director of
I'm
the
gonna
lab.
leave that alone.
I am disappointed that TikTok executives continue citing the Citizen Lab's research in their statements to government as somehow exculpatory.
Of course they did.
I've called them out on this in the past, and it's unfortunate that I have to do it again, unquote. He goes on to say, and I quote, "We even speculated about possible mechanisms through which the Chinese government might use unconventional techniques to obtain TikTok user data via pressure on ByteDance."
They did.
End of quote. Mr. Chu, you sent Congress written testimony citing this lab as a support of your claim that China cannot access user data, U.S. user data. And now this lab has come out to say, we never said that. That's misleading. Mr. Chu, I hope you understand what that is. That's misleading. Mr. Chu, this is yet another instance of TikTok attempting to mislead Americans about what their technology is capable of and who has access to their information. Madam Chair, I'd like to.
Madam Chair, I would
enter
like
the
to respond to
statement
that
by
very
Ron
quickly.
Diebert
They're not allowing
and
a response to that?
Citizens Lab into the.
Do we not have like 30
Without
seconds?
objection.
With
so
that, I
ordered.
yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair yields to the gentleman from Maryland.
It doesn't matter.
Within 5 minutes.
Okay, next.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman, pick up on a theme we've already covered here, which is the effect that your platform, along with many other social media platforms, by the way, has in terms of mental and behavioral health in this country. I won't speak to what's happening elsewhere in the world, but we've talked about the impact that it's having on children, on teens. We took some action last year in this committee to try to improve access to resources, reauthorize critical programs to address mental health needs, but we need to do even more than that. And we got to address what the big tech companies like TikTok are doing, because those are platforms that expose children, teens to additional risks. The more time that middle and high schoolers spend on social media, the evidence is the more likely they are to experience depression and anxiety. And this is particularly troubling since apparently 16% of American teenagers report that they use TikTok, quote, almost constantly. That's, I think, about 5 million teenagers in this country that are on TikTok all the time. And we know that big tech, including TikTok, uses design features that can manipulate users, including children and teens, to keep them engaged, designed to feed them a never-ending stream of content, keep their attention for hours on end.
That's true.
Which includes capitalizing on the desire for others' approval through like features, preying on the fear of missing out through push notifications and so forth.
Yep. Every social media.
Again, you're part of an industry
Every social media company
set up
in the
to
future.
do this. You, in some sense, don't appear to be able to help yourselves in reaching out and finding that new user and then holding on to them. TikTok itself has acknowledged that these features and others, like the endless scroll feature, can have an outsized effect
Revolutionized
on
the
teens.
social media with that.
And we've been discussing today how your app only intensifies that harm by amplifying dangerous content and misinformation. I don't want to be too paternalistic here because we have young people in the audience. We've got TikTok users that are watching this hearing, and I'm sure they have their own ideas about how this technology is being managed by TikTok and other.
We should hear from them too. We should hear from the teens and the kids about TikTok too.
They like to access
They're the
the
ones who are
platforms, and they
impacted.
should be able to do that safely. So
Let's
it's
hear
certainly
about
in their interest, and they can drive this conversation, I think, perfectly well. But it's not a fair fight, is it? I mean, the algorithms are on one side of the screen. The human brain is on the other side of the screen, drowning in these algorithms. In many instances, at an age where the brain's not even fully developed yet. So there's
Do we have a psychiatrist or a pediatrician
perfected by the technology, and again, it leaves
on board? We
the
need to have
users sort
that.
of helpless in the face of that. Are you looking at ways to redesign core features like the ones I mentioned to be less manipulative manipulative, and addictive for users? And can you commit to making some of those modifications here
For
today?
he's going to say the under 13.
Congressman, thank you. We do want to be leading in terms of safety of our users, particularly for teenagers. We were the first to launch a 60-minute watch limit.
Yeah,
and
let's talk about the
Literally
60-minute
last
launch.
week.
And I'm very glad to
Limit.
see people, others in our industry follow. For many of your recommendations, we'll study them very seriously. We actually have a series of features. Like, for example, if you're under 16, you cannot use a direct messaging feature because
That's not scrolling.
we want to protect those younger users. If you're under 16, you cannot go viral by default. If you're under 18, you cannot go live. And
Let me go back to the 60-minute limit, because my understanding is that teens can pretty easily bypass the notification to continue using the app if they want to. I mean, let's face it, our teens are smarter than we are by half.
Well, then why
And they know
why
how
do
to
we have
use the
representation of
technology and
them
they
here?
can get around these limits if they want
Are
to.
they going to have
Are
them?
you measuring how many teens continue to exceed the 60 minutes of time on that app?
They should.
we
Any sense
understand
of how that's working?
we understand those concerns. Our intention is to have the teens and their parents
Right.
have these
You're gonna have to
conversations
apply
about what is the appropriate amount of time for social media. That's why we give the parents what we call family
Let me
pairing.
ask you this question before I run out of time. If you concluded that putting some reasonable limits in place and trying to find a way to enforce them would lead some percentage of your users to leave TikTok and go somewhere else, is that something that you're prepared to accept?
Yes.
Really? Well, I'd love to get the research on how these limits are being implemented, how they're being bypassed, and the things that you're taking, the measures you're taking to
They should do
address
that.
those issues going forward.
They should do that.
Please bring that information back to our committee. as
Say
we move
yes
I'll
forward.
be
and
happy.
do it. Thank you.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair
They allowed him
recognizes
to
the gentleman
talk.
From Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
They allowed him
Thank
to
you,
talk
Madam
for 5
Chair,
seconds.
for yielding. I
Amen.
appreciate the time. Mr.
Prayers are
Chief,
answered.
your terms of service specifically state that TikTok does, and I quote, not allow the depiction, promotion, or trade of drugs or other controlled substances.
Well, they don't, but things
Despite this content being against your
You're gonna
terms of
see it.
service, and I've brought this up with other service providers, but despite this content being against your terms of service, content on your platform related to illicit drugs like fentanyl, drug trafficking, and other illicit activity is pervasive and racks up hundreds of thousands of views. For example, in 2020, the Benadryl challenge resulted in the death of an American teenager. And we heard of another one challenge earlier today that brought a death of a teenager. While you were at ByteDance, if you were the CFO for ByteDance, did doing allow related illicit drug trafficking or challenges resulting in death or injury to kids?
Congressman, I represent TikTok here today. I can tell you that TikTok does not allow illegal
But did
drugs
doing
content
it,
on our
just
platform.
do it
Oh,
in China?
I believe they don't allow this, but I will need to check. I don't run their business.
Because
I
my
can tell you
question
Tiktok
is-
does not allow this.
This is what we're concerned about, and my
So
guess.
tell me how you actually pronounce it, because I think
would
everyone's
UN allow
mispronouncing.
for 41 days a threat against a member of the Chinese Communist Party to stand on their site for 41 days?
Again, I cannot speak for Douyin, and I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second part of what you said.
Well, we had a threat against the chairman of our committee that was on your site for 41 days. My guess is that would not be allowed in China.
That content is if it's violative, I will look into the specifics. And if it violates our guidelines, it will be taken down on TikTok.
It already took it down,
Surely-
like
yes,
Ward
surely it
said.
does. But the
What
problem
is
is
it?
that what I'm trying to get at is
His
you
account was
seem
just
to be
banned.
able to prevent this content in China, but so not even taking it down, just prevent it from being posted, and yet it's on your website. So I have a couple of questions about. You said earlier, as soon as you find this information, you take it down. So how quickly does your algorithm detect keywords or content that involve illicit drug trafficking?
Yes,
Before these
good
posts are
question.
self-reported or used by others?
Good
We
question.
have about 40,000 people working on this now, together with the machines that we train. I don't think any company in our industry can be perfect at this. This is a real big challenge for our industry, but our goal is to get any violative content, including illegal drugs, down to a very, very small number.
The woman in the back
That's the
is
problem. When we have these hearings, we have CEOs of different companies and of your colleagues and competitors, and we always hear apologies and we always hear we want to do better at this, but it just doesn't seem to keep improving. And we see
They need to keep
stories
improving.
of our children and obviously this has been talked about today. So how many posts and accounts have been identified and removed from TikTok due to content posted related to illicit drugs or other controlled substances?
Let's talk about it.
Congressman, we do publish that in a transparency report. I can get my team to get the
Good.
information to yours.
Okay,
Yeah, I
good.
appreciate that. Also, we understand that the way that people use TikTok or other platforms similar to yours is that they ensure flagged user content isn't permitted to jump from. So my question, so what we've heard is that the instances the users see a drug advertisement and then give a code to go to another site. So my question is, do you work with other platforms?
That happens
to
with
ensure
grooming
flagged
too, with
user
kids and
content
grooming.
isn't permitted to jump from one platform to others?
I will check with my team. I would love to work with our industry to make sure that we stamp out these problems.
Okay, good. I have a
Violative
couple people
content
you
should
should
not
talk
be
to.
allowed on any platforms, in my opinion.
Well, so what's, kind of frustrating to all of us here is that we look at what's happening on your sites and others, and particularly that we know, because we've done a research, that you can't have access to illicit drug information or others on Douyin, which is a sister company, as you say, in China. And so it absolutely, if you can prevent it on one and not the other, you obviously have the ability to stop it from moving forward, and yet you don't. Would you like to expand how one
Let's
of
talk
your
about
sister
it.
companies can prevent that and you not? I know you don't represent Douyin, but they don't allow it, but it happens on your platform. What's the difference?
First of all, the majority of the content on TikTok is fun, entertaining, informative, and
You know
very
they're not
positive for
going
our users.
to move on
Like
to the
other companies
answer.
that operate in this country, we have to deal with some bad actors who come and publish some content on illegal drugs. Other
The bad
companies-
actors don't seem to be able to access Douyin.
That's his question.
The TikTok US experience should be compared to other US companies because this is a common
But
challenge
your
that we
parent
face.
company has the technology to prevent it because you prevent it. in
But
China,
if he used the technology, then we're going to say
What's
he used the
different
same
is what I'm
technology as China. so
Congressman, there
then-
is no technology that is perfect in doing this. We have to deal with the
But
reality
what
of the
do they
country that we're
do,
operating
and
in.
how can we
Here in the
implement it
United
here?
States, as with other companies, we share this challenge. We are investing a lot to address the challenge, but
Good.
it's a shared challenge.
But you
for
invest a lot to seem to be able to address it in China, but not here.
Again, I think the comparison has to be within the single country.
He does have a
We
point
face
with
the
the
same set of
comparison.
challenges here in the
What's
US.
the difference? I'm sorry, I'm out of time, but what's the difference in China and here?
Let me give you an example, Congressman. In my home country, Singapore, there is literally almost no illegal drug content because Singapore has very strict drug laws.
Thank you. My time's expired now. Yield back.
He has a point
Gentleman
with
yields
that.
back.
I'm
Chair
going to give
recommends
the
the
TikTok
gentleman
CEO
report Mr. Tongo for 5 minutes.
a point on that.
Thank you,
That
Madam
is a
Chair. I'm concerned that TikTok's algorithm preys on vulnerable people, including those struggling with addiction, eating disorders, and other mental health conditions. The platform is designed to push content to users that will watch more frequently.
Yes,
for
thank
longer
you.
periods of
Exactly.
time.
We want the
Unfortunately,
receipts.
for many people suffering
We want
from certain mental
screenshots.
health disorders,
Daniel's like, yeah,
videos
he
that
definitely does.
reinforce their fears or negative self-image are more engaging. On top of that, TikTok has received sensitive patient health information and records of browsing activity from multiple telehealth companies like BetterHelp, and
BetterHelp is.
People's personal
Let me
struggles
shut
should
up.
not be fuel for TikTok's profits. People should be able to seek help to address serious medical concerns without being afraid that their information will be shared with social media
What does that have to
companies
do with-
trying to push more products, services, or content.
Okay, I see where he's going.
So, Mr. Chu, will TikTok continue to get information from third parties on its users' health, including their mental health? Yes or no?
We'll continue to work with experts, yes, if that's the question, to identify these issues.
Will you continue to get information from these third parties? Including
What are
their
you
mental
talking
health?
about?
Yes or no?
Congressman, I'm sorry, I may not understand your question. If your question is if I'm working with them on these issues, the answer is yes.
It's not the question. It's will you continue to get information from these third parties on its users' health?
Get information. We do not get any
What?
user health information from third parties.
What? What
We've
is going
talked a
on?
lot about user privacy and safety. Will you commit here today to no longer using data about users' health?
What is he
their
talking
mental
about?
health, to
What's
push
going on?
them Content or sell ads?
What's the evidence?
Yes or
What's
no?
we need? We need
take our
receipts.
users' mental health
We need
very
receipts.
seriously.
Yes
Of
or
course,
no?
he's going to say that. Yes or
As far
no?
as I'm aware, we don't do that, Congressman.
But I don't
Not
understand
what
what BetterHelp.
So
What?
That's
the
not what the
answer is
business
no.
does.
You will no longer use.
Oh, it doesn't. I
data
even know
about
that you
users'
said that.
health. TikTok systematically exploits users' anxieties by pushing
Octopuses
alarming
cannot
and distressing
spell.
content onto their For You page.
I can't either.
For example, in May of 2022, the LA Times found that some pregnant users searching for information about their pregnancies
On TikTok?
were then
On
shown
TikTok?
information about miscarriages,
On
stillbirths,
TikTok?
and delivery room traumas.
Okay.
The company knows that
What?
distressing content can have the perverse effect of
What
beating
are you-
user engagement.
Why are you?
And for
No,
TikTok,
I'm done.
engagement means money.
Huh? What are
In
we
the
talking
course
about?
of a week, what percentage of content that a
What-
user sees
why are
is
we on
considered
TikTok?
potentially
Take it.
harmful or distressing content?
What are we talking
Congressman,
about?
we work
What are
with
you
a lot of experts on this. Even before we set the 60-minute time limit for under
This has
18s,
nothing to do
if you
with-
spend too much time on our platform, you can try it. If you spend too much time, we will actually send you videos.
They
to
do,
tell
and
you
I
to go out
blocked
and
them.
get
By the way, I
something
blocked
that
that account. I
What
was like, screw
percentage
you.
of content that a user sees is considered potentially harmful?
Oh my God.
I will need to follow up with my team and get back to you on that. If that's
Well,
okay.
ballpark.
Ballpark.
I will need to follow up with my team.
So are teenagers in particular shown more distressing content?
He doesn't know that. You know
The
he's not
opposite
gonna
is
answer.
true. We actually put in more restrictions to make sure that our teenagers get a better experience.
Are
Oh?
expectant or new parents shown more distressing content?
A what?
I know of many parents, including one I met recently, who actually use our platform to find communities to connect with other parents.
Well,
and
yes,
learn
obviously,
a lot
it's the
more.
internet.
I've heard amazing stories of creators who
It's bad
have,
and good.
difficulties.
It's the
Reclaiming
internet.
lifetime.
It's
Are
the
individuals
internet.
with eating disorders
It's
shown more
the
distressing
internet.
content?
We do not. We remove all content that glorifies eating disorders.
What about what happened
And we
with-
have
what's
worked
her
with
name?
experts to
Gwen?
look at certain inherently. Certain content that may not inherently be
British
harmful,
Paltrow?
like diet trends, and make sure that we
That's a
disperse
huge
them
thing
more
going
throughout
on.
our algorithm.
What about those with mental health issues?
How-
This is
Given
a
more
issue we
distressing
take.
content?
If a user searches,
what
words that
define
expresses
depressing?
mental health issues, we actually redirect them to a safety page.
Good.
Like for example,
They should do that more.
I don't know if I should say this in public. If you search, "I want to die," we will redirect you to a safety page, for example.
So what about those suffering from addiction? Are they given more distressing content?
Are they given the
I'm
same
sorry,
mental-
Congressman, I
the
missed
health?
that question.
Those suffering from addiction, are they given more distressing content?
I missed the first few words. I apologize.
What about those suffering from addiction? Are they given more distressing content?
Those suffering from
Addiction.
addiction. Do you mean drug addiction or?
Yes, or any order of addiction.
If people search for content, and you can try on a variety of subjects, we
feeds
will
you what
actually
you-
direct you to a safety page to give you more resources. And a lot of recovering addicts have actually found the
Thank you.
communities on TikTok.
Addiction's very
It's really helped
broad.
them, find their voices. And
This
the community and
entire
the courage
comment is
to
confusing.
Really
I don't know
overcome
what
their
the
addiction.
hell's-
I personally have heard stories of that.
I appreciate your answers, but I was looking for yes or no.
Of
and,
course.
did not
How
get
did he
those.
give that?
And again, I
The
think
questions
the
were weird.
more that they watch this distressing content, the more profit TikTok makes, and that's distressing.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes.
Yeah, this is the line of questioning is like, what's,
Thank you,
huh?
Madam Chair.
What are you talking
I'm glad
about?
that you're here, Mr. Chu.
I'm next.
As Chair Rogers and Representative Burgess mentioned this morning, the Wall Street Journal reported that China will firmly oppose any forced sale or divestiture of TikTok. And this is based not on conjecture, but it's based on comments provided by the official spokesperson at the Ministry of Commerce, who said that any TikTok sale or spinoff would amount to a technology export and would have to adhere to Chinese law and approval. This spokesperson was quoted as saying the Chinese, and I quote, "The Chinese government will make decisions according to the law." The Chinese government.
Felicia, I agree. He
Did
doesn't know what he's talking
Do you
about.
agree with this official?
He literally is confusing. The
Yes or
entire
no?
thing was like, what are you
Congressman, I
talking
cannot
about?
speak on behalf of a Chinese government official.
Do you agree with that official?
We will need to look at this because Project Texas is designed to
What is
move
this
forward
Project
here in the United
Texas?
States,
Like,
and we are
what's
not
going on?
discussing this, so I don't have specifics.
Project Texas keeps
You know-
getting brought up. I don't know what's happening. I'm in Texas. Let me
Your
figure out
company
what's
is
happening.
valued at upwards of $50 billion and has been on the verge of forced sale or ban for 3 years at least,
Yeah,
correct?
and I don't think it's going to be banned.
Do you expect this committee to believe you haven't already discussed this scenario with your team? And you should have an answer to this, yes or no, I agree with the Communist Party, or I don't agree with the Communist Party. So I guess I would say at that point, you disagree with the Communist Party. Explain your discrepancy.
Congressman, for 2 years, we spent $1.5 billion US to build Project Texas. This is after very
What
extensive
is this
discussions
Project
with
Texas?
Project
relevant
Texas,
folks.
Project
hear about
Texas
it-
is just something expanded for the future. We're talking about now. We're talking about what you're doing now, what your expectations are now, what your relationship is with the Communist Party, which is our major concern of what the impact that will be with a country. Let me rephrase that. With a Communist Party that doesn't care about America and sees us as standing in their way for superpower. That's our concern, and for you to have direct relationship, direct ownership with ByteDance, and to not have a characterization or an agreement or disagreement that you say explicitly with this party policy, it's hard for us to believe what you're saying. Let me move on. Following up on what Mr. Latta asked about data access by Chinese engineers. In responding to Mr. Latta, you talked about where American user data would be stored in the future. But the question was about access today, storage in the future versus access today. This is total redirection. This blows up any trust we could desire to develop. So to be clear, Mr. Chu, today, do ByteDance employees in Beijing have access to American data?
Congressman, we have been very open about this. We have relied on global interoperability.
You have access to American data.
Congressman, I'm answering your question if you give me just a bit of time.
Please.
We rely on global interoperability, and we have employees in China. So yes, the Chinese engineers do have access to global data.
You have access to global data.
We have heard.
Not storage.
No, storage has always been in Virginia and Singapore. The physical service.
You have no access to storage, to American data today.
That's not what I said. I said.
So you do have access to American data, and you have storage of American data.
The American data has always been stored in Virginia and Singapore in the past. And access of this is on an as-required basis by our engineers globally. By engineers for business purposes.
By engineers,
private
ByteDance,
ByteDance,
the Communist Party.
No.
Why? How can you say that?
This is a
if they have access.
private business. This is a private business, and is like many other businesses, many other American companies, we rely on the global workforce.
So the global workforce that includes ByteDance.
I'm already over it.
Which is connected directly to the Chinese Communist Party.
That is a characterization that we disagree with. Now, in the future,
that's not what we can disagree with. That's a fact.
It's not.
Yeah, I agree.
CEO
This is how you just table.
And your relationship.
Table it. Just.
Congressman, respectfully, in my opening statement, I said this is a private company. It's owned 60% by global investors. 3 out of the 5 board members on ByteDance are Americans. This is a private business.
And you report directly to ByteDance.
Oh my God! You know, please move on. Move on.
Let me move on.
Thank you.
I think we got the answer.
Mr. Wahlberg. Is he
Sadly,
connected to
at
Wahlburgers?
this point, I believe my time has expired, so I yield.
Something. Moving forward, thank God. I was like, are we going to keep
Gentlemen, yield
doing
back.
this?
Chair recognizes Ms. Clark for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Rogers. Thank the ranking member Pallone for holding today's hearing. Throughout this hearing, I also want to thank our witness
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
for being here to testify on what are very important issues before us today. Throughout this hearing, my colleagues have outlined the potential threat posed by the security of Americans' data by TikTok being affiliated and some would say owned by a Chinese company. Foreign adversaries having direct access to Americans' data, as well as the ability to influence this content Americans see on a prolific social media platform, represents an unprecedented threat to American security and to our democracy. However, the problems of social media platforms, content moderation, algorithmic discrimination, and safety are neither new nor unique to TikTok.
No. We've been saying this.
Chu, I share the concerns raised by my colleague, Congresswoman Matsui, related to algorithms.
Okay.
I believe that without mitigation against bias, platforms will continue to replicate, exacerbate discrimination that is illegal under civil rights law, as well as exclude important dialogue about sensitive topics
Yes.
like race from occurring on the platform.
Yes.
For example, I was disturbed by reports that TikTok content moderation algorithm flagged words like black or Black Lives Matter as inappropriate content. So my first question, Mr. Chu, is do you agree that platforms like TikTok should be subject to regular audits or transparency requirements to identify whether policies have a disparate impact on communities that are protected classes, like race, religion, national origin, or gender?
Or
I
anything.
think, Congresswoman, I think platforms should be very transparent on what they do there and disclose a lot of information. We can get back on the specifics of what we mean by an audit, but I do agree very strongly that platforms should be very transparent. And it's a commitment that we're giving to this committee and all our users, that our platform will be a place of freedom of expression. We embrace all diverse points of view, all ethnic minorities. You can come and say whatever you want, as long as you don't violate the rules of safety that were put in place.
Yeah, you have to say
We also commit to be free of all and any government manipulation. So I think I'm in strong agreement with a lot of what you said.
Well, thank you. My bill, the Algorithmic Accountability Act, would require platforms to be transparent about their algorithms, measure disparate impact, and require risk mitigation. It is vital that the diverse culture of the United States is reflected online, but I'm concerned the algorithms and content moderation practices employed by TikTok are ignorant to the fundamental diversity while also failing to remove content that is harmful, like child sexual abuse material, hate speech, or domestic terrorism content. My next question to you is, it's my understanding that users must be in good standing.
Hey,
to
Flo
be
with the Joe.
eligible
It's
for
okay. You can watch the
compensation
replay.
from TikTok's
Welcome.
Creator Fund. For example, they can't have violated community guidelines. Is this correct?
There are some details there, but directionally, yes.
If TikTok's algorithm is flagging content incorrectly, resulting in creators violating community guidelines when in fact they have not, those creators would not be eligible to receive compensation under the Creator Fund, correct?
We do have an appeals process.
You have an appeals
Yeah, but
process.
okay, sometimes
In my view, if TikTok employs algorithms that disproportionately remove content from Black creators, it disproportionately silences and excludes Black creators from compensation opportunities.
That's been a
And
huge
this
problem.
happens in parallel to the lack of adequate recognition, attribution, and compensation to Black creatives for their content.
Yes, Felicia.
The
Yes.
exploitation, cultural misappropriations.
There's
the
about to be a Black
erasure
fund
of
for
Black
TikTok
creators'
again.
ownership
Watch
of
it
their
happen.
fashion, art, and media
TikTok
is
admin.
nothing new. We need transparency, accountability, and bold action to mitigate against misinformation, bias, and exclusion of certain communities from the opportunities present on platforms like TikTok.
It's a huge problem.
So let me just say this. I'm concerned about transparency. I am concerned about algorithmic accountability. And I'm not clear that your organization holds those values. So I want to ask that you take a look at this because this is all part and parcel of what we're concerned about with respect to social media platforms and the misappropriation, the ways in which those algorithms can discriminate within the context of the social media platform. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Congresswoman, is it okay if I just very quickly respond?
Can you
This is a
respond
very important topic.
for 10 seconds?
Unfortunately,
What do you
we
mean?
only have 4.5 hours with you.
4.5
We're gonna
hours?
Try to get to every minute.
We're 2 hours
It
in.
is very important. I would love to follow up.
Well, there will be other opportunities.
4.5
The lady
hours.
yields back. Gentleman from
I need a
Georgia,
snack, but
Mr.
I'm
Buddy
fasting.
Carter, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Crew, welcome to the most bipartisan committee in Congress.
What?
We may not always agree on how to get there, but we care about our national security.
What?
We care about our economy, and we sure as heck care about our
No,
children.
it's the okay. Well,
We sure do.
okay.
And that's why you're here today. Because 2/3 of all the youth in our country are on your app. They spend an average of 95 minutes on your app. And you know, research has shown that TikTok is the most addictive platform out there. And the reason for that as we've been told, is because it has the most advanced algorithm.
They brought
And the
posters
Chinese
too.
Communist Party knows this, and I don't speak for everyone, but there are those on this committee, including myself, who believe
Right.
that the Chinese Communist Party is engaged in psychological warfare through TikTok to deliberately influence
Thank you. I was like,
U.S.
what?
children.
That was so weird.
You know, you see behind me, if you look behind me,
why not let
you
him
see some
respond?
of
That
the
was the only
challenges
one
that
he could
we've seen on
respond.
TikTok.
That was so
you know
weird.
about them. You know about the milk crate. You know about the blackout challenge. You know about the NyQuil chicken challenge, the Benadryl challenge, the Dragon's Breath liquid nitrogen trend, or the challenge that promotes car theft. I want to ask you, as I understand it, there's a sister app in China, Douyin. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation. Do they have these same things over there?
What's going on?
Do they have these kind of challenges?
We already talked about
in
this.
China?
We literally talked
Congressman,
about
I'm
this.
really glad you asked this question.
No, he's
do
not.
they? Yes or no?
No,
I'm
he
not
they
sure.
don't.
because-
No.
Whoa, come on now. You're
No,
not sure?
No.
I really am not sure.
You,
Remember, you two, the chair lady, she said you got to tell the truth, okay?
nothing
Do
but the
you
truth.
know whether they have these kind of challenges like this over in China? Because it's my understanding they don't.
I'm not sure because I spend my energies running TikTok.
And you don't look at any of your other competitors or look at anything similar to yours. So you don't know whether they don't have this over in China.
You do know
We
that.
have it here, but they don't have it here. And that's why I'm asking you this. Why is it that TikTok consistently fails to identify and moderate these kinds of harmful videos? Why is it? Why is it that you allow this to go on? We've already heard, God bless you, from parents who are here with us, who have
We
lost children.
disrespected that.
I submit to you, everybody up here cares about the children of this country. Tell me why.
You didn't.
This is a real industry challenge, and we're working
No, it's
very
not
hard.
industry. This is TikTok.
It's
We're
a challenge.
talking about TikTok. We're talking about why is it that you can't control this? And
What's the
although
question?
I believe in giving credit where credit's due, I want to thank you. It's my understanding that the video that threatened life of the chairwoman has been removed. Thank you for doing that.
His
Sorry we
team
had
was
to bring
on
it
it.
to your attention here, but it's been
I
removed.
mean, 1 out of
Tell
1,000
me why
videos.
this goes on.
This is an industry challenge for all of us here operating in this
Okay,
country.
so much for industry
I
challenge.
mean, it
wanna shift
is an
gears real
industry
quick.
challenge.
I want
What
to
do you
talk
want to
about
say?
biometric matrix, and I want to talk specifically.
If there was a
Can
100%
you tell me
solution.
right now? Can you say with 100% certainty
he
that
can't.
TikTok does not use the phone's camera to determine whether the content that elicits a pupil dilation should
Okay.
be amplified by the algorithm? Can you tell me that?
We do not collect body, face, or voice data to identify our users. We do not. The only
You don't.
No, the only face data that you will get that we collect is
when you
use
do the
filters, you have,
camera?
say sunglasses on your
Yeah.
face. We need to know where your eyes are. And
Why
that
do you need
da-
to know what the eyes are if you're not seeing if they're dilated?
And that data is stored on your local device and deleted after use if you use it for facial. Again,
Is
we
it?
do not
Now
collect
let's go
body,
back.
face, or voice data to identify our users.
I'm crying.
I find
I
that
am
hard to
never gonna-
believe. It's our understanding that they're looking at the eyes. How do
What
you
understand?
determine
Where's
what
the
age they
evidence
are?
of this? What do you mean?
We rely on age gating as our key age assurance.
Age
gating, which is when you ask the user what age they are. We have also developed
Obviously, they're
some
gonna go
tools
around
where
of
we
it.
look at their public profile to go through the videos that they post to see whether
Boy, that's creepy. Tell
How-
me more about that.
What do you
it's
mean?
public. So if you
It's
post a
public
video,
data.
that's-
If you post a
choose
video-
that video to go
What
public.
do you mean it's creepy?
That's
He's trying
how
to protect.
you get
What
people to
the
see
hell?
your video. We look at those to see
How?
if it matches up the age that you talked about.
So he has a
Now,
solution.
this is
You
a
can
real
say it's
challenge for our
creepy?
industry because privacy versus age assurance is a really big problem.
Don't talk about
Look,
children
look,
again if you're going to say
You
that's
keep talking about the industry. We're talking about TikTok here. We're talking about
He
children
literally just
dying. Do
said
you know how
you're
many children have died because of
clueless.
this? Do you have any idea? Can you tell me?
Congressman, again, it's
Can
heartbreaking.
you tell me if
Move
how
on.
many children in America have died because
Move
of
on.
challenges like
He doesn't know what the hell
The
he's talking
majority
about.
of people who
I'm
use
tired
our
of it.
platform use it for positive experiences. There
I,
are
that's not what I ask you.
There are
I
some-
ask you, tell me the number of children, of U.S. children who have
He
died
doesn't know.
because of these
Who
challenges.
knows? Who
Congressman,
knows?
again.
And then let's talk about
the
Facebook.
Majority of
using-
people who come on our platform get a good
I'm not
experience.
talking about the majority of children. I want to know a number.
Dangerous challenges are not allowed on our platform. If we find them, we will remove them. We take this very seriously.
Obviously, you found one today and you removed it. We had to bring it to your attention, and I know I'm out of time. Thank you for being here. Welcome again to the most bipartisan committee in Congress.
What the?
Gentleman yields back. We will now take a brief
Oh,
recess.
look at
and
everyone
resume 10
cracking up in the
minutes.
background. I don't know what the hell's happening. This is yeah, please reset. Thank God. I'm so done. We need a moment to not have to deal with that. That was too much for me. I don't know. Clearly he did not know what he was talking about the entire time. I'm gonna keep checking to see if whenever they come back, but we absolutely need a recess. If you need a recess, get a recess. I might take one too, because apparently we're gonna be here for 4 freaking hours. I don't know what I'm gonna. This is terrible. Like that was I mean, and my thing that I really absolutely hated was that they brushed past. They mentioned the teen that committed suicide, and they mentioned that the parents were there, and then he talked about how, hey, TikTok CEO, you're a parent of children. You should know how difficult it is to make sure that your kids are safe. You would never want this to happen to your child. We all absolutely agree. And it was his line of questioning was amazing. I don't know who that person was in Congress, but it was a really good line of questioning. But then he screwed up because as the TikTok CEO was trying to answer what he asked as a parent, he shut him up. He was like, okay, moving forward, moving on. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's a parent too. Does his opinions not matter, especially the TikTok CEO? Now, one thing that they didn't ask him that I thought would be interesting is, are your kids on TikTok? Would you allow your kids on TikTok? That's a question I believe would have been really beneficial, and maybe they're going to ask that. I don't know, but I thought that they should have asked that. Like, are your kids on TikTok? Would you allow your kids on TikTok? If your kids were on TikTok, what would you do to protect them? And then what exactly are you doing to add features in the family center to protect more children on TikTok? That is what I would have loved to see. But personally, to me, that entire interaction felt performative. Like it was very, very, very performative. And I really hated that as well. This just interaction of Save the Children again, that felt very performative. Very performative. Where are the parents who lost it? Like, I don't like it. They skipped past it so quickly. They did not allow him to answer. And most of it, they didn't allow him to answer. Just like Felicia said, like we have 4.5 hours with you, but just to make sure you don't speak so that we can. Like if we want him here and he's testifying, I want to know all the words coming out of his mouth. I know he's going to dance around things. Flo to Joe's with Joe says, yes. I know he's going to dance around things. We know. Let's see him dance. You're not even allowing him to dance. It's TikTok. Okay, no puns. Felicia says it has to match the narrative just as much as it will be the other way around. Exactly. So, I mean, everybody sitting on that chair has an agenda and has something they do or don't want to do. Every single person. So for us to think that it's just the TikTok CEO that's sitting there with something, that's why I was like, I'm not even gonna get into the politics. I don't like politics. I hate it. I'm going to stick to what does TikTok need to do to protect more kids online? I believe the TikTok CEO was super smart to open in the way that he did in the open questioning thing. Forgive me, I don't know anything about politics. I don't know anything about how the court works. I don't know. But the way from a human level where he started with the story, he started about where he was born, who his parents were. You can tell that the way that he was moving with that was to show like diversity and inclusion and to be like, I'm human too. So that was very, very smart. Every single person that added story, that added video, that had the little posters, bless their hearts, that's going to become a meme soon. But like one of the things that I see all the time with these types of hearings is you have people on Congress that have no idea what they're talking about. They've never even did research into the app in the way that it works. They haven't even experienced it. It's like no like and trust factor. Exactly. So whoever helped him prep for this hearing, especially that beginning, like kudos to them. He did a good job as well. I will say that his answers were way better than Facebook. Bless their hearts, Facebook. But that hearing, I didn't watch the entire thing. I'm going to be completely transparent with you. I watched portions of the hearing from Facebook, and I was not impressed. The CEO, Mark, was very robot-like, it was not personal. and I didn't like it and didn't make any, it was not for me. So it seems like, especially with the video, I don't know if you saw the video that the TikTok CEO posted, but he posted a video asking people about their experiences on TikTok and to come with him to Congress to talk about their experiences. I'm looking forward to that portion. Like, I cannot wait, because some of my favorite creators, they had comments under that video. I like them. I think they were good. What's missing from the conversation a lot is the fact that more about the creators. So the black congresswoman, I'm so sorry, I don't know her name. I don't know anything about politics. I can't deal with it. I'm a Cancer. I'm emotional. I can't do it. But they skipped over her. Like Daniel said, they did not allow him to respond to her, and that pissed me off, because I was like, wait a minute, what's going on in this room? Every single question that he was asked by a congressperson, he was able to answer, even if they cut him off, even if he was dancing around and they kept saying yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. They at least allowed him to say something. But when the black congresswoman raised questions about black creators and civil rights and diversity and inclusion, they cut him off and they went to the next person when he was doing his dance about child safety, which, whatever. I'm not going to say does he care about child safety or not. I'm not getting into that. But that was something I didn't like. So that pissed me off. Like, yeah, I know. I'm too emotional. I can't do politics. I will not be talking politics. Felicia was like, it's kind of like a few of the Congress members just wanted to make sure their face was in there. Yes, facts. # facts. I agree, Felicia. It felt like it was a performance. It was like, it was a performance. They prepared for something. Everything's a performance. Obviously, every single person there was performing. We all know that. Even like all of us perform in some which way or form. It's not about what they're performing. It just felt disingenuous. And that's why I hated when they brought up the suicide thing and they didn't allow us to talk about it. Like, where was the space to talk about it? How do you move from a child committing suicide from something they saw on TikTok and then move on to a different question? Like, what the hell? Like, that didn't feel authentic. That felt inhumane to me. I hated it. Felicia says, and she was very well spoken and compared to a lot of the others too. Yes, I think you're talking about the black congresswoman. Absolutely, she absolutely was. And I wanted to hear his thoughts on it. We know what he probably is going to say. Like, let's be for real. We know what he's probably going to say. But at the same time, like, I still wanted to hear it. So I know people on social media are going to call that out, because that was like, yeah, everyone has something. Everyone has something. Like, half the people tripped up on words and ran in circles, and she did not. She absolutely did not. She was very clear. She was precise. Yeah. Yes, that's what human, yes, exactly. Yes. She was very, very clear in her remarks. I loved her remarks. Honestly, didn't know that they were going to be talking about black creators there. I've seen so many videos on TikTok of black creators, both younger creators who are like in their teens or older creators, talking about how their content is not being pushed out on TikTok, and there's a bias towards black people on TikTok. Can I really comment on that in my experiences? No, I have a very small account. I just had a video that went like semi-viral. It's not really viral. It's like 122,000 parents watched that video. It was really great. And I've been on TikTok for like 2 years now. It took me a very long time to get on TikTok because of the security concerns. Because I worked in security, I was very apprehensive and I wanted to do a lot of research. So I read some of the reports, the Citizen Lab reports, and other reports on the technology. And to be honest, as a human being, you say, woohoo, that's amazing. Thank you. As a human being, I did not feel compelled to not join TikTok after reading all of the reports. I just didn't see enough evidence to show me that what TikTok is doing was so horrific, and it was completely different than what Facebook was doing, and completely different than what Facebook is Instagram, but what Snapchat is doing, or any other social media platform, or Google, Microsoft, like everything. That's how the internet runs. And so it was very clear in the light of questioning that some of them had no idea what they were talking about. I do believe that bringing up the signs in the videos and having that visual cue was like perfection. So like kudos to the team for that. But I just kind of annoyed that they did not allow the TikTok CEO to actually talk to certain points, because we could have gotten a little bit more. Because the more you allow someone to talk, let's be freaking for real right now, the more you allow someone to talk, the more slip ups they may have, or the more holes that you can poke into their argument. But if you're not doing that, then you're talking over them. You're not allowing them to answer. That means that you don't care about the answer. All you care about is talking about what you want to talk about. So that means, do you actually care about the solution? As a viewer, I don't know if you felt like that, but as a viewer, I felt like, do you care about the solution? Daniel's like, yep, he agrees. Like, I just felt like it was not. Felicia's like, yep, very true. It's not. It just didn't feel right to me. It doesn't. I was done. I was like, okay. I mean, and do we need 4 hours of this? I don't know, but I'm going to keep streaming. And yeah, we'll still keep having the conversation. I don't know when I'm going to do a bathroom break. Maybe I should do it now. But if I do take a quick break, I'll just put everything on the screen and then come back. But I don't understand it, to be honest. This is why I don't like politics, and this is why it took me a long time to decide whether or not I was going to do this streaming, because I felt like I don't know. I'm like, is this going to be beneficial? Daniel was like, they actually let him slide through fairly easy. They actually did. That's what I was saying. I was like, if they asked him pointed questions and then sat back and then it was quiet and then allowed him to speak for a little bit. I know each person is timed, so they didn't want to lose their time and they wanted to be able to make their points. I understand this is not a conversation to come together heart to heart to change the world. It's politics. Let's be clear. So, but they did allow him to slide fairly easily. For me, if you shut up and let someone talk, you can make it really uncomfortable for them. You can just let them talk, and then you can interject and be like, you just said that. Tell me more about it. Oh, they're back.
Gentleman from
Tell
California.
me more about that.
Mr. Cardenas.
You can do that. Anyways, more of this. Ask him questions about his kids on TikTok. That's putting him under fire. Would you allow your kids on TikTok on the way that it is now? What would you change as a parent to allow your kids on TikTok? That is the question I want to hear.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I appreciate this opportunity for this committee to have this important hearing regarding TikTok and its effect on the American people, especially the American children, and the potential effect, not potential, but the effects that it has had and may have in the future when it comes to our democracy and misinformation and disinformation that permeates on TikTok. It's unfortunate that I think most Americans or most parents think that TikTok is this innocent little thing where kids get on there and they do a little dance or something like that.
Yeah, it's absolutely more than that.
TikTok is much, much more, as some of my colleagues, and I thank them for bringing up some of these serious issues, literally life and death issues that TikTok is right in the middle of. And also, what I'd like the witness to acknowledge is that it appears that Ms. Kamek, my colleague, brought up those two posters, and since then, TikTok has taken them down since then, not before then. Are you aware of that, Mr. Chu?
I was briefed during the break that they are taken down.
Okay. How do you feel about the fact that it was up for apparently 41 days, and yet in the middle of this hearing, it was brought directly to your attention, and as a result, it has been taken down so quickly?
It goes to show the enormous challenge that we have to make sure that although the vast majority of our users come for a good experience, we need to make sure that bad actors don't post violative content.
And the way, Mr. Chu, that you can make sure is that you can make sure that you choose to invest more resources, more money into more ability to pull down.
How much money are we
and deadly
investing
information
to
from
prevent
your
this from
platform?
happening? I agree.
Are you investing more more and more every day into bringing down that kind of content?
That's what I want to know.
Question: are you?
Yes, and I'm committed to investing more.
Good.
In this.
Are you?
In this regard, to stay on top of the growth.
Good.
Right here in the United States, many, many languages are used and spoken. For example, TikTok in the United States is being used in many languages. Specifically, when it comes to Spanish language, are you dedicating more resources today than
for
you did
parents and
months ago,
for mental
years ago,
health in
on making
different
sure that
languages?
you are combing through that content to make sure that if content is dangerous or damaging or deadly,
Correct.
you are bringing it down as quickly as possible?
Yes. Where's the money?
Yes, we are
Show
investing
me
in more
the
Spanish
money.
language content moderation. And yes, we will, once we identify violative content, we'll take it down. as
Okay,
soon as
good.
possible.
Good.
Thank you.
Let's
And
see it.
your testimony today isn't the only opportunity for you to commit to answering questions to this committee. So
Show
I'd
me
like
the
you to
money.
forward to this committee. Again, I'm not asking for trade secrets, but I would like to get some semblance of understanding as to how much you are investing with
Correct.
the number of bodies, the number of people, the number of resources in making sure that you are investing more in pulling down content that is either
Way better
deadly
than
or
Georgia
dangerous on your platform. Can you
congressperson,
forward that
senator,
to the
or
committee?
whoever.
in
I will check with my team and get back to you on this. content.
Thank you very much.
but
Appreciate
invest.
that opportunity. As was mentioned earlier, it might sound a little funny, but you have, in fact, been one of the few people to unite this committee, members, Republicans and Democrats, to be in agreement that we are frustrated with TikTok. We're upset with TikTok. And yes, you keep mentioning that there are industry issues that not only TikTok faces, but others. You remind me a lot of Mike Zuckerberg. When he came here, I said to my staff, he reminds me of Fred Astaire. Good dancer with words. And you are doing the same today.
Of course they are.
A lot of your answers are a bit nebulous. They're not yes or no. So I'd like to
A lot
ask
of
you a
the
question.
answers cannot be yes or no.
Yes or no? Is your revenue going up at TikTok month over month or year over year?
What he literally what?
Yes, our revenue is going up
Okay.
year over year.
And with that, some of the answers I'd like you to forward this committee is, are you investing more and more money into making sure that content that is dangerous and or deadly, you're investing more and more resources in that aspect of your expenditures and your commitment to your users and to your organization?
Yes, I commit to that. And we are investing more and we will continue to do that.
Good. Nice. Good.
My last question is this. Are you a Chinese company?
What? We already
TikTok
went
is
through
a
this
company that's now
literally for 3
headquartered in
hours.
Singapore and Los Angeles.
Okay.
We are not available in mainland China.
If I hear
users
this
are
question one
in
more
other
time.
countries around the world.
Okay. Is there a corporation that has any authority above TikTok?
TikTok is a subsidiary of ByteDance, which is founded by a Chinese
Daniel.
founder. Yes.
And ByteDance is a Chinese company?
Well,
What is?
ByteDance owns many businesses that
questions
operate in
are
China.
Is it or is it not a Chinese company?
You know we can't do yes or
Congressman,
no.
the way we look at it, it was founded by
No,
Chinese
I'm not asking you
entrepreneurs.
how you look at it. Fact.
Okay.
Is it a Chinese company or
He
not?
should have answered.
For example, Dell is a company, it's an American company. They
We-
have activities all over the world.
Yes.
Is it a Chinese company?
He
I
literally
frequently have
answered
these
this.
discussions with others on what
Thank
is
you.
a company that is now global.
That's okay. I prefer you answer the question and stop dancing verbally on it.
Why are you
Madam Chair,
dancing?
My time has expired. Thank
Oh,
you.
it's
Gentleman
what?
yields back.
Anyways, he was good until you
Chairperson
mentioned
from
this.
California, Mr. Obama.
Who owns a company stuff?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chu. It's nice to see you again. If I could just bring us back up to 30,000 feet for a second. I
Oh.
just want to talk about what we're afraid of here, what we fear might happen. Social media companies, and TikTok is not unique in this, gather a tremendous amount of user data and then use powerful AI tools to use that data to make eerily accurate predictions of human behavior and then seek to manipulate that behavior. And that's
Where's
something
Texas?
It's not
Is
just
Texas
TikTok, it's all our
in
social
the
media
bathroom?
companies that are doing this.
Huh?
Ultimately, the solution is to
Oh,
enact
he's back.
comprehensive federal data privacy legislation that will prevent that kind of behavior, or at least allow users to consent to it. And that's, I know, something that the chair is working on, the ranking member. I hope that this committee will act on that this year. The specific concern here, though, as regards TikTok, is that this type of capability falling into the hands of foreign countries is something that has national security implications. And that's why Congress is getting involved on this issue. So I know that you have proposed Project Texas in an effort to alleviate these fears. So I wanted to ask some specific technical questions about Project Texas and the way that you believe.
Shouldn't
that will
Texas
solve
be
this
asking? No, I'm
problem.
kidding.
So one of the things that you've said in your testimony is that part of Project Texas will have engineers at Oracle going through the source code for TikTok. How large is that code base?
Well, it's not small, but it's not just Oracle, Congressman. We are also inviting other third-party monitors. We're in the process of figuring out who the best
Sure. So
monitors are.
we're talking millions, tens of millions of lines of code? How big?
Oh, they changed the people
It
in the
is
back.
significant,
I like the
but
change.
it's something that we believe can be done.
I like the
again,
musical
I want to say
chairs.
that I have not heard of another company American or not,
No, I
has allowed
understand.
for this to happen.
That, I mean, you're kind of in a unique position having to answer these concerns of Congress.
Well, of
So
course.
are they going through the code for just the app or the app and the server code?
I can get back to you on the
Okay.
technical details, but it's comprehensive, including the software that powers a lot of the software that powers the experience.
Washington Post represent in the back.
I need to get back to you on the timeline, but we are progressing quite well on Project Texas, and whenever we hit a milestone, I commit to be very transparent about it.
Okay. So I'm wondering, because I'm also concerned as a software engineer about the process in which new code is introduced into the code base. Do you use a software configuration management system?
Good
at
question.
TikTok?
The way we plan for new code to be done is that even before the code becomes live, it has to be reviewed. The changes have to be reviewed
Okay,
by
sure. So you're
third-party
talking
monitors.
about a code review. That was good. That was another question I had for you. So the code review, is it done with a team of engineers or just with a single engineer?
Oh, it's going to be a team effort.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
that's going to be done at Oracle or elsewhere?
It's,
Multiple
it's
companies.
going to be done in one of our transparency centers, so that we still need to make sure that the code itself is secure. And
Okay.
so yeah.
What I'm hearing you say is that even though the code might be written by someone not in the United States, before the code is integrated, it'll be reviewed in a code review by a team of engineers within the United States?
That's the plan.
Okay, and this back to the question about the software configuration management system. How do you manage the integration of that code change into the rest of the TikTok code base?
The long and short of it is we have built a team of American personnel with security credentials. The person who leads the team used to work for the Secret Service.
No, I
for
understand,
example.
but I mean, there's a software solution for integrating those code changes into the code base. What solution is that?
I will
use
need
a
to check
commercial
and
one?
get back to you on the details.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
specifically, what I'd like to know is to make sure that this isn't something that TikTok has created custom, which many companies do, because that would mean that you'd have to review the source code for that as well for security. How do you protect against threats like a malicious actor being hired not by TikTok but by Oracle, for example, or by USPS?
The approach that most companies take for these things is to have several layers of monitoring to make sure that everything that somebody has reviewed, there's a secondary review, so that one malicious actor is not able to create the damage that the malicious actor can do. But you rightly pointed out, these kind of problems are industry-wide problems.
Right.
Every company has to deal with them.
Okay, well, let me ask a specific question about that. I mean, in thinking about if I were a malicious actor, a software engineer on one of your projects, how I would go about writing a malicious
Yes,
code. I
please
wouldn't
let
put
us
it right
know,
there and say,
Mr.
hey, I'm malicious.
Nolte.
I would put unrelated lines of code in different sections of the code that work together to do something malicious. How do you think that could get caught?
Again, we have to rely on third-party experts to help
Yeah,
us
I don't know
with
if he's
that. I
gonna
think
do
there
all
are enough experts who can catch a lot of these things. The work on security globally, on all data security, is never perfect.
No.
But we can
You
have a
have
lot
to
of
listen
oversight to
and-
keep
yeah.
it safer than any other experience.
I
available.
appreciate the effort. My concern, Mr. Chu, is I don't believe that it is technically possible to accomplish what TikTok says it will accomplish through Project Texas. I just think that there are too many back doors through that process.
Okay,
to allow
there's
that to be
factors in
possible, and I
everything.
think
Nothing's
malicious
going to be
actors
perfect. What do you want them to
succeed
do?
in
Tell them
inserting
exactly what you
malicious
want him
code
to
in
do.
there if they wanted to.
Like,
But I hope I see we're out of time. I hope we get an opportunity.
but this
for
was a good
cross-border
interaction. I liked how they had a
conversation.
conversation.
Gentleman
Plus
yields
one-on-one.
back. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan. Mrs.
That was a
Byyyeee.
good interaction. I'll give him
Thank you,
that. But
Chairman
what the hell
Rogers
is he
and
gonna do?
Ranking Member Pallone for
If he had
holding
the
this
answers, we
hearing,
all would have the
and to
answers.
Mr. Chu for testifying here today. Your good news, you're halfway through with me.
Halfway there.
As screen time increases, so do inherent risks. And with the proliferation and popularity of new social media platforms, so does the potential reach of dangerous, provocative, and often harmful content. And my fear, the abuse of collected data. As a representative from the state of Michigan, I can speak from experience on how social media has been used to target members of the Michigan delegation, including a plot to kidnap our governor, and how it can be
Was that on
weaponized
TikTok?
to perpetuate
'Cause why are we
harm
mentioning
towards
that?
individuals and communities.
This happens on the
We
internet.
saw firsthand how it targeted the chair of this committee.
And that was mentioned because it was on
Today, many of my
That's it, don't mention it.
colleagues on both sides of the aisle have raised legitimate concerns about protecting children online,
Let's talk about it.
misinformation, and securing our data. Concerns that I share and has been said by many of my colleagues are bipartisanly shared. I think in many ways, these myriad of issues highlight the need for comprehensive data privacy legislation that would ensure the safety and integrity of every American's data on every social media platform and mitigate potential harms.
Well, it's going
One
to be very
important area of
difficult,
concern
but let's
I have
try.
regarding data
We should
collection
do it.
is geolocation data
Yes.
and how it can be abused. I've seen it abused.
Oh,
I have seen
every day.
women die because it has been abused.
Every
The
day.
subject has dangerous implications for survivors of domestic violence.
That's what I was gonna
people
say.
seeking medical care.
Yep.
And protecting children from potential predators.
Correct.
Mr. Chu, in your testimony, you wrote that current versions of the app do not collect precise or approximate
But what
GPS
about the
information
before?
from U.S. users. Yes or no answers, please.
No, you know
Mr. Chu, have any prior
that this
versions
is not gonna
of
happen.
TikTok's app collected precise GPS information from U.S. users? Yes or no?
Yes, from back in 2020, about 3 years ago.
Are there currently TikTok users who still hold old versions of the app
Good
that collect
question.
precise GPS information from U.S. users? Yes or no?
That could be, but that's a small percentage.
Still dangerous. Has TikTok at any time fed precise GPS information collected from U.S. users into algorithms to serve user ads? Yes or no?
I will have to check on the details because we do not
yes.
currently collect that. So I need to check on the details.
No,
Yeah, I'm
there's
sure there's a yes there, but
there's
has
a yes there.
TikTok at any time fed precise GPS information collected from U.S. users into algorithms? I know I'm having talk today to make inferences about users. Yes or no?
I'm not sure of the specifics.
I'd like answers, yes or no, after this. Has TikTok at any time sold precise GPS information collected from U.S. users? Yes or no?
Especially kids.
We do not sell data to data brokers, if that's the question.
So you've never done that?
I do not believe so.
Yeah, she's doing
TikTok
well.
at any time
It's good.
sold or shared with third parties or logarithmic inferences that were made using, in part or in whole, precise GPS information collected from U.S. users? Yes or no?
Congressman, I need to check on these specifics. What I can tell you is right now, we do not collect precise GPS location data in the United States.
So maybe there was a
Does
they did before.
TikTok still use inferences that were made using, in part or in whole, precise GPS information
gonna get back to you on
collected from U.S. users?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Does TikTok still use inferences that you've gained that were made using, in part, in or whole,
Like back in 2020,
precise
3
GPS
years ago.
information collected from U.S.
Can you believe it was
users
3
in
years
their
ago?
algorithms?
That will be a very technical question. I will have to check and get back to you.
Has TikTok at any time provided the Chinese government with either precise GSP information collected from U.S. users or inferences made from that data?
That I can give you a straight no.
Oh, that's his first straight
Two,
answer about
even
China.
if
One of
Congress were to ban TikTok, I'm concerned that China or others would still have access to U.S. consumer data by purchasing it through data brokers.
Thank you.
Will you
For every
commit
company.
not to sell any of TikTok's data to data brokers now or in the future?
We do not do that. We do not sell data to data brokers now.
Will you commit to not do
What
it in
in
the future?
This is there are certain members of our industry who do this. I think this has to be broad legislation to help us, the whole
Yeah,
industry.
this is the yes or no question. Oh,
Out of time.
he did the
Thank
neck
you,
scratch.
Madam Chair. I'll yield back.
That's
Generally
A. They
yields back.
probably will. I agree.
Chair
It's
yields
the legal
back to
reason why he
the
can't
gentleman
give yes or
Alabama,
no.
Mr. Palmer.
Thank
He
you.
couldn't.
When
He did his first neck
Chinese
scratch.
Communist government bought a share of ByteDance, it's been described as the Chinese Communist government's
That was
way
his
of
first
wider form of
self-soothing
control.
mechanism he just
And that
used.
companies
I
have little
believe.
choice in selling a stake
Uh-huh.
to that government
Yep.
if they want to stay in business. And what I'd like to know is when the Chinese Communist government moved to buy shares of
Either they will or
ByteDance,
he can't,
were
like
you
Felicia said,
informed
legal
beforehand,
reasons.
yes or no?
No,
Okay.
Congressman ByteDance.
Were you
doesn't-
or anyone with TikTok asked for your opinion about the sale of shares of ByteDance to the Chinese Communist government? Yes or no?
This hasn't happened.
Did you or anyone employed by or affiliated with TikTok state any objections or concerns about the possibility of the Chinese Communist government, once they had shares in ByteDance, exercising control over content, using your platform for conducting misinformation campaigns, or restrictions ensuring nothing is posted that reflects badly on the Chinese Communist government, or for surveillance and data collection for use against
This
anyone?
is a long question.
Did any of you or anyone affiliated with TikTok raise any concerns about that?
Congressman, we do not we do not
I didn't
promote-
ask you that.
We
It's a
do not
yes or no.
promote,
Did you raise any concerns about it? Because that's why we're here.
but we do not promote or remove
I
any
didn't
content
ask
at the
you that.
behalf of the Chinese government.
Did you communicate in any form or fashion with the directors of ByteDance that there might be concerns about government control over content? Yes or no? You either did or you didn't?
I got lost in the middle.
Congressman,
You didn't.
I just want to
Question
make
was
this
very
clear.
long.
We
Let me
do
ask
not
you
remove
this.
or promote content at the request of the Chinese
TikTok
government.
insiders have already said that the company is tightly
Okay,
controlled
but so
by
we're
China.
believing
It
TikTok
even gets
insiders,
down
or
to
we're
the
believing
hours
this?
that
Who do we believe? Are they
So
credible?
obviously,
Do we have evidence?
you didn't say anything. There's a serious concern by Chinese companies, privately held companies, about doing anything against what the Chinese Communist government wants.
So
I want
can
to
we
ask you
make the
this:
question
does
answered, like,
TikTok
smaller?
screen against manipulative content from child predators? Yes or no?
Thank you.
Do
Question.
we screen?
Do you
against-
screen against them?
Yeah, we do. This
Screen
is
against what?
child
How
predator.
about drug cartels?
Wait,
Drug
what?
cartels,
Go
child
back to
predatory
child
content.
predators.
This is
You
all
had a
violative
drug
about that.
cartel that was engaged in a police chase with Spanish authorities, and they posted it on
Okay.
TikTok and got over 1 million views. Why wasn't
What?
that taken down? And are you doing it with human traffickers or terrorists? I mean,
Wait, I'm confused. Because of a
do
drug,
you
like, isn't that a news story?
withhold content from
Huh?
nations that might be committing crimes against
Am
humanity?
I the only one confused? Are you
Yes or
confused?
no?
Congressman, our platform is a
Yes
place
or
of
no?
freedom of
Yes or
expression,
no?
and users
I know
come
you,
here
you
and
talk about that, but yes or no, do you screen against content from nations that commit crimes against humanity?
Congressman,
What?
our users come and
Yes or
express.
no?
No,
Yes or
no,
no?
that's
come
who
and
wants.
present
No, you-
any points
What
of
do you
views
mean?
they
don't.
Who
want.
decides?
And it's a commitment to keep this
Let me
free
ask
from
you this:
interference
Michael
from any
Beckerman,
government.
who is your vice president and head of public policy for the Americas,
Lord.
right? Is he part of the team that helped you
I
prepare
can't
for this
know.
meeting? Yes or no?
What the hell's going on?
Can I clarify who you
No,
mean?
he doesn't want you to
Michael
clarify.
Beckerman.
Yes, he is.
Okay, where is he at this moment?
I don't. What do you
Sorry?
mean?
Where's Mr. Beckerman at this moment?
What the hell? Why would he know that?
No, you know he's here. He's sitting right behind you. I want to know why,
Huh?
when Mr. Beckerman was on with Jake Tapper on CNN
Ha.
and asked repeatedly
Okay, Dales,
to
he's using
condemn
Terrell.
Chinese
I don't-
communist
I don't do
government treatment
politics.
of the Uyghurs.
Ugh.
When that treatment
Whatever.
has been classified by the United States as a genocide, when a UN report classifies it as a crime against humanity, why, after multiple questions, Mr. Beckerman refused to address that?
Why are you
Are
talking
you
about somebody
afraid
else?
of the Chinese Communist
I'm
government?
confused.
No, because
you
you can find that
concerned
content
that-
on our platform. Any content that our users
Well,
want
why
to
couldn't
express
your
their
vice
views on this
president of
issue is
public
freely
policy,
available on
the
our
guy
platform.
who's head of
Ask
public
him
policy
that.
for the Americas, in an American,
What is he
on an
talking?
American television
I don't get what's happening.
news channel,
This is confusing.
why couldn't he say, why couldn't he condemn that?
I think it's very important to look at our platform, and if you use our and open our app
I'm not
and
talking about
search
your
for any
platform. I'm asking
content.
You are
about your
talking-
personnel now, because personnel is policy.
What?
Everybody in this room understands that.
Oh.
Except maybe you.
Oh, what do you
Personnel
mean?
is let me
Wait,
just
hold
conclude with
Yeah,
this.
yeah. Please move on.
And I
'cause-
hate to bring this up.
Oh, of
because
course you hate it
this
so
is
much.
Part of the stuff
That's
that
why
I
we're
said.
bringing it up.
Deception
Okay.
is fundamental to the Chinese Communist Party's political, intelligence, and military strategy. And you have repeatedly used the word transparency throughout this hearing. And every time you've said it, what I've heard is deception. I yield back.
Okay, yield back. Moving
Gentleman
on.
yields back. Chair recognizes
Whate 'Whatever.
gentleman from Texas, Mr. VC, for 5 minutes.
You know, it's
Thank you,
Texas.
Madam
We had
Chair.
the Texas Stars. Being
I
a
gotta
new
tell you, Mr.
Texas
Chu,
resident, they're
as
really.
a father of a 16-year-old.
Oh, it's another Texas person
Likes social media.
who's on TikTok.
A lot of your evasiveness today in answering many of these questions really disturbs me, because I can tell you that
Correct.
the teenagers of today, they really don't want to be on Facebook. They
No.
want your platform.
Of course they do.
And you were asked to come before this committee to testify about many things.
Why would they
and
want?
a
They
lot of
want
us
to be
are
on
worried about our
TikTok.
kids'
It's the most
personal
social
data.
media ever.
As the co-chair of the Congressional Voting Rights Caucus, also worry that TikTok is the world's most powerful and extensive propaganda machine, allowing the Chinese Communist Party to use TikTok's platform to influence public opinion and undermine the integrity of our democratic elections. And I have
I'm
a
not getting
report
to that.
called "TikTok and Facebook Failed to Detect Election Disinformation in the U.S. While YouTube Succeeds." And this report was published by the nonprofit Global Witness and the Cybersecurity for Democracy team at NYU. And the purpose of the study was to test platforms like TikTok and whether or not they can detect and take down false political ads targeted at U.S. voters, young voters, ahead of last year's midterm elections. And according to this report, 90% of election disinformation ads tested were approved by your platform. Again, that is 90% of ads containing false and misleading election misinformation went undetected on TikTok. And just to add some color to the type of misleading ads that were approved by TikTok, this included ads that were live on TikTok that said the wrong election day and actually encouraged people to vote twice. You do know that voting twice is a felony, Mr. Chu. You do know that it's legal to vote twice.
Congressman, any misinformation that comes around a political action is something we take very seriously.
Let me, I'm particularly troubled about this type of information because it can run rampant on TikTok. And given that TikTok, again, y'all are appealing to a very young and diverse user base. That is exactly the people that we've seen targeted time and time again with
the line of
voter
questioning
suppression campaigns run by malicious actors.
No.
Mr. Chu, do you
The
agree
line
with
of
me
questioning
that
is weird.
that it is completely unacceptable that 90% of these ads were undetected on your platform? And can you detail for us right now TikTok's policy regarding election misinformation and paid political ads, and how the company monitors such information, and how you plan to get that number down to zero?
Zero?
While TikTok is a place for our users to come and
You want it
express
to get
their
down
points
to
of
zero on
views
the internet
freely,
in general too?
we do
How do
take
you plan to do that?
misinformation,
So-
dangerous misinformation, particularly around an election,
mean?
very seriously. And we will work with third-party experts to identify
To zero? That's before
misinformation.
You call allowing 90% of false content, political content on your platform to be
90%? Who
called,
brought
you
that
call
number?
that, you
Bring
define it as being
receipts.
taken seriously?
I need to look into the specifics. I'm
He's never gonna answer that.
Not sure
You
where
know
the
that.
number came from, but I can tell you, Congressman, that we are the only platform that I know of that doesn't actually take political ads. We don't
Mr.
accept money. I don't think other platforms can say that.
Mr. Chu, can you detail how you responded to that report?
What
Did you
report?
respond to that report that I just mentioned?
Which report? From who?
I need to look at the specifics
Yeah,
of the
what
report,
report is
Congressman, and
this?
I can get back to you on
What do you mean
Mr.
90%?
Chu, I want to shift to Project Texas. I know that we've discussed this
We
initiative
discussed
throughout
it too
today's
much.
hearing, but
I'm
I want
tired of hearing Project
to dive
Texas.
deeper into your notion that promises about Project Texas should give us any confidence in TikTok's ability to localize U.S. data and discontinue access to that data to ByteDance employees in China. Why? Because we've already had a TikTok executive appear before Congress and give sworn testimony about the comfort that we should take in TikTok's U.S.-based resources. Well, TikTok data security practices were being scrutinized by the U.S. government, and unfortunately, we
That was
found
funny.
out from journalists and recorded conversations that those assurances were worthless. In your testimony, you also mentioned that Oracle has already begun inspecting TikTok's source code and has access to the platform's recommendation algorithm. Why should this give the American public any great assurances, particularly given that Oracle now owns a stake in TikTok and stands to gain monetarily the more revenue that TikTok and its algorithm generates?
Congressman, not only is Project Texas unprecedented in our industry in protecting U.S. user data and interests, we are inviting third parties to come in and monitor this, and we will, be transparent in that process. And this is more beyond.
You don't want to hear transparent again. Stop saying
all companies that I know of in my industry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm out of time.
Okay, next. Whatever.
Back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for 5 minutes, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, I'm aware that on arriving in D.C. this week, you appeared on TikTok and posted you had 150 million U.S. users, 5
It was
million
actually
U.S.
a good
businesses.
video. By the way,
That
kudos
represents
to
a
him.
lot of data.
You also referenced your appearance before this committee as a chance to share all that TikTok is doing to protect Americans using the app. Mr. Chu, has
They didn't let him
ByteDance
talk.
spied on Americans at the direction of the Chinese Communist Party?
I mean, are you all not tired of asking?
Madam Chair, I'd like to enter into the
He did
record
say no.
this October 20th, 22
He said
Forbes
no.
article entitled TikTok Parent ByteDance Plan to Use TikTok to Monitor the Physical Location of Specific U.S. Citizens.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
The project assigned this to a Beijing-led team, and they were going to follow individual American citizens. I ask you again, Mr. Chu, has ByteDance spied on American citizens?
I don't think the spying is the right way to describe it.
All right.
This is
Oh, so
ultimately
the answer
We
is
can
yes?
differ on
this is
that. I
this is
reclaim my
ultimately
time.
an internal
Any
investigation.
TikTok or
the hell? Let him
ByteDance
answer.
data that is viewed, stored, or passes through China
He doesn't have
is
enough time.
subject to the laws of China, one-party authoritarian state hostile to all American standards of privacy. China's court system reports to and falls under the Chinese Communist Party. And like fentanyl analogs, which we all know are also manufactured in China, although they are illegal there, I fear TikTok will
Tic-tac?
grow into a much bigger problem. a cancer.
Tic-tac-toe. Any money?
I'm deeply worried that it may be too late to stop the spread of this cancer. Like fentanyl, another China export, which causes addiction and death, dangerous algorithms in Chinese Communist Party are not good for Americans, not good for our families,
Tic-tac.
definitely not good for the United States. Mr. Chu, prior to serving as the CFO
That's gonna become a meme.
of
Tic-tac.
ByteDance, you served as a CFO and Director Global Operations for ShowMe from 2015 to
I have
20.
slip
Is that
ups
correct?
too. That should be memes. TikTok.
Are you asking me in 2015?
I
Very
think
good.
so.
Mind repeating that, please?
Madam
I
Chair,
think
I'd
so.
like to enter another article into evidence. This is from the National Cybersecurity Center in Lithuania.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. This report outlines numerous data security risks, including how the privacy of European users was violated in clear cases of unauthorized collection of user data by ShowMe. This sounds
Europe does not
exactly
play.
what many of my colleagues have been talking about today.
Yeah.
Worse yet, the ShowMe phones sold to Europeans had a list of 449 words and phrases which would be automatically censored on the device. Censored phrases included the Voice of America and Democratic Movement, among others. This analysis was conducted on devices which are manufactured and sold to Europeans while you were the head of operations for ShowMe. It does not follow.
Yeah, I don't know
Seems
much about
expect
the
us to
subjects,
believe
but they are really,
that
there's
you
no
did not
nuance.
censor on behalf
There's
of
no
the Chinese Communist
nuance
Party,
in the
since you've
discussion,
already
and they
done
don't
so.
allow it.
I want to be
that's
unequivocal on
frustrating.
this. We do not remove
I
or
reclaim my
promote
time.
content on
While
behalf of the Chinese
TikTok, in
government.
your words, strives to
doesn't
deliver
care.
on their mission to inspire creativity and bring joy to American users, I assure you that is not
What do you
the
mean?
mission or goal of the Chinese
How do you-
Communist Party,
Oh,
which
okay. He's
runs the
saying
People's
that.
Republic of China,
Okay.
that TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, is domiciled in. Mr.
Congressman, you
These
can
are
check with our
straightforward
users to
things.
see
The
the
world
experience that they're
deserves an
getting.
answer. We
Exactly.
have not given straightforward answers.
Let's
We
talk.
don't find you credible on these things.
Huh? So the-
With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to yield the balance. of my
Congressman, you have given me no
Mr.
time to answer
Obernolte.
your questions.
Nothing. No time
I
to answer.
reject the characterizations.
I yielded
Who
to
are you
Mr.
yielding
Obernolte.
to?
Who are you yielding to? What? What's going on?
Obernolte? Okay.
Well, this
Thank
is
you, Madam
stupid.
Chair. Mr.
This is
Chu, I'd like to
performative. I'm
continue
over
our
it.
discussion of Project Texas, if we could. Part of Project Texas.
I'll
is
stay
that
here to the end, but
engineers
I'm
at
over
Oracle
that
will review the
part of
algorithms
this.
used by TikTok to confirm that they're free of foreign influence.
Wait.
I have a question about that because.
Did
we're
everyone
talking
go
about, AI, that's a very generic term. Do you use machine learning to influence the algorithms at TikTok?
Of course. Well, let me ask you.
This gets very technical, and we have published several blogs about this, which I can forward to your team. But yes, it's mainly based on interest signals.
Right. Okay.
That's why they're the best
here's my
social media
question. How
app
could
in terms of
looking at the
engagement.
algorithm confirm that it's free from foreign influence? Because the algorithm is just a neural net architecture with inputs
That's
and
smart.
outputs and
Good
weights,
question.
and how to train that.
This is
And
from
the
California.
influence is
Okay.
an external factor.
I couldn't see it
So,
before.
I'd
I don't know these
appreciate it if you
people.
could-
I don't know who
if
these
you could
people
give
are.
us, I see
Never
we're out of
seen them
time
before in my
again,
life.
a written answer to that. But again, I am
I don't
concerned
know
that
these
what you're proposing with Project Texas just doesn't have the technical capability of providing us the assurances that we need. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Gentleman yields back. Chair
Oh,
recognizes
he yielded, so he gave the
Trustee-
reminder of time to whoever else, I think. That would make sense. I don't know the legal process, and I have
Aragon
no
for 5
interest in the political legal process
Thank you, Madam
whatsoever.
Chair.
I only have interest in protecting kids online. That's
Mr. Chu,
and having
TikTok
fun on
warns
social media.
users when content is graphic or disturbing and labels state-affiliated media accounts to ensure the viewers aren't seeing propaganda. Does TikTok provide similar information to Spanish speakers, users, as well as English speakers?
I believe so, Congressman. I will get back to you on that.
Okay, and do you know if TikTok has a specific strategy for tackling Spanish language content that violates its trust and safety guidelines?
We do. I will get back to you on the specifics on that.
I literally don't know who these people are. I can't even say I'm Canadian to
When
cover up.
offensive English language search terms or hashtags are blocked for violating community guidelines in English, is the Spanish translation of the term or the hashtag automatically blocked as well?
Good question.
I believe so, but let me check the specifics and get back to you.
I
Do you
mean,
have
this is
any
any
idea
other
how many
language.
people that you might have working at TikTok that addresses Spanish misinformation?
Oh, good question.
I know ballpark it's quite a significant team, but I can get back to you on the details.
Okay. Yeah, they're gonna ask for the
It's
ballpark.
significant, so are you saying it's?
Yeah, don't, he
Do you have
messed
a
up.
ballpark at all you can give us? Would you say it's like 10% of your force or?
10%.
It's an important number, so I want to be precise. And
Yeah, this is a very good question. The answer is no.
Do you happen to know how if a TikTok can effectively ensure that Spanish-speaking users between the ages of 13 and 17 are not
You
being targeted by
attested that.
ads
Daniel said he
promoting
tested
harmful
it.
content?
Yeah.
We have very strict
I don't know.
policies for our users who are in the teenage age group, and regardless of what language they speak. So we want to make sure that they are given a very safe experience on the platform, regardless of the language they
Well,
I know, I'm
use
just
it.
trying to,
yeah.
I'm trying to ascertain.
But it's very
the
nuanced.
resources
Language
you
is
may be
nuanced.
putting
You need
into,
people of all dialects of a
Spanish-speaking
certain language.
Spanish language.
Yes,
Last year, the
and Spanish
Congressional
is
Hispanic
huge.
Caucus met with TikTok. This was one of the conversations and a source of the discussion was
Especially
addressing
Spanish.
Spanish language disinformation and misinformation. It
They need a
remains
team.
an urgent priority for the Congressional Hispanic Caucus as Hispanics across the country increasingly turn to social media for vital information. We
Correct.
heard earlier in this hearing that there was, video, there was a TikTok post threatening the chair of the committee, and it took some 40 days to take it down. So I guess I'm a little concerned.
Yes.
If you,
I
your
speak
team doesn't
Arabic,
have
if
the
that goes
resources
through,
and the
and if it's in
capability to
Arabic.
flag that, what kind of capability is it going to have to bring down misinformation, disinformation to Spanish speakers, which I'm assuming is a smaller fraction of the workers that you have at TikTok?
TikTok is a place for all our users to come and express their very diverse
No,
views.
you know they're not gonna accept that.
We
Move
are open to all ethnicities, and we are
Move
open
on.
to all
No.
everyone
She
to
asked
come
a
here and
pointed
express their
question. You
freely
can't.
express their views. So
No,
it is our
move that.
commitment to make sure that the safety of those users, regardless of the language.
That's empty words. You know they're not
Of
gonna
course,
accept
the Spanish language user base is super important to us.
What are we
need to
investing?
make sure that we
What
continue
are we
to
investing
You
in
don't
the
have an
Spanish
answer.
language? Yeah.
Okay, I
What are we
will look forward in your coming back. We've heard a lot about the concerns about children who may be on TikTok. Mr. Chu, at what age do you think it would be appropriate for a young person to get on TikTok?
We have three different experiences here in the United States. There is an experience for under 13s, which is highly restricted.
I'm asking
Let
what
him
you
get to the
think
question.
would be the appropriate age to have a child get on TikTok.
You don't know that.
Our approach is to give
depending on the
differentiated
child.
experiences for different age groups and let
He's
the parents have these
answering as a
conversations with their
technology
children
company.
to decide what's best for their children.
Yes.
So you think that there is a sufficient safety mechanism for an 8-year-old to be able to access TikTok?
An
Good
8-year-old's
question.
experience on TikTok will be so highly restricted that every single piece of content he or she will see will be vetted by Common Sense, our third-party child safety
Go ahead,
expert.
Common Sense.
And the 8-year-old will not be able to post.
Have your
And
Common
the
Sense.
8-year-old will not be able to see any personalized feed and zero advertising in that experience. So I believe, yes, it is the appropriate experience for an 8-year-old.
Oh,
Well, then why don't you let your 8-year-old child on TikTok?
there it is.
I have
There's a
seen
question.
these news articles. I would like to address that. My
Thank
kids
you.
live in Singapore, and in Singapore, we do not have the under 13 experience. If they lived here in the United States, I'll let them use the under 13 experience.
Oh, good
Okay,
answer.
So you're saying it's because of the country you live in doesn't have the same mechanisms. Is there a reason you don't have those same mechanisms everywhere?
In principle, we want to provide, a good experience for our users in general. We don't want to monetize from people who are under 13. In the US, we are COPA compliant. And as part of that, we were deemed as I want to get these specifics right. We were deemed as a particular type of audience, mixed audience app. Want to make sure that that's right. And as a result of that, we have to provide an experience to our under 13 users in this country as well.
My time is expired. Thank you. I yield back.
Okay, good question. She was good. I liked the line of questioning.
Chair recognizes gentleman from Utah.
I don't know. I don't agree
Thank you,
this is the
Madam
worst
Chair.
thing for everyone, but it
Mr.
definitely has a
Chair, my
lot of
children are
harmful
getting ready to
content,
run a
misinformation,
marathon, and I know
cyberbullying,
that
is
during this hearing that
scams.
they'll be
I
running
agree
for
with
about
that,
the
but I
same
don't
amount of
believe
time
it's
that
the
you'll be
worst thing
sitting in
for
that chair
everyone.
today.
But I do
Unfortunately,
believe
I only
that
get you
it
for
has
5 minutes,
harmful
so instead of a
content.
marathon, I'd like to do a sprint with you. And I want to go back up to that 30,000 feet level. Would you agree with me that Section 230 was created to protect platforms like yours from lawsuits when you distribute information?
Yeah, they have different laws there. It's completely
Don't
different.
overcomplicate it, just like
I understand.
30,000 feet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, go.
So then would you agree that there's a line drawn between publishers of information and distributors of information? Specifically in the Section 230 language?
I think 230 is a very complex
Yes,
topic.
I understand.
Yeah.
Remember, we're at 30,000 feet. So in short, your platform distributes content that other people's publish.
Okay.
One of the early challengers to Section 230 was when AOL refused to take down a post of somebody that had inappropriately put associated a phone number with the Oklahoma City bombings. Courts ruled that AOL was not liable for that post because of Section 230. Now, I want you to do a hypothetical with me because I'm going to use the absurd to try to make a point here. Let's suppose hypothetically that AOL, instead of just posting that, actually wanted to magnify that voice. And so they took out an ad in the Wall Street Journal linking that phone number with the Oklahoma City bombing. And let's suppose they didn't stop there, but they went further and they took out a Super Bowl ad linking that phone number with the Oklahoma City bombing. And let's suppose hypothetically they didn't stop there. They sent a flyer to every home in America linking that phone number to the bombing. And I guess the question is, would AOL have moved from a distributor to a publisher in this made-up example?
Okay, his lawyers are not going to allow him to do.
Congressman,
what in the world is
respectfully,
I think everybody can see that they would. This is not a hard question. Moving that far away from the intent would have moved them to a publisher.
It's very
My question
irresponsible.
is
Very
platforms are
irresponsible.
protected because they post content. But I want this room to see, not just you, the protection has limits. And if AOL moves to a distributor instead of a publisher, they go outside of those limits. Now let's talk algorithms just super quickly. We've thrown that word around a lot today. Let me here again go 30,000 feet, and we'll use another platform so it's not sensitive. But Pinterest, I like to go on Pinterest. My wife and I are building a home, working on the yard right now. If you went on my Pinterest page, you would see swing sets and things made for my grandkids.
Okay.
Now, another hypothetical, let's suppose that there's some devious intent inside Pinterest and they decide they want to influence John Curtis with these algorithms. And they want me to believe it's the end of the world. And all of a sudden now I'm buying bomb shelters and swing sets for my kids.
Right.
Have they become a publisher? Should not be protected from Section 230.
You know he's not. This is
And
not.
if you don't feel, I'm pretty sure the room understands that they have crossed this line, and you can tell me if you think they have or not.
Congressman, I will have to study that specific example. And
It's a hypothetical, but you can see at some
The
point
Washington
they've crossed
Post's
the
about to
line.
do a
They have
TikTok on
become
this.
a publisher
Gary,
and a distributor. So we've touched on this today, but I want to be super specific. Is it possible that
'Cause they're on
had enough data, could get enough data on me that you could use artificial intelligence and your algorithms and machine learning to write an algorithm that could persuade me to change how I view a policy issue?
Okay, that's a better
Is that a
question.
possibility
That
of-
was one of his.
The way we look at it,
30,000 feet, we're on a sprint.
Yes,
I will say very
fine.
high level.
Fine.
The way we
Yes.
look at it is our users come in and express whatever views they
But
want.
that's not the point. The point is you could write an algorithm that would change.
Anybody
We've
could do
actually seen that
anything.
Washington Post
Hypothetically,
reported
anything could
Stop the
happen.
Willow
Hypothetically,
campaign
we all could die
shows
right
how
now. Every one
TikTokers
of
are
us.
tackling climate change.
Who would be
I think
responsible?
that's all fine, right? And all good, unless
somebody has interjected into that and magnified or diminished voices in that.
Thank
And-
you.
And what
It's
I'm proposing
everywhere.
to you today is
Everywhere.
that pushes them across the line from a distributor to a publisher if they make those decisions.
Okay, fine.
Serious
Utah.
allegations have been made against your platform and others, many of them here today, and you're not new to these allegations. This isn't your platform, but some time ago, there was an allegation that a platform recommended ISIS-related videos. We've talked about the weight
You need a
loss,
platform. It was
videos. We
YouTube.
talked
Let's
about-
be for
we didn't
real.
talk about it, but it's still in the elections.
Uh-huh.
Whatever the motivation,
And Facebook.
I'm trying to point out that as you move.
What are you
from a
trying to point out?
publisher, as you manipulate this data with algorithms,
Uh-huh.
would you step out from the protections of Section 230?
Ask him what they're doing.
Do you see that logic?
What? What?
This is a very complex.
I
Yes.
understand it's very
argument.
complex, but you
Okay,
see the
it-
logic. In your mind, has TikTok ever stepped across the line from a distributor to a publisher?
There's a question. That's a
Congressman,
better
again, This is
question.
a very complex topic. I will need to get back to you
I
on the
understand
specifics.
that. Okay, and finally, you very quickly, you produced a video that now is well known about your visit here and today.
Have you all seen that video he
Can
did?
you tell me 100% that no TikTok employees manually manipulated that to get more views?
I checked, and as far as I know, there was no boosting and heating. I went viral organically.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I'm out of time. I yield my time.
There's nothing happened.
Everyone yields back.
We are still in the same
Chair
place.
recognizes
Moving forward.
Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Lent Rochester. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, as I'm sure you know, this hearing is part of an ongoing effort by our committee to examine.
Are we gonna
data
silence her
security
too?
And other concerns with social media companies broadly. And I have to tell you, I came to this hearing interested to hear the actions that TikTok is taking to combat misinformation,
Whoa.
protect our young
Yes,
people,
me
and
too.
ensure our national security. But I've not been reassured by anything you've said so far. And I think, quite frankly, your testimony has raised more questions for me than answers.
Okay, let's get
As
into
some
it.
of my colleagues already noted, platforms like TikTok can easily manipulate and undermine user autonomy with addictive features, invasive data collection practices, and disseminating misinformation and disinformation. That's why I will be reintroducing the Detour Act to mitigate this harm.
Detour
Mr.
Act.
Chu, yes or no, would you oppose legislation that banned the use of intentionally manipulative design techniques that trick users into giving up their personal information?
Right. Thank you, Daniel. I agree. Like, what do you expect? What? He can't
principle,
even answer anything.
It's just a yes or no.
In principle, I agree that the
No,
kind of
it's not.
practices is not.
And can TikTok users opt out of targeted ads? Yes or no?
Oh, they should be able
At
to.
this moment in time, we believe that this is a very important part of their experience.
Yes or no?
Yes, they should. They
It
should.
is an important part of their experience.
So no.
Even if someone wants targeted ads, do you give a user a clear opportunity to prevent TikTok from
It's
using
okay.
tools like
We
pixels
all
to
have-
collect their data?
We're
and
all the
track them
same.
Off of the
I
TikTok
have typos too. You're good.
We give our users a lot of tools to control their privacy settings on our app.
But they
And by
should
the
be
way,
able
if you're
to
below
opt out of
16, it's
targeted
private by
ads.
default. So you cannot even
Yes.
go viral.
But
In August of 2022, response to a letter I wrote to
I'm
your
just writing
company on
something down
abortion misinformation,
look this up.
TikTok asserted several actions to address abortion misinformation. In light of recent attacks on safe and effective medication abortion, I'm remained worried by this misinformation. And following on Ms. DeGette's questioning, how many posts did you actually take down that contained abortion
How would he know that?
misinformation?
He's not gonna know that.
Contents on views on both sides of the on abortion is allowed on our platform. It's just freedom of expression. If it's dangerous misinformation, we rely on third-party experts to help us identify and remove them. I can get back to you on specifics.
Yes,
Oh, they-
please get back.
they
with us
allowed him
on the
to answer
specifics.
that. Wow, shocker.
Mr. Chu, in your testimony, you indicated TikTok has taken several steps to implement Project Texas. You've said you've spent, in your testimony, $1.5 billion. You've hired 1,500 full-time employees. Can I ask for some specifics about the implementation? This $1.5 billion, what was it used for? The employees, were they people that you
Good
already
question.
had that you just transferred over?
Good question.
And what types of roles will they have?
Good question.
Okay. This $1.5 billion US is spread across many things, including the infrastructure we have to build, the migration of the data to a new cloud infrastructure, and all the third-party security partners that we're hiring, and of course the new employees. Now, this team will now be run by a gentleman who used to be the
Yeah, I see what you're
who has been in
saying. Yeah,
Korea,
I
as a
agree.
chief security officer.
That's
in
why
other
they let
companies.
her talk.
And another gentleman
There's
who
something.
used to work,
Something
I
happened
believe,
there with the other woman.
If you could
in one of
just
the
follow
national,
up
yeah,
with us, that would be very helpful.
I will.
Okay,
Because we
good.
would really like to understand the details.
Yeah.
Where's the money going? How many people
I agree.
are you,
We
and
need a
what will they be
report.
doing?
Transparency
as I
report.
put just
I
kind of
agree.
a finer point on this, one of my concerns is that we came here hoping to hear some actions that would alleviate some of our concerns and our
girl.
fears.
Oh,
We got
not
family
girl, but-
members. We have a lot of folks here that are
Ma'am.
constituents, that are content creators.
Ma'am.
And for us, we were looking for action.
This
We
comment
wanted
right
to
here.
see, make us feel like we really can trust, as you use the word.
You can't.
What I leave here with is thinking about the fact that your company is, I learned that you have personalized data advertising for kids as young as 13. And we've heard until Project Texas is supposedly stood up, engineers in China still have access to personal data. And that means engineers in China have access to personal data of 13-year-olds in the United States. And I think that really summarizes why you see so much bipartisan consensus and concern about your company.
She had a good
And I
point there.
imagine that it's not going away
You have to hand that to her.
anytime soon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield.
But I didn't walk away with the same exact sentiments,
Young
but
lady yields back.
she has a
Yield
point.
to the lady from Arizona.
respect
Ms.
it.
Lesko for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, do you agree that the Chinese government has persecuted the Uyghur population?
What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's not about TikTok.
Congresswoman,
What are you talking about?
if you use our app and you open it, you will find our users
Back to
who
the
get
app.
all sorts of
Back
content
to
on
the app.
China.
Yeah,
The
because your question
is,
just
do you
makes no sense.
agree that the Chinese government has
Who-
persecuted the
what-
Uyghur population?
What are you talking about? This has nothing to do with
Well,
TikTok.
it's deeply concerning to hear about all accounts of human rights abuse. My role here is to explain what our
Exactly.
platform does on this.
Evasive. It's a pretty easy question.
No, it's not
Do you
actually, because it's
agree
nothing
that
to do
the
with
Chinese
him.
government has persecuted the Uyghur
That's so
population?
stupid. This is a
Congresswoman,
stupid
I'm here to
question.
describe TikTok and what we do as a
Exactly,
platform. And
not
as a
anybody
platform, we
else.
allow our
What is he
users to
gonna
freely
talk about
express
everything?
opinions on this issue
Earlier
and any other
today-
issue that matters.
Yeah, moving on. Next.
Well, you didn't answer the question. Earlier today, Chairman Rogers
Thank
asked
you.
you, and I
Thank
quote,
you. Pass
"Have
laws
any
that
moderation
protect the
tools been used to remove
population. What are you talking
content
about?
associated
I'm
with
leaving
the
this up for a
Uyghur
second.
genocide, yes or no?" Your answer, we do not remove that kind of content. Yet, in 2019, TikTok
Better line of
suspended
question.
the account of Feroza Aziz, an American 17-year-old, after she put out a video about the Uyghur genocide.
And they
So your answer,
need
sir,
to stop
does
censoring
not
content.
align with history.
That particular case was a mismoderation. I believe that video had a picture of Osama bin Laden, so we
No,
thought it was content that was inappropriate.
Yeah, I looked it up. That was a different post that they banned.
I can get back on the
TikTok
specifics. Yeah.
banned. My next question. India banned the use of TikTok in their country in 2020. New Zealand has banned the installation of TikTok on devices connected to the country's parliamentary network. Canada banned the installation of TikTok on government devices. The United Kingdom has banned the TikTok app from government.
They're not going to
devices.
outright ban TikTok. I
Belgium
don't
banned
believe.
the TikTok from
I'll be
government
very
phones.
surprised if
The
they do.
European Union
Very
banned the
surprised.
installation of TikTok on government devices. All cited security risks with the company's data collection and connection to the Chinese Communist Party.
Better safe than sorry. That's what I
Recently,
think.
our U.S.
what they
FBI
did.
Director Christopher Wray said about TikTok, quote, "This is a tool that is ultimately within the control of the Chinese government, and to me, it screams out with national security concerns." Mr. Chu, how can all of these countries and our own FBI director have been wrong?
What?
I think a lot of risks that are pointed out are hypothetical and theoretical risks. I have not seen any evidence. I'm, eagerly awaiting discussion so we can talk about evidence, and we then can address the
He said,
concerns
give
that
me
have been
the
raised.
receipts. The receipts.
Yes, my next question
Give him the
revolves around
receipts.
an
He
article.
deserves a receipt.
India banned TikTok in 2020.
We got it.
A March 21st Forbes article revealed how troves of personal data of Indian citizens who once used TikTok remain widely accessible to employees at the company and its Beijing-based parent ByteDance. A current TikTok employee told Forbes that nearly anyone with basic access to company
I remember that
tools,
article.
including employees in China, can easily look up the closest contacts and other sensitive information about any user. This current TikTok employee also said, quote,
Because
"If you
it's
want
good.
to start a movement, if you want to divide people, if you want to do any of the operation to influence the public on the
because
app,
everybody's
you can
on
just
there.
use that information to target those groups." Why would Mr. Chu, why would a current TikTok employee say this if it wasn't true?
It's the internet.
This is a recent article. I have asked my team to look into it. As far as I know, we have rigorous data access protocols. There's really no such thing where anybody can get access to tools.
All right.
So I disagree with a lot of the conclusions.
That's
Madam
plausible.
Chair, I request unanimous consent that the Forbes March 21st, 2023 article be added to the record.
should.
And I have, would like to turn over the rest of my time to Mr. Abernold.
Okay.
Uh,
The
thank
first
you,
line
Madam
of
Chair.
questioning was stupid, but she
Mr.
got to the
Chu,
point.
I'd like to continue asking the question that we ran out of time last time. So as part of Project Texas, you're going to have engineers at Oracle review the algorithms, the machine learning algorithms that TikTok uses to ensure that they're free from foreign influence. But as you and I were discussing, reviewing the algorithms doesn't do anything. The algorithms are simple. That's not where the secret sauce is. The secret sauce is in the data used to train them and the outcomes that you're asking them to predict. Would you agree with that?
No, I actually believe that with third-party monitoring, you can identify a lot of the motivation of the code.
You can.
And with enough third-party expert, you can identify a lot of what the code is designed to do.
But how would you verify that you couldn't ask the algorithm for a different outcome than the one that the rest of the source code is asking for?
The algorithm will be trained with this. Again, it's very technical, but it will be trained based on weights, for example, and those are things that we can verify. You know, what weights.
Can we go back to the Black Congresswoman about the lack of inclusion and silencing certain Black voices? That was not discussed. We
Lady
keep going
yields
back to this. It's important.
Lady yields back. Chair recognizes for 5 minutes. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Where is she? She got
The
silent.
genie's really out of the bottle on this now, so to speak. 150 million Americans are now on TikTok. That's almost half of America. They're expressing themselves in art and music, poetry, short film, comedy.
Correct.
Among other creative expressions, and many of them are inspiring.
Exactly. Yield time to her. What's going on?
We also on the committee recognize there's a darker side to it, right? Violence, adult themes, drug and alcohol, sexualization.
You was the most balanced.
Suicide, all major issues on TikTok, but also Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and other social media platforms. So the solution, as I see it, is to regulate TikTok and other social media platforms. And that job, Mr. Chu, as you know, really falls to us. There are real concerns, bipartisan common ground we've already had. We had a federal device ban that was voted on bipartisan in the omnibus. And I co-introduced a bill with my dear friend, Representative Kamek, about notices of that federal ban. Madam Chair, I think the first key is privacy. We have to pass the comprehensive legislation that got out of this community but eluded us in the last Congress. I'm really hoping we can get that done, and I'm really excited about hearing that from folks. The other thing is that TikTok needs to be an American company with American values and end its ties to the Chinese Communist Party. This is something that'll be critical as we look and go forward. And then 3, we all agree we have to protect our kids. The committee should consider banning the use for children under 13 of not just TikTok, but all social media platforms, or at least empower parents.
Fair.
In addition, have rules of the road for teens that are 13 to 17, so that families can do what's right for their families. So for privacy,
more
that's on
tools for
us.
parents, more tools
Internet
for
privacy
kids.
is on us.
I agree.
As far as being an American company, Mr. Chu, as you know, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States at the Department of Treasury reviews foreign investment that affects national security. Right now, they've negotiated with your company about this Oracle setup that you've talked about, servers in an American company in America, in Texas, and then Oracle would monitor the algorithms. But pressure is mounting. So, Mr. Chu, would TikTok be prepared to divest from ByteDance and Chinese Communist Party ties if the Department of Treasury instructed you all to do so?
Congressman, I said in my opening statement, I think we need to address the problem of privacy. I agree with you. I don't think ownership is the issue here. With a lot of respect, American social companies don't have a good track record with data privacy and user security. I mean, look at Facebook and Cambridge Analytica, just one example. So I do think that, it is not about the ownership. It is a lot about making sure we have Project Texas, making sure that we're protecting and firewalling US user data from unwanted foreign access, giving third parties to come in, to have a look at this, and making sure that everybody is comfortable. We're giving transparency and third-party monitoring. And that's what we're doing for Project Texas.
Well, I would at least encourage you all to start having the dialogue, should that be where the president and the Congress ends up going. The third thing is on parents. I had a constituent of mine, Brandy of Lake Nona, say, I'm a parent of two teenagers, 14 and 18 years old, both of whom have been harmed by social media. TikTok's algorithms supply my 14-year-old son with a continuous stream of inappropriate content and has negatively influenced his perception of all females. I noticed the attention span of both of my teens has changed or decreased dramatically. And social media has made my daughter insecure, leading to an eating disorder and ultimately depression. What safeguards do you have, and what should we tell Brandy of Lake Nona about how we can help her protect her children?
We have a differentiated experience. I mentioned just now about the experience if you're below 13, very, very restricted. If you're below 13 to 17, Congressman, we actually have a whole series of things. First, the content that you see, we make sure that we remove things that could be mature themes from your feed. We also, by default, do not allow under 16s to use direct messaging. We do not allow under 16s to, we set their accounts to private by default. They can go viral. If you're below 18, we shut off some features for you. Like, for example, you're not allowed to post live streams. Neither are you allowed to send virtual gifts. So we take this very seriously, and we want to continue to build to ensure that we're giving our under 18 teenagers on our platform. Although today they are only a minority of our user base today, but we still take it very seriously.
Mr. Chu, I'd encourage you to continue thinking about how to get the word out to parents across the nation on some of these tools, as well as we here craft a privacy law that will help provide well-needed regulation to social media companies.
Everyone has to be responsible. Everyone has to take 100% responsibility for protecting kids online. Everybody's responsible.
Thank you,
Companies,
Chairwoman
parents,
Rogers
teens,
and Ranking
schools,
Member Plum
teachers,
for holding
me,
this
you,
hearing.
everybody.
I love both of your opening remarks. Like my colleagues have discussed today, our increasingly digital world leaves Hoosiers and all Americans in the dark about who has access to their information. For TikTok users, that could be third-party data brokers, advertisers, or the Chinese Communist Party. TikTok aggressively feeds addictive content to
I have to
users
say
to
plus
glean
one for
massive
allowing him
amounts
to
of
answer that
personal
question
data
last
that's
time.
worth a fortune. For Hoosiers watching at home, this isn't just data about your favorite sports team. You know, if there really are 150 million users in the U.S., this suggests to me that the CCP has a finger on the pulse of almost half our nation's population.
Well, that's why we're having
I find
this
that hard to believe.
But
this
that's a
week, I
possibility.
decided I would ask my constituents in Southern Indiana to share their stories with me. Went out Monday night, and we got 800 responses in less than 12 hours, okay? Let me share a couple of those with you. One of my constituents shared, I quote, "I'm a mental health counselor. Most of my teenage clients are on TikTok. They spend hours online being negatively influenced by others. I've seen kids experience self-harm, gender dysphoria, and many mental illnesses they have picked up from TikTok. I will not allow my children to have TikTok. The creators know the algorithms are addicting our children. They know that children are suffering more anxiety and depression from screen time, but they do not care. They will not change their algorithms because it's financially lucrative for them to keep their kids addicted." Another parent said, "We let our daughter try it out. The feed was continuously suggesting sexually explicit, stupid, and vulgar videos. We discontinued it within a week." And there's been many more. Like I said, 800, okay? In your testimony, Mr. Chu, you walked through a number of supposed actions taken by your company to create a safe environment and empower parents to oversee content shown to their children. But virtually everything we've heard reflects the opposite, and some of your answers are a little confusing. You know, all of those sitting here and maybe watching on C-SPAN, this is the 32nd hearing we have held about privacy and big tech.
And we'll be having in 32
Each hearing
more.
I've been part of, we've heard the same stories about our constituents' experience and the same promises for big tech to do better.
Okay.
Truth of the matter is, this
Just like this
disgusting and
with
dangerous
virus
content littered across your platform is not justifiable and it's uncontrollable. Americans' data is not safe and big tech is doing nothing to protect it. Putting aside the dangers
That's the answer to
CCP
your
involvement, and
your
after
question,
these
Mr.
32
Pitts.
hearings,
That's the answer.
I believe it's actually time to change the narrative, change the focus, and change the outcome by talking about the money you're making at TikTok.
What's the
Mr.
pointing
Chu, I have
finger?
a question. How much revenue is generated per user?
Congressman,
Private company, and you're
private
not going
company,
to tell me.
yes.
Does each user receive a comparable benefit for the amount of profit their data brings to your company?
We need to hear
we
that.
do share some revenue with some
No,
creators
we
who
need to
produce,
share, but you're not
say,
sharing
1
what
minute
YouTube
plus
is.
informative
Thanks.
content.
No,
When
it is
am I going to get paid for the data that you are selling, or you're getting revenue from advertisers? When am I going to get paid for the data you're getting from my children, my grandchildren, my neighbors?
Allows you to get
I
paid
think
for
that's the only way to get your attention, is talk about the money you're making, and maybe that'll get you all to do what you're supposed to do.
I recommend
I
therapy.
respect and understand your opinion. The vast majority of our users have a great experience. I sent a
answer.
video recently as well. I got hundreds of thousands of comments.
But what am I
We had a-
getting? It's
yeah.
a great experience. What about these 800 bad experiences that people in the
800. It's
Indiana
more than
6th District
800,
have
and
been
it's
getting?
more than
We
800
will
good
look into them,
experiences.
and a lot
You're
of
going
the
to look
issues
into it, but this is a 30-second big tech hearing, and you're always going to look at it. Frankly, I think you're all stalling is what you're doing. You're just trying to buy time while you're making the 18 billion, perhaps, whatever you're making.
The majority of our users have a great experience on our platform. It is our duty to keep it safe.
You can't say what majority is their
That's why our
minority,
commitment is to
but
make sure
a
that
lot of
safety
people have good
I think
experiences, and a lot
I
of
think
people
it's
have
your
bad.
duty to pay attention to what you're doing, and maybe you paying people for the information that you're getting from her is a way to get that.
Yeah, there's a company
Thank
that
you,
does that. I
yield
can't
back.
remember the name,
Chairman yields
but if
back.
I remember, I'll do a
Chair
video on them.
recognizes
But they
Gentleman
pay
from
you for the
Washington, Ms.
data.
Schneider, for 5 minutes.
It's a company owned by a black
Thank you for
woman
being
too.
here, Mr. Chu.
She's
I'm
really
really
big
concerned
in tech.
about everything that we are hearing in this conversation today, and I appreciate your good intentions, but the actions are really falling short.
What
As
actions?
a pediatrician and the parent of a
Oh,
teenager,
thank God we got a pediatrician.
I'm particularly concerned about how
Finally.
social media generally and TikTok specifically
Thank you.
is affecting our kids and teens. We just heard a lot about this.
I mean, we have the same thing about TV and movies and
Last year, the American
games.
Academy of Pediatrics
It's not just social
sounded
media,
the
it's
alarm about our
everything
children's
that a
mental
child
health crisis.
consumes.
And as a pediatrician, I know this has been going on for more than a decade. In fact, it tracks perfectly with social media engagement. And during the pandemic, teens who are missing out on in-person interactions turned even more to social
Felicia's
media
like,
to
yep.
connect with friends. Social media is designed to be addicting. That's the business model. And your platform is the most addictive of all.
It's
Because
all the same.
endless, mindless scrolling takes teens away from human relationships. And here's what's important. It keeps teens awake all night, well past their bedtime.
I don't know
at
if
a
I would
time
say
in their
100%
lives
it
when
takes away from
sleep is
human
critical
relationships.
for brain and physical development. In fact,
There's
sleep
nuance to
deprivation
that. That's
alone,
not
ignoring
absolute.
even content alone can cause depression, anxiety, social withdrawal, inattention, poor coping skills, and academic failure. So, Mr. Chu, I just want to follow up a little bit on what my colleague, Mr. Sarbanes, was discussing. It is your business model to keep eyes on the app, to keep it
course.
addictive. I know you likely have experts who have advised you on how to design this to
Correct,
keep
of
those
course.
eyes on your platform for the longest
Absolutely,
possible time.
yes.
So I want to know if you have psychologists or other health experts on staff looking at screen time, hours of use, and sleep.
We worked with the
Oh, the
digital
children
wellness
being up
app,
late as falls
Congresswoman,
to the parent.
and
I mean, I
with
say
the
100%
Orphan Children's Hospital,
responsibility on
and we
both
came up with a 60-minute default limit for any users under 18. We were
Okay,
the
so
first to
that
do
is
it in our
a-
industry.
That is an opt-out. And I can tell you, they're going to immediately opt out. It is addictive. It's
We
like
also give
asking
tools.
a chain smoker not to take the next cigarette. It is not going to happen.
And by the
Okay.
way,
So first I have a question, then I'll go back to Boston Children's. Mr. Sarbanes asked earlier, what is the percentage of teens who actually adhere to the 60-minute
Yes,
limit?
but he doesn't know.
I
He's
would
going
need
to
to
get
check on
back.
those
He
numbers
said he
and
was
get
going to
back
get
to you
back
on
to
I'd
us.
specifics.
appreciate those numbers.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it is an incredibly low percentage who actually do
Honestly,
that.
you know what?
Now, as
Probably.
far as Boston Children's goes, I know you're referring to them as a source for these ideas about go outside, get some air, take some time out. But I can tell you as a pediatrician, I'm guessing their suggestions were a little stronger than that. And so I'm wondering what is the next step? What are you doing when you find out that almost nobody is really opting out after 60 minutes to take this burden off of the kids and off of the parents and change your algorithms
Yes.
to make them not so hooked?
We give our parents, as you pointed out, the family pairing tool. And in that tool, if you pair it with your teenager's phone, you can actually set a restriction, how many minutes. And we believe it's very important for parents to have these conversations with their teenagers so to decide what's best for their family. I also, Congresswoman, a lot of people come to our platform to have a really informative experience. Like I said, there were 116 billion pieces of content on STEM.
TikTok is very good at
information. Book Talk has
We've
115
we've
billion.
also heard today that well over 20% of the information is misinformation. We heard that about medical remedies that are
This
not
is
really
the internet.
remedies. We've heard it about mental health
We heard of
topics.
internet.
I mean, this
Who
becomes very
decides?
dangerous, especially when people who are not
decides?
trained to think very critically
Who
are being
decides?
given information and thinking
That's
that it's true.
the internet.
And you've
Welcome
said
to the
many
internet.
times that the destructive information isn't available to kids, but
It
Like,
is
we keep
available.
seeing examples here, and so I'm just wondering, what are you going to do with the algorithms? I mean, just because you're removing something that says anorexia, bulimia, or eating disorder, that doesn't do it. If you show girls repeatedly skinny bodies and
Okay.
advice on how to
So,
cook meals that are less
wait,
than
no,
300
no.
calories,
Let's not do this.
that's dangerous.
Let's not do this.
We have
Let's
worked
not-
with, first of all,
let's not do
all
this.
anything that glorifies eating disorders, we remove
How
it
do
from
you
our platform. It's
decide?
violated.
So if a skinny
We're
woman
working with
comes up and
experts now.
says, "This
It's
is
a challenging problem for our industry.
How do you
But
do
we're
that?
actually
Oh, she's skinny. Let's
identifying some
ban
of these
her
themes that we're
TikTok
talking
because she
about
made a meal
and
plan.
trying to
Like,
build models where
who
that kind of
decides? At
content
what
is not
point?
clean up for the younger users. So it's something we take very seriously.
That
too.
makes no
We're seeing
sense.
eating disorders in elementary age kids.
Yes,
now,
we are.
and I
It's a
need you to
problem.
expedite that
It's a
process as
problem.
much as
Why
possible.
is it
because
on-
Parents out there are worried, and I'm worried as a pediatrician.
I'm worried too.
Parents can't take themselves off of these platforms. Kids, there's no way they're going to take themselves off,
are you
and we need you to do your
Felicia
part. It may
said
affect
yes.
your
I
bottom
really think this
line,
kind of thing falls to
but it
parent
can
more.
save
Some
this
parents don't want to say
generation.
no to their kids.
I share your concerns and I commit to doing more.
What are you talking? I'm like, what? What Felicia
Gentlelady
said?
yields back. Chair recognizes gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Gray.
Huh? Don't. That
Chair
example
Rogers
is
and Ranking Member
horrible.
Cologne for holding this hearing.
Horrible
According to an August 2022 article in the New York Times, TikTok's in-app web browser can track every individual keystroke made by a user. We have heard today about the various ways in which the app's code could be used to monitor or track users, and likewise, we've heard concerns that this data may not be fully isolated from access by the Chinese Communist Party. That said, I'd like to know more about the historical, non-public U.S. personal data that your company has already amassed. Mr. Chu, you have publicly stated that the non-public information of TikTok users in the United States is being transferred to an Oracle-based cloud infrastructure because of safety concerns. Will that be completed by the end of this week, by the end of this month? What's the outline?
The deadline is good. We should know
dealing
that.
with that data that you've already amassed?
All new data is already stored by default in this Oracle cloud infrastructure with the
No, I'm talking
safeguards.
about the data that you've already amassed.
We are in the process of deleting.
What timeline will that data be able to be stored?
We will. I believe we'll be able to get it done this year. I'm hiring.
This year, thank you. It's not going to occur anytime soon. To be clear,
I mean,
until
this
that
year,
data
we got
transfer
4
happens,
7 months, 8, 9,
this
10.
data remains
We have
accessible
4
to the
7
Chinese
months.
Communist Party. On March 1st of this year, the committee asked you,
What do you
when
think it
you
happens
plan
in 1
to
week
delete
to delete all this data?
non-public
150
historical
million
U.S. user
data
data.
points?
Are you aware
You do
of
that
this?
next week? Obviously, it's going to take
Congressman, I
months.
disagree with this assessment that the Chinese government can get access to the data. It's really for
Anybody,
look, this
if
is a
they
private
really
company.
wanted
This
to,
is
they
what
could get
Chinese
access.
employees.
You
to work on.
responded. You responded in writing to this committee. I have the response that we got back from you on March 7th, just 6 days later. Your attorneys wrote the company, I'm quoting, the company plans to begin the process of deleting non-public historic U.S. user data this month and anticipates that the process will be completed this year. You came up with a supposed plan in the summer of 2022, specifically based on our concerns that the Communist Chinese government was spying on U.S. users. But you only just came up with the idea to delete historic non-public U.S. data just 2 weeks ago? Let me read it again. On March 7th, your attorneys wrote, and I quote, "The company plans to begin the process of deleting non-public historical U.S. data this month and anticipates that the process will be completed this year." Mr. Chu, did you just come up with this plan only because we asked about it on March 1st?
Who cares as long as it's done?
This,
Well, because that's what it looks like to me.
Okay,
It's
whatever.
incredibly
What's the
disappointing.
end goal?
Wouldn't you
What are the
agree
end
that
goal? Who
awaiting
cares?
even minutes for this personal privacy protection is absolutely
You want it done?
wrong?
Let's get it
and
done.
it
Who
is not
cares?
in
Did
the
we
best
get it
interest
done
of your
before?
users?
Whatever. Get it done.
Congressman, respectfully, there are many companies that use a global workforce. We are
Yeah.
not the only one. We are just taking action after hearing
Given the
concerns.
delay
Many
in
other
deleting
companies
this
have
data
not.
and what we've already established about the ability of the Chinese Communist Party to access personal user data, would you agree that no U.S. government electronic devices should have access to TikTok platform as your lackluster security currently stands?
I disagree with
Not
your
the attacks.
characterization. Like I
Do you
said, the
think that
U.S.
any
Not the
individual
attacks.
should be utilizing that on any government platform?
I think the government devices shouldn't have no social media apps, to be honest.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
It's not targeted
No,
to us.
I agree. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chu, during
He's
this
right.
hearing, you have
They shouldn't
mentioned
have any
several
social
times
media app.
that there is a, quote, different experience, your words, for children under the age of 13.
That is correct.
Different experience. Mr. Chu, do you allow your children under the age of 13 to participate in TikTok? Yes or no?
I
He
did
literally just
explain
talked
this
about
in
that.
detail. This experience
Why are
doesn't
we
exist in
pausing here?
Singapore where my children live. If my children lived here, then yes.
He already answered this.
Based on what we've heard today, it's clear to me that
Thank
TikTok
you.
as a company cannot be trusted and that Americans remain significantly at risk
Whatever. Good day.
because of the TikTok
That's the
app.
point of this, to
I
make
still
them change. If
contend
they're doing it,
that
what
TikTok
they
is
should have
the
done it 10
spy
years ago.
in
Okay,
Americans'
but they're doing
pockets.
it.
I want
But
to
the question is,
acknowledge
are
that
they doing it?
TikTok
We want
does
evidence.
have the ability to make those changes.
Timeline.
Unfortunately,
Follow the
we
money.
have not heard that from you today.
What
We
do you
have not heard a commitment to be able to
Haven't?
protect
Oh, okay.
the personal privacy that Americans expect and that Americans deserve. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes,
and I
thank you.
yield the
Moving
remainder
forward.
of
We already talked about this. I'm over it.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Tran for 5 minutes.
All right, Ms. Tran, let's
Thank
go.
you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, many big tech CEOs have sat where you're seated today and tried to run out the clock during a hearing like this one. They were trained not to answer questions and just wait for the news cycle to pass so
Of
that they could
course.
get on with business as
That's what
usual.
happens all the time, every
Those same
time.
executives
talk, though.
want this moment, TikTok's moment under the microscope, to distract Congress and the American people from the very real issues that exist on their platforms.
Well,
You have
yes.
an opportunity to turn the tables on them. While US-based social media giants have regressed on protections for children and teens, on protecting our data privacy, and on embracing transparency, you can lead, and you should lead. Last month, you announced that TikTok would expand access to its researcher API, but I'm concerned that your new policy could be more bark than bite, that it won't actually lead to the rigorous research that we as lawmakers and that parents and everyday TikTok users need. In
Okay.
fact, your terms of service demand that researchers delete their data at TikTok's unilateral direction. It puts onerous restrictions on how researchers' findings can be published, and it only allows access to public data, which researchers already have access to within the app. In order to actually address the content moderation and algorithmic amplification concerns that my colleagues have raised here today, and that I've heard about directly from parents in my home state of Massachusetts, independent researchers, not just other tech companies like Oracle, need to be able to evaluate how TikTok's algorithm is making decisions to promote content. Mr. Chu, will you commit to expanding your API to include data that would let researchers investigate how your algorithm is pushing content to users, whether it's showing up on your For You page, the hashtag page, or somewhere else?
We are, one of the commitments I gave in the opening statement is a commitment to transparency and third-party monitoring. So, Congresswoman, I will look into the details of that and get back to you.
Why do we keep
As well as
asking
the
the same
algorithm,
questions
including
before?
data on what types of users were targeted by the algorithm so that researchers can fully understand what content is being prioritized and who it's being pushed to.
Again, we have a commitment to transparency. These are very important questions, and I will get back to you on the specifics.
Under this same proposal, you require that researchers give TikTok, quote, worldwide, free, non-exclusive, and perpetual, end quote, rights to their papers. This threatens to clash directly with well-established practices of exclusive publication rights in research journals. Mr. Chu, why does TikTok need those rights?
I would need to get back to
Talk
you
to
on
his
that
legal team.
specifics.
He's going to talk to his
if
legal
that's
team
okay.
and come back to you.
Yes, I don't see how we can expect researchers to do their work under these terms and then tout transparency. I'm going to shift gears with the time that I have remaining, Mr. Chu. I'd like to talk about TikTok's efforts to protect children and young users.
Let's talk about children.
In 2021, the UK's Age-Appropriate Design Code went into effect, mandating 15 standards that companies like you need to follow to protect children on your platform. You still operate in the United Kingdom, which means you should be in compliance with this code. So my question is simple. Will you commit to extending the protections currently afforded children in the UK to the millions of kids and teens who use your app here in the United States?
That's required. That's a law thing.
We take the safety
Totally
of the
different.
younger users on our platform very seriously.
This is a good way to prove it.
Every country is a little bit different in context and in.
Yeah, there's completely different laws.
Let me look at the specifics and bring some of the best practices across the world. But
Well, those best practices are they're being executed around the world. We just want the same for our kids here in the
Yeah,
United
okay,
States.
but what?
I mean,
If it's not this app, it's
Mr.
another
Chu, when
app.
we spoke a couple of
This is
weeks
not just about
ago,
TikTok.
you
This is
indicated
different.
interest
UK laws,
in
US laws on
taking
privacy and
steps to
security is
earn
different.
Trust, our trust.
Should it be
And
different?
To me, it hasn't happened today so far.
Oh.
But rather you've ducked behind industry standards and comparables to your competitors, which we know are woefully insufficient. I strongly urge you to consider these terms, these commitments, make the case for why you're different from your American competitors. And
What do you want him to do?
Than them on transparency, which
And
you
then what
mentioned
can you give
countless
us to
times
tell us that
today,
he did
but
it?
which we don't really have anything tangible to point to.
yes, I don't want to make excuses for our industry or ourselves. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We take this very seriously. Nothing is it's not perfect. We need to keep investing to stay ahead of our growth.
You do.
So I agree that we
want
need
that
to
report.
prioritize safety and continue to do that as part of our company. And
Well, I look forward to getting back your comments
Yeah.
and your commitments and those updated terms of service
Good.
when you write back to the committee. Thank
Good.
you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
All right.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we've heard a lot today about the procedural safeguards, independent code review, server
I think
locations.
the
and
black
corporate
congresswoman
independence
is still
between
there who was
ByteDance
talking.
and the CCP.
I think she's still there.
And I
Wasn't
think
she
there's
wearing
something else a
purple?
little more telling. You know, when you were asked about Chinese censorship, you pivoted immediately to drug use in Singapore. You have absolutely tied yourself in knots to avoid criticizing the CCP's treatment of the Uyghur population. I think it begs the
because
first
we're not
question.
talking about that
When we ever
here.
get to Project Texas, which I'll get to in a second.
Talk about
If the
like I don't
CCP demanded that ByteDance hand over all of the data that they had on U.S. users in their possession, and ByteDance refused, I wonder what would happen. I wonder if Jack Ma might have an opinion on that, and I wonder if he'd be allowed to give it. But let's talk about Project Texas for a second.
Yeah, let's go back to
Project
TikTok.
Texas envisions a new U.S.-based TikTok subsidiary. You have stated that this arrangement is unprecedented.
Yeah, I
I'd
don't-
argue the reason it's unprecedented is because
Me
it
either.
requires continual oversight and monitoring by the U.S. of a private business because it poses a national security threat. The new subsidiary's board would report to and be approved by CFIUS. CFIUS will also specify hiring requirements as well as interact with Oracle as it performs its data role. That is an extraordinary corporate governance structure. I have questions whether it complies with corporate law and fiduciary duty to shareholders. Yet the core concern is that the proposes unparalleled integration with the U.S. government with a private company, which will require significant government resources.
All of that to allow a continued
think this is
operation of a
landing.
social media platform that has
Because
serious
we're
national
almost 4
security
hours in,
implications.
so
And CFIUS's workloads already
I know
dramatically
he's nervous
increased
because
in
he's
recent years,
shaking,
with
so
a 30% increase in declarations and a 45% increase in joint voluntary notices. And there's bipartisan consensus that CFIUS needs to be expanded as we speak. Mr. Chu, can you identify a similar corporate arrangement that requires federal government to expand such resources to monitor an alleged data privacy and national security risk?
Congressman, I'm not an expert on this matter. I believe that there are certain similar arrangements, but I'm not the expert on this matter.
I thought we would see more of
Only
the
one I
content
could find
creators.
was the UK created the
talked to
Huawei
the
Cybersecurity Evaluation Center in 2010 to assess Huawei's tech and to detect
And
malicious
content
activity and
creators?
guard UK's networks. That's worked so well that the United Kingdom is now planning on kicking Huawei out of Great Britain. You stated that TikTok has invested $1.5 billion in Project Texas. Are you aware of any discussions or proposals that entail TikTok funding or offsetting the costs of CFIUS' role?
Those discussions are, I need to get back on the specifics, but I can tell you, yes, we did spend approximately $1.5 billion US on our side.
You
to
spent
build this.
$1.5 billion on Project Texas. But do you have any, you agree that if CFIUS takes on this role, they're going to need a massive influx of dollars in human resources, right?
I cannot speak on behalf of CFIUS, Congressman.
Should the U.S. government expend such resources to create this extraordinary arrangement for TikTok, especially considering alleged data privacy and national security risks?
Congressman, I cannot speak on behalf of the
Well,
United
but
States.
Project Texas doesn't work without CFIUS, right? Project Texas, as you guys have proposed it, does not work without CFIUS involvement.
The idea behind Project Texas is the firewall of U.S. user data, make sure it's stored by an American company, overseen by American personnel, and we will invite third-party monitors to monitor this. So that, in essence, at least as far as I know, is the majority of the cost, because it will rely on not just us building the infrastructure, but us, finding and hiring these third-party monitors who are vetted to come in and monitor this structure.
You talked earlier about the shareholders' ownership of TikTok, and you said 60% is global investors, 20% is employees, and 20% is original founders. Are all those voting shares the same?
No, the founder has weighted voting rights, as is common in our industry.
So as far as a voting block of shares owned in ByteDance, do you know if the Chinese Communist Party, not Chinese government Communist Party,
We already
officials, but
talked
Chinese
about this.
Communist Party, do you know what their percentage of the actual voting block share of ByteDance is?
We talked about this before.
The
So if
Chinese Communist Party doesn't have voting rights in ByteDance.
Chinese Communist Party members is a different question.
I
Do the founders control the voting block of ByteDance's shares?
I do know that the founder himself is not a member of the Communist Party, but we don't know the political affiliation of our employees because that's not something we ask.
Does the Chinese government know the political affiliation
Yeah,
of their
what?
Chinese citizens?
I cannot answer that question.
They probably
I
do.
yield back.
Anyways, moving forward. That was really dry.
Yield back. Yield to the gentle lady from New Hampshire, Ms. Cuthbert. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. True, I just want to say I agree with all of the comments of many of my colleagues today that we need to take a close look at whether TikTok poses a national security risk. For today, I'm going to focus my limited time on how TikTok can better protect its youngest users. And I think a number of us have identified as parents today and have serious concerns as we relayed to you. Just this week, I heard from a parent in my district in Nashua, New Hampshire, whose child was served harmful content on TikTok and has needed counseling as a result. This experience is not unique to this family, and it
No, it's not.
underscores the need for better child protections on your app.
On everyone's
I'd like
app,
to dig
on the
further into
internet in
TikTok's
general.
current
Correct.
safety and privacy controls for children. I understand that TikTok restricts certain app capabilities for users under age 18 and has additional restrictions for users under age 16 or 13,
Okay.
such as limiting who can interact with them on the platform.
Okay.
However, these protections are worthless if any savvy child
Any savvy child can
easily
get through anything.
bypass these age restrictions by deleting their own account and creating a new one with a different age.
That's true.
And
That happens for
easily,
everything on the
I mean,
internet.
you can literally go in and open another account using the same email address. So I've been made aware by child safety groups, including Fair Play for Kids and Common Sense, that it is that simple for young users to bypass the
It is
age
very
restrictions on
simple.
TikTok. Yes or no, are you aware of this issue?
Oh, did it?
I apologize. I think that's a great question that you raised. If a user inputs an age and is blocked, my understanding is that if the user tries to do it again within a short period of time, and I won't disclose
We did
publicly.
it in our office yesterday. You can go right back in, use the exact same email address, and open a new account. So can I get your commitment that you will at least fix
Better
that
question.
bug?
I will go and have a look at it. Yes.
Thank
And
you.
fix it.
If we're here today to talk TikTok and not other platforms, but I'm happy to look at legislative solutions. In the interim,
finally someone
TikTok has
says
a
that.
responsibility to do more to protect its young
Everyone
users.
has a responsibility.
And I will accept your commitment to take a look at fixing
Yeah,
that
that's
issue.
more like it.
Will you,
That's more like it. That's what they'll
let's
do.
see. Sorry, I recognize that
Don't say
TikTok has
sorry.
made efforts to provide parents and guardian increased options to monitor and limit their child's activity on the app, including family pairing and time limit features. But I still have concerns. In order to access family pairing, parents then must download the app
Well, of
onto their
course.
phone.
Well, yeah, if
And
your
this
kid
sounds
has.
like a design to lure more users
What do you
onto the
mean?
app rather than a practical safety feature. Furthermore, downloading the app may not be a viable option for many parents. Mr. Chu, will TikTok commit to developing other methods for parents to monitor their child's use of the app
That's fair.
without having to download
That
the
is fair.
TikTok app on their phone?
We love TikTok.
I can look into that specifically and get back to
Not
you.
everyone
But
will
the
take
family
it.
pairing that you mentioned is a very good tool that we developed.
It
I encourage
is.
parents with teenagers
But it's not a
to use
perfect
it.
tool. And let me
Nothing's a
just
perfect
say,
tool.
one of
Who
my
cares?
concerns is
Just
that
do more with the
the
tool. It's not about
minimum
being
time
perfect.
limit
It's about being
TikTok
as
lets parents set for their children is 40 minutes, which for a young child is a very long period of time. Actually,
that's up to
giving
the
parents
parent.
control would mean providing them the freedom to set the screen time that makes sense for their family.
Yes, yes.
Now, I've got
Agreed.
a copy of the app page that shows just the 4 options. Would you commit to adding an other
Yes.
option so that the parent can
He should say yes, but
easily
he's gonna.
set their own screen
They
time
better
limit?
add
I
that.
can take a look at that.
I think it's important. I think parents
Yeah, I
are
agree.
looking for control.
Yes,
They're
they should be
looking
able to do that.
to allow their family to use these apps without TikTok taking over
Yes,
their
but yeah, they will
child's
still have to. Yeah,
media use.
you want to see what
I've
the app that your child is on,
used reports,
but
I've
it is
heard
helpful
reports
to
of
have
users
other ways of
struggling
doing it.
to access the feature. And so I will look forward to hearing back from you on adding an other so that a
So,
parent
Raya, I
can
can't see your
add
full
a
comment.
custom limit.
Feel free to type it
So
again.
finally,
I
I
can't.
ask that you commit to report back to this committee and the American public on how TikTok addresses these safety issues and the steps that you are taking to default children's accounts to the most protective possible settings. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Yeah, they
Gentleman
should have
yields
more.
back.
I
Move
agree.
To
They're
chair
doing it.
yields
They're.
to the gentleman from Ohio, 5 minutes.
I really love the parental controls, and they need to add more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for being here today. I would like to start by inserting into the record a report entitled TikTok ByteDance
You
and
read
Their
the guidance
Ties
on
to
the screen. That's the
Chinese
TikTok
Communist
CEO.
Party, which was published by the Australian Parliament just over a week ago. If I could add that to the record,
Without
please.
objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, we know that your company's algorithm has been exposed for delivering videos to China that encourages them to develop eating disorders, promotes challenges that have caused children to accidentally commit suicide, glorifies the use of drugs and pornography. Despite the constant media coverage of this issue, your company continues to feed our children this dangerous and harmful content. Can you explain to parents back in my congressional district why it should be their burden and not TikTok.
It's both
to set up
burdens.
that
Stop
guard
this
parental
argument.
controls for the children
100%
so that they do not view content which encourages eating disorders
Exactly. The
or
guy answered
committing
the question, the
suicide.
CEO of TikTok.
Congressman, I take
can't
this
remember his
issues
actual
very
message.
seriously. If the user is a teenage user on our platform, we actually have a differentiated experience, including certain models that we are building with experts to help
100%
identify
responsibility on the parent,
certain
on
content
TikTok,
that's not inherently
the
harmful, but
government.
could
There is no
lead people to eating
how
disorders.
much responsibility is
Anything
on
that glorifies
TikTok
eating
versus the
disorders is violative of our platform, and
It's
we
a
remove that.
stupid argument.
And I want to assure you that I take this very, very seriously, this commitment.
Mr. Curtis, my colleague, mentioned the use of heating tool on your platform to make specific videos go viral or get more views. Does TikTok use a cooling tool where employees can manually limit the amplification of
I
content
believe-
that TikTok should hide, like
Well-
content that promotes eating disorders, drug use, or suicide among children?
The only promotion tool that we have is approved by the local teams. So in the US, by the US team, and it's for commercial purposes like Taylor Swift. I think when she onboarded, we,
So would
heated
that
a
be a
little
yes
bit.
or no?
Yes, the
My-
answer is yes.
I just want to make sure that I'm answering your question with specifics.
The answer is yes. Moving on.
If this tool exists, why isn't it being used to cool then the spread of dangerous content? I mean, why is it still happening?
Dangerous content has that
it's
violates. We remove them when we see them. We actually remove them from the platform.
This is very nuanced. Okay.
The fact of the matter here is that despite
But that's a
whatever
good
action you take, that TikTok is taking to protect teens, your algorithm continues to promote harmful content. Wouldn't you agree that indicates there is something inherently wrong with the algorithm your platform employs?
They need to do a better
I do
job.
respectfully disagree with that.
Of course
the
you're gonna disagree.
algorithm drives a great user experience for many, many users.
It does.
Well, I talked about STEM
Both are
content
great.
that has
Yes.
116 billion views on our platform. One more example. Book Talk is a trend that happened on our platform. It's to
Made
encourage
more
people
books,
to read.
yeah.
And globally, it has 115 billion
I
views, and
agree.
it's fantastic.
It did a
I've heard
good
people
job.
telling me that they are reading more because of Book Talk. So
That's
there's a
true.
lot of good and joy
I
and
agree.
positive that
I
can be
agree.
derived from the TikTok experience.
Of course. That's
Yes,
why
there are some
we're on
bad
it.
actors who
Yes.
come in and post violative content, and it's our job to remove
just-
them.
yes.
But the overwhelming experience is a very positive one for our community.
Well,
But if it's your job to remove them, it's been said many times here today about the 41 days that video stood
and they
up
need to do better.
with addressing Mrs.
And they need to do better.
After this, I'm going to go and look into the specifics of that.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the lady from Texas, Ms. Fletcher, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman McMorris Rogers. And
It's
thank you,
everywhere,
President
right? It's
Malone,
news,
for
it's
holding
internet,
today's hearing, and thank
TV,
you, Mr. Chu, for
movie,
appearing today.
all of it.
It's been a long day.
It's a long
We're
day.
here to learn about a complex set of issues that relate to TikTok and how to address them. And I think that's what we're hearing from colleagues on both sides of the aisle today, is a real effort to grapple with the challenges that we see for national security and for the safety and protection of American citizens, especially our children and young adults. And
Especially.
we've already covered today a lot of the information about the extensive use of the app, the number of users who are children and young adults. But I think it bears repeating, as Mr. Byyyeee mentioned, that TikTok is the preferred platform of young
Of course it
Americans.
is.
And they use it for all kinds of creative
TikTok and
important
YouTube.
things. And we have seen that. But there are also some dangerous things that we know it has and continues to be used for. And
And it-
that also,
be honest,
the
it's
data that's collected
always going to be the
is
case.
posing additional dangers.
It's the internet.
That's what we're here for. Most people using TikTok do not realize that TikTok is collecting data about their keystrokes or about their browsing history on other sites. and
Oh, you
so
know
much
he's going to
more.
say something about that.
And I agree with my colleagues that we need a comprehensive set of data privacy laws.
Yes,
here in the
it's not
country.
just
We've
about
heard some
TikTok.
Very good ideas today. Mr. Chu, you've mentioned several times today that these are industry-wide issues. And I agree with you that there are industry-wide challenges here.
Both-
But there are also some specific things relating to
it's the
TikTok
internet.
that I want to focus my questions on. and
That's all I
really
got
wanna
to say. It's the
understand
internet.
where there's a difference and how we can craft legislation that addresses the very real challenges that we've been hearing about today. As you know, states across the country have joined an ongoing investigation into possible violations of consumer protection laws by TikTok as they pertain to TikTok's effect on the mental health of American children and teenagers. As part of this investigation, states have requested to review internal TikTok communications that takes place on Lark. That's TikTok's primary instant messaging system. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And does every TikTok employee have a Lark account?
It is very similar to companies that use Slack or any other instant messaging tool.
But Lark is a proprietary instant messaging tool. It's not Slack.
It's something that was developed, yes,
And
by ByteDance.
It was developed by TikTok?
No, it's developed by ByteDance.
It's developed by ByteDance. Okay. And so a couple questions stemming from that. Is it true that Lark video conferencing has a translation feature in which Chinese is translated to English text and vice versa?
That is correct. It helps with global cooperation.
Okay. And those translated conversations are somehow saved into the Lark system?
I will need to get back to you on the specifics.
Okay.
There is, I'll get back to you on the specifics.
Okay. That would be great to know. And I neglected to ask, but does every TikTok employee have a Lark account?
You did ask that.
Yes.
Including you? Do you have one?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
And then do you have there's some kind of profile for your instant messaging system. So every employee identifies their manager.
I don't know where we're going with this, but I'm pretty sure we're landing somewhere. So let's see where we land.
In their Lark profile, do you know?
It's very common for companies to have enterprise messaging tools that
To communicate with each other,
It
yes.
does, and I guess I'm asking specifically about Lark since it's specific to TikTok.
Okay.
Whether it includes information like identifying who, for example, your manager is.
Oh,
Do you know
okay,
whether
where are
that's
we
something
going,
that's identified
ma'am?
in
Because
Lark?
we got 10 more minutes and this is not.
yes, again, some of
We're
these
in the sky for
TikTok,
too long.
features are built into a lot of enterprise
Where are we
tools
going?
that we use, and yeah.
Where are we
Like, for
going?
your own profile, does it identify who your manager is?
What?
Yes, it does.
Where are we going?
Who does it identify as your manager?
I
How?
report to the CEO of ByteDance.
Okay, and so that is
The Chinese,
John
na.
Naming, is that identified as your manager? That's the former CEO.
He has stepped down from the board, and
So-
as the
I
CEO
mentioned that to say that they're just going to go back into
Mr.
China
Verbo, is he
again.
identified now as your manager on
Yes.
Where are we going with this, ma'am? Please.
And as you mentioned, it was developed by ByteDance, so it's not just used by TikTok employees, it's also used by ByteDance employees, is that right?
Also by other companies now. I think Lark is selling it, and it's a good tool for instant messaging.
So Lark is available to third parties outside of the ByteDance system as well, like
Yes.
Slack?
Okay, where are we
and do you
going?
personally ever use Lark to communicate with ByteDance?
What?
With employees at ByteDance? Yes, I do.
Okay. Well, I'm running out of time.
Yeah,
I'm
because
sorry,
we asked
this is really
stupid
interesting.
questions.
I do think it underscores some of the concerns
Does
that
it?
have been raised in this hearing. So I think it's clear we have work we need to continue to do.
This line of questioning did not seem beneficial to
With
the.
that, Madam Chairwoman, I thank you.
I don't
and will
understand
yield
that.
back.
The plane has not
We
landed.
stand
We're
to
still in the
recess and
sky.
We'll reconvene immediately following the third vote being called.
What? Oh gosh. Okay. I don't know. I'm like, I don't understand. That ending made no sense to me. I felt like she was going somewhere, but we didn't actually go anywhere, and we're still in the sky. And I think she had a point, and I know where she probably was trying to go, but it just didn't go there. And I'm still disappointed that everyone was yielding their time, but we didn't yield time back to the Black Congresswoman. I think she was in purple, and she was the only question that there was no other amplification of what she was saying. The TikTok CEO was not able to answer her thing. It was just a lot. It was just a lot. So because they're in recess, I am going to take 1 minute. And I'll come back in like a minute or two so that we can all just chill, and I'll come back. And we'll talk a little bit more because I still have some questions about the actual protection of kids online. People keep saying it, and I don't believe that most people in the room actually cared about it, but I don't know anyone's intention, so maybe they did. It was just that they could not express it in the limited time that they had. I just wish that there was more information about that. I wish that there was more actual time to talk about it. Yeah, he said it flows like enjoy your break. Yeah, I'll come back in a minute, but I feel like there could have been more conversation that was more impactful, and there wasn't because everyone wanted to hear themselves talk. So in that light, be right back. I'll be back in 1 minute, 2 max, and we'll be back. It's in recess. So let me put this up on the screen. See you in a minute. Okay, see you in a minute. See you in a minute. Okay, we are back. If you're wondering what's going on, we're listening to the hearing from TikTok and ByteDance on child safety and what they're doing to protect your kids on TikTok. So head to YouTube for us talking about it. They are still on break. I was like, I need that break. We're for 4 hours. I thought it was going to be done after 4 hours. They were like, oh, we'll be back for the vote. I mean, are we doing all of this today? Because we still haven't heard from the content creators that they brought. I want to pull up that video because I think some of you said you didn't see the video from the TikTok CEO on Instagram, on TikTok asking everyone to come and to give their experiences on TikTok. So while we're in recess with them, I'm going to pull up that videos for the replay viewers. If you're in the replay, put hashtag replay and you're in here like 4 hours in. That's amazing. Like, thank you for being here. Daniel says they have to mention it. They're just there to justify their future actions. Yeah, everyone's there for a particular reason and we can see it like seep out and it's very interesting. I'm like, let's see. This is not that. Okay, so I'm trying to look at TikTok CEO, TikTok video on hearing. That's what I really want to search online because he mentioned, oh, okay, it's all about him right now, but I can't find the video. So if I find the video, I will like probably stitch it on TikTok. I can't find it right now. I did a quick little search and I couldn't find it. So if I can't find it that quickly, then I'm not gonna go deep into it. They finally did though mention the question that I wanted them to mention, which was, do you have your kids on TikTok? Would you allow your kids on TikTok? And I'm actually happy that he answered it straightforward. I know they were upset that he said, oh, well, his kids are not in the US, they're in Singapore and they have a different app. But I mean, of course he was going to mention that. Like, of course he was going to mention that because that's true. according, I don't know. I don't know definitively that that's true, but I'm just saying that no one has any evidence that it's not true, and we're going to take his word for it. So why not allow him to say that and then say, yes, but if they were in the United States, I would allow them to use the app. I mean, that's a big thing. But one theme that I keep seeing happening is that we're all acting, and when I say we, I'm just saying we as a nicety, that we're all acting like this is just a TikTok problem. I'm very well aware that this is a TikTok hearing. It's going to be very TikTok specific, and we're going to be going on TikTok about what they're doing, as we should, because we are spending time on TikTok. Your child is spending time on TikTok. You deserve answers. You deserve ways to protect your child on the platform, and you deserve to have something to keep some peace of mind while your child is on the platform. That makes complete sense. But a lot of the issues they're raising about how you're doing a horrible job, if TikTok knew the answer to protecting your child in that way, or people's children in that way, or people in general in that way, I guarantee you that most other people never have that problem. It wouldn't be a problem, because then everyone would have the answer. Everyone would be like, oh yeah, I know the answer to that. So-and-so did that. They have a tool, they have a mechanism that stops all hate, all bad things, all online harms against children, and we're using that tool. If that tool existed, then we can be like, okay, Mr. TikTok CEO, do you actually, why don't you use the tool? We all agree that this tool is there. It is the, what is it called? Like the medicine to the disease that we see online. Why are we not using it? Obviously, it's much deeper and much nuanced than just like, oh, you can just slap on the tool for whatever. So for me, I'm just like, this is on and on and on. It's the same exact thing. It's the same exact conversation. It doesn't make any sense. Like Daniel said earlier, this is bigger than just TikTok and what TikTok can do. This is about the laws that we have and what laws we're going to put in place. I have not really talked about all of the kid safety laws and privacy laws that are available right now. And I'm most likely going to post a little bit more about that, just to see like, okay, what is coming up? Are we going to update the previous laws that we had that we implemented 20 something years ago? I mean, obviously we need to do that. But at the same time, the electronic frontier, well, I guess I can't remember the abbreviation of, not the abbreviation, but the full name, but the EFF, they talk a lot. Their whole entire thing is about privacy and security. They released a paper on some of the downsides and cons, or not downsides and cons, but certain things that these laws are missing that can make it worse for kids and teens and Americans and people in general to stay safe online. So even if we're implementing certain things like laws and bills going through or whatever it is, I'm not really familiar with the legal system like that. But even if we implement something that does require these big tech companies to do something to protect children, there still are nuances within that were not addressed. And so even if, oh, I just realized that that with Instagram, you have a time limit. I totally forgot about the time limit. But anyways, I was going on live on Instagram just to raise awareness to the hearing and our conversation today. But I'll go back to that. But yeah, I mean, even if we implement the laws that we need to, and we most likely will, I 100% see laws passing through, I want to see more internet safety experts, and I'm not talking about just people like myself. I'm talking about people who work directly in policy, who work directly within AI, machine learning, who work with social media companies, and to get their point of view about what's happening. People who have an expertise in digital privacy, digital safety, digital security. Like, I want to see more of that, because a lot of these laws that we're trying to put in place for kid safety, I am not very excited about. I'm not very excited about. So I don't know what's going to happen in this hearing. This is the first time I'm doing like a broadcast that is this long. We've been here for like 4 hours. And to be honest, it doesn't feel like 4 hours. It feels like an hour. So like, kudos to that. I feel like I need to make my fan though more, it's kind of hot in here. It's Texas. But anyways, I'm not very excited about what is coming down the pipeline in terms of the laws in that way. I will try to find EFF's thought process on the new laws. I think it was the Kids Safety Act. Kids Safety Act. I'm looking this up right now. And I'm going to put it in the chat for anyone who's watching the replay. And I thought it was a really, 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 really good breakdown in some of the problems with the Kids Safety Act. This is December, January, February, March, December 2022. Okay. Belong and must pass those states. Okay, so yeah, it's very controversial, and there's a lot of people who have different points of view on it. And I believe that it's worth talking about the differences that's happening. This is it. Let me see if I can share this tab instead. So this tab, so this is from the Electronic Frontier Foundation. And this was really interesting. And they were breaking down some of the concerns that they had with the Kid Online Safety Act. And there's a lot of holes in it. And I really liked this paper. I don't agree with every single thing, but I believe that they had a lot of points that needed to be addressed. And I don't think that we actually addressed it. So if you're interested in this article, I'm going to post it in the chat and you can read it for yourself or for your family. It's worth the read. I just put it in the chat for anyone who wants it. And I thought that they did a pretty good job with that. Let me go back to this tab just in case so I can hear what's going on whenever they come back. But yeah, TikTok has tools to protect your child online. And if your child is on TikTok, I don't know if it's going to be banned. I don't think it's going to be banned outright that quickly, to be honest. So you still have to, no matter what happens with this hearing, no matter what we decide in the end, you still have to figure out ways to protect your child on TikTok, and you shouldn't be left in the dark. So if your kid is on TikTok right now, I suggest not having a conversation with your child about TikTok. And when I say a conversation, I don't I don't mean that the conversation is about, oh, here are all the bad things on TikTok, or here are the things to not do on TikTok. I mean, like an actual conversation where it's back and forth, where they give you their ideas. What have they seen on TikTok? What do they like about it? What do they dislike about it? Having that conversation back and forth is extremely important because you want them to know that, hey, this is a discussion between you and I. I always say with internet safety and security, there are 3 buckets on how you keep your kids safe when it comes to the tech talk, right? So if from the moment that they're born all the way up until 7 years old, the main way to keep them engaged in internet safety is by making it very playful, making it game-like. This is like for all humans in general, but especially for kids under the age of 7 years old, that's like the best, is keep it playful. So if you have children and you want them to understand how to protect themselves online, I suggest that you go to Google's Byyyeee Internet Awesome game. I'm going to put the link here just so that everyone has it. Byyyeee Internet Awesome game. This is English side, but this is like the program, but they have a free game for your kids to play. So if your kids are under the age of, I think it's like 13 or I can't remember their age grouping. Yeah, it's like 13 and under, especially. This is a really great game for them to play. So I'm going to put it in the chat here. And you can look at that game for your kids. So if they're under the age of 12 or 13, that's a really great game for them. The FBI has a game as well. I can link that as well if you want your kids to play that game. That's more for, it's called Safe Online Surfing. This is 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, and 6th grade. Let me share this tab. So, and then let me go here. So this is for 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. And they have something for teachers, students, they have resources. This is a teacher's sign up page and for students. So if you're in the schools and you know that this is something that you can use, I suggest that you use this. And I'm going to give the link to that as well. Okay, I'm gonna go back to me. So and then if your kids are older, and let's just not, I'm saying older than 7, not older, but like between the ages of 7 and 14, that is the moment where you have to start talking about difficult topics and hone in on teaching. So you can hone in on teaching by using these internet safety games, because it shouldn't just be on you to protect your child online. It shouldn't be just on you. You need other resources outside of yourself, okay? So I believe, and I believe very strongly in the principle that everyone is 100% responsible for their own part. So I believe that parents, you're 100% responsible for protecting your child online. I believe that TikTok and Instagram and Facebook and YouTube and all of these platforms and Snapchat, et cetera, are 100% responsible for keeping the children, the older users, safe on the app and giving parents resources to protect their users or their kids, excuse me, on the platform. That's everyone's responsibility. I don't believe in, oh, there's 50% responsibility here and 50% responsibility there. No, we all have a responsibility to do our part. And the way that I have decided to do my part, okay, Felicia's like yes, absolutely. The way that I have decided to do my part, because I didn't do my intro to this today because it didn't fit. And I came like 2 minutes after they started the hearing. But the way that I take responsibility to make sure that more kids are safe on the platform is using my background in cybersecurity awareness and threat intelligence and online gaming to help parents like you protect your child online. So if you go to protectyourchildonline.com, and I'm going to put it in the chat as well. If you go to protectyourchildonline.com, that is where I give my own experience, my own expertise in helping you understand internet safety and what to do to protect your child online. And I have a private community. I have monthly calls. I was just on a call with a parent yesterday, and we were talking, all of 3 of us, it was her and her daughter and me, and we were on a Zoom call and we were talking about internet safety. But it wasn't a lecture for her. It was a conversation. And after the conversation, I was crying after the conversation, and they wanted to send me a gift after the conversation because it was so impactful for their family to have that. So if you want that type of resource, if you want that type of support, then you can go to protectyourchildonline.com. It's $27 a month or $270 a year, whatever you want to do. This is my way of giving back to the parent community and my way of realizing my mission of helping you protect your kids online. I care about this more than I care about a lot of issues right now. Exactly. Empowerment for her as well. She felt really empowered. We laughed, we cried, we had fun. And then we also had very uncomfortable moments in that conversation. But for me, I cried because I was like, that was the moment that I realized again and again and again. I have these moments all the time about how much I care about kids being safe online, but also experiencing the joy that they should experience. So it's very, very important. I thought I heard something where I think they're coming back on screen. Because I heard something in the mic for the recess. But anyways, I don't see any live footage, so they're probably not back yet. But that's what I care about the most, because I had my own experiences online as a child. I grew up as a gamer. That's my background in online gaming. And I experienced some amazing things on online gaming. Like I've had the best experiences, met the best people, but I also experienced things that was really, really traumatic for me as a child to go through. I talked about it on my Instagram. That was the first time I've ever really talked about it. It was very difficult for me to talk about that on Instagram. But if you want to see what I said, then I'm going to share my screen here. If you go to my Instagram, making sure I don't have any private information. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you can't really see anything. Okay, so I'm sharing this tab. And this is my Instagram. And this post right here is where I talked about my experiences. But we are back on the recess thing. So if you want to see that, go to my Instagram.
The name of Texas, you get my attention. Ms. Chu, when you were the CFO of ByteDance, did the Chinese government instruct you on how content was to be moderated on Douyin or TikTok? Yes or no?
Sorry, Congressman, would you mind repeating that question?
When you were the CFO of ByteDance, did the Chinese government instruct you on how content to be moderated was to be moderated on Douyin or TikTok?
I was not in charge of that. That's
You were
the
not.
CFO of
Okay.
Byyyeee.
We have a discrepancy there. Reports have shown that TikTok accounts managed by Media Links TV, a propaganda arm of the CCP, pushed divisive content before the recent midterm election. Mr. Xu, yes or no? To your knowledge, has the CCP coordinated or utilized TikTok to influence users through algorithms, state-paid content creation, or in any other capacity?
No, they do not do that. We do not promote or remove any content on behalf of the Chinese government.
Oh, that was a
You
really
don't,
big question.
But did the
That's a
Chinese
big-
government, do
yeah.
you have any knowledge of that?
We do not do, Congressman, we have only one process of removing content on our platform.
Okay.
And the process is done by our content moderation team headquartered in Ireland and Ireland and the US. And we will only remove content if it violates our guidelines. And that's something that we audit, or if there's a valid legal order. So,
okay. Several reports, hearings, and leaked internal documents have indicated that TikTok has repeatedly censored or de-amplified content that is critical of Chinese Communist Party policies in the U.S. and abroad. Are you aware of those reports?
I don't think that's accurate, Congressman.
Are you aware of those reports?
There could be some reports that say that, but that action itself is
But
not
your
something I agree
testimony
with.
here today is that you can keep up with stuff and make it as clean as possible, quote unquote. Are you aware of those reports?
I want to make it very clear that there is content on TikTok that's great and fun. There is content that's critical of China,
That's
and
not
it's
what,
out there.
that's not what I'm
We define-
saying. Are you aware of the reports citing that fact?
Again, like I said, the fact is, if you go onto our platform, you will find content that is critical of China.
Well, we're going to talk about that.
Okay.
Now, this committee is looking at reforming Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which has already been mentioned here today. Do you think that censoring history and historical facts and current events should be protected by Section 230's good faith requirement?
Congressman, that is a more complex topic. I will need to speak to my team and get back to you on the specifics.
Is your team behind you?
It's my broader team. I will speak to them and I'll get back to you.
It's always good
Some
to have
of them
folks
are-
behind you, isn't it?
Well, of course. I mean, hello.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. I got you. Here are my concerns with TikTok. Your claims are hard to believe. It's no secret
That was
to us
unnecessary.
that TikTok is still under the thumb of CCP influence. And let's be honest, TikTok is indoctrinating our children with divisive, woke, and pro-CCP propaganda, all while threatening our national security with Chinese spyware. In fact, let me look at my notes here. You had an exchange with Anna Eshu. In your exchange with Congresswoman Eshu, you said that, quote, extreme fitness videos shouldn't be viewed too much. You remember that exchange here today?
What extremist videos?
With Anna Eshu out of California.
Any content that is has extremist content is not allowed on our platform, and we identify them. And we will
Was that also true about the gun video that you saw today? Was that extreme content that should have been taken down?
I would need to look at the specifics of the whole video. There was a bit of lag just now. We couldn't see the whole video.
Okay, you know it threatened our committee chair here.
That is unacceptable.
Okay.
And,
So you're aware of that extreme video. And why did it take 40 plus days to get it down? Does it take literally an act of Congress? Should we plan to have a committee hearing every time, every day, every time there's something brought up so that we can limit the content on TikTok? Should Congress plan to do that, Mr. Xu?
Congressman, we work very hard to remove violative content on our
For
platform.
anyone who doesn't know what's going on, go ahead to my YouTube. I'm live
Huston, he
reacting
asked you about
to
your
TikTok
wages and your
talking about
stocks. You
child
said you
safety and
you
protecting your kids
prefer to
online.
keep that
I gave a lot of
information private.
resources for you to
Now you
know how to
how we
protect your
feel
kids
about
on TikTok
American
and the internet in
public's
general. So go ahead to my
We prefer to
YouTube
keep
chat
it
and click
private
on
as
some of
well.
the
We don't
links
think
that I
TikTok
shared
does that.
so that you can learn how to protect your kids online.
Madam Chair, my
And
time is
I'm
up.
so happy that you're here.
And if this
Feel free
committee
to go to
gets its
YouTube to
way,
join me there. I'll be
TikTok's
focusing
time
on
is up.
everyone on YouTube. Thank
Madam Chair,
you.
if I may, in my response to an earlier question,
Gentlemen, I'm sorry, gentleman's time has expired, or, yeah.
Okay.
The Chair recognizes Mr. Ruiz from California.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. I echo my colleagues' concerns about TikTok's impacts on the health and well-being of the American public. As a doctor and the ranking member of the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, I am troubled that TikTok is rife with medically inaccurate information. including dangerous misinformation and the intentional disinformation about COVID-19 and vaccines. TikTok's community guidelines state that the company will remove content or accounts that involve, quote, misleading information that causes significant harm, unquote. However, since the early stages of the pandemic, TikTok has been used as a platform for people pushing misinformation, disinformation, including by those casting doubt on the safety and efficacy of life-saving vaccines. And despite TikTok's pledge to address harmful misinformation, these videos are being viewed millions of times. For example, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue found that a sample of 124 TikTok videos containing vaccine misinformation were viewed 20 million times. And Media Matters found that a sample of 18 videos with COVID-19 misinformation were viewed over 57 million times. Here's another shocking study. The Journal of American Medical Informatics Association found that when searching hashtag, quote, coronavirus on TikTok, almost 30% of the videos that came up contained misinformation. Videos in that sample containing a high level of misinformation were viewed a median of 9.4 million times. Mr. Chu, why are these dangerous videos falling through the cracks of your company's efforts to enforce its own community?
I believe we talked
guidelines
about
and
that
remove harmful
before.
misinformation?
But I know
Before
everyone has
answer
to
that, in my
talk, so.
response to an earlier question from
You're
Representative
in my,
Dunn,
Mr.
He
Chu,
did already respond
you're
to
in my
it.
time. Answer my question.
He
I
is.
understand.
Yeah, he's.
If I would like to
what's he
clarify
I'm
something.
clarified. I have 5 minutes.
Okay, but
in
you're
my
wasting time right
You're in my
now.
time
So
now. Answer my question.
Yes,
you're wasting time
any
right now.
dangerous misinformation is we partner with third-party experts to be able to identify and help us with subject domain expertise. And with the expertise that we recognize, we rely on those to develop policies to recognize and remove content.
Well, your efforts have failed, and they're dangerous. Okay.
Okay, so
Public health
we need.
risks that you're putting millions of people's lives at risk for not being able to
This is
do
the
a
internet in
better
general.
job.
That's
And I'm
what
concerned
happens
that TikTok's
when
features make
the
it
internet exists.
users uniquely vulnerable to the spread of this misinformation. For example, TikTok makes it extremely easy to reuse audio and videos to create content, which allows misinformation to quickly spread through the platform. And TikTok's algorithm to recommend videos means that a user viewing one video containing misinformation can easily result in their quote unquote For You page becoming filled with videos containing similar misinformation. This is a dangerous feedback loop. So is TikTok taking any action to modify these features so that they no longer facilitate the spread of this misinformation or this misinformation feedback loop?
Okay,
Congressman,
good question.
again, like I said, any dangerous mis or disinformation, we work with third parties to recognize that, and it's proactively removed from our platform.
Okay,
so it doesn't need to get into those loops at all.
So I can go back and read you the data, and the Journal of American Medical Informatics. 30% of videos after searching for hashtag coronavirus had misinformation. Almost 1 out of 3. Your third party and your company are missing almost 1 out of 3 misinformed videos. So you're telling me what you're doing. I'm telling you the data shows that you are grossly failing at that effort. The other question I have for you is that TikTok is also in Spanish, and Spanish-speaking populations have been specifically targeted to misinformation when it comes to many aspects, especially medical misinformation. And as chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, we reached out to you last Congress on this issue. So what is your intent, or how does your team look like to address Spanish versus English? How many staff do you have
We already talked
Spanish
about
versus
that.
how
We
many
already
staff do
had
you
this
have
question.
focusing on English misinformation?
We already had the.
Congressman,
Ask a different
like I
question.
explained just now, the Spanish-speaking population is very important to our platform.
He's going to say the same answer. Ask a different
Spanish-speaking
question.
moderators, and we will continue to.
So how many Spanish-speaking staff versus English-speaking staff?
He doesn't. He literally just said that he doesn't
I can get
know.
back to you on the specifics, but dangerous misinformation is moderated regardless of language.
They should.
Not to
hopefully,
the
they have
degree that it
resources.
needs to be.
Okay, then let's let them do better.
We can continue to work hard.
And when
to-
there's misinformation, people base their decisions that oftentimes put them at risk. in exposures and their families at risk. And with the coronavirus, especially prior to the vaccines, the risk was their life. Thank you. Yield back.
Madam Chair, I would like to clarify something. In the follow-up question to Representative Dunn's question just now, I misunderstood the follow-up about ByteDance spying on behalf of the Chinese government. My answer to that question should be a no, because it came very, very rapidly. I just want to clarify that.
His lawyers slipped the
Gentleman's
paper.
time
They
has
said,
expired. Gentleman, or the chair recognizes the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Chu, we've been going a long time here. but
yeah,
I know
didn't they say it's
a lot of
ending at
questions
4?
have been answered, and
I got stuff to
a
do.
lot of them have not been answered.
I didn't plan to be
Primary
here
thing I want to do is just share some thoughts of what
for
I've
10
seen,
hours, but I'm happy that I'm here,
learned
to be
today,
honest.
been exposed to.
I think we'll do this again.
First of all, I've got to compliment you on having
I just want to know what happens.
a product that's impressive.
Yes, we know.
It's a very influential tool.
It is. I don't think
It
TikTok's
is-
going to be banned.
It is addictive, and that's what you want
It is
users
very
to be
addictive,
exposed to, is
yes.
something addictive, and it is a data gathering masterpiece.
It is.
So clearly, it's got the potential to sell products,
It does already sell
connected
products.
like-minded people with that artificial intelligence.
And it already has. I wonder when they're going to bring the
in a
people who
viral
testify.
fashion, and perhaps spread information quicker, better than anything else that's been developed out there.
I agree. It's one of the best.
Now, I'm just going to tell you, I'm not a
The only thing
subscriber,
comparable is
weekly
YouTube.
subscriber. But probably in that database somewhere is my preferences
Because
with
it's not the same.
colors or foods or who I've spoken to or what I've said or my favorite newspapers. I don't know.
It's a good, they did a
that's
good job with their
available,
platform in
Be
terms
sold
of
or given to
connecting.
whomever or whatever. And the whatever is what bothers me. I'll use myself as an example again. If for whatever reason I became a target in this, I became somebody you didn't like, and I know that'd be hard to believe because you gotta like me. But let's say you didn't, or the company didn't, or for whatever reason I became an app target.
Okay. Are we doing hypotheticals
Artificial
again?
intelligence algorithm
Danny already said
could be
hypotheticals.
shared
Where's that
or
camera?
spread
Not
selectively
camera. Where's that comment?
to a targeted audience that with negative information that maybe has been paired up with that knowledge and that app.
Yeah.
Make me look really, really bad. Or to the converse. Same thing could be done.
For everyone here on
Make me look
Instagram,
really,
feel free to head to
really
YouTube
good.
for the live reaction on TikTok child
Here's the problem.
safety and the TikTok ban. My YouTube channel is the
Someone
same
else
name as I
or
have here.
some artificial intelligence algorithm that has inordinate power to subjectively combine strategic data with strategic audiences to shape whatever thoughts and news they want. And I've equipped it, not even knowing it. And that process could apply to anyone or anything. There's the danger. It could be the President of the United States. It could be their kids. It could be a company. It could be a political party. It could be a news outlet. Anything could be targeted for that selective viral spread of just some information. Mr. Chu, this may be genius, but that doesn't make it fair. It doesn't make it good, and it doesn't make it accountable. I wouldn't want my government to have that ability. I wouldn't want a company or a political party or my friend August here or my mother to have that capability. I certainly don't want that to be accessible to anyone in China. Now, there's no question it's got immense value. And as proof of that, you're here. Because this hasn't been a fun day. I know that. Hasn't been a fun day for us either.
I mean, I've been having fun chatting with you all, so I don't know about them, but this has
Artificial
been
intelligence is difficult to manage once it's on auto
I
cruise
have more
control,
fun
and
when
it's,
kids are safe
as we talked
online.
about,
That's what I will
nearly
say.
impossible to wall off data. I know the idea, know a little bit about databases, I know a little bit about corruption of those databases. It's very difficult to wall things off.
Yeah.
And
That's what he's
unfortunately,
been saying. That's what we've been saying.
there's this thing in called human nature where there's some dark components from time to time. There's always a temptation to monetize things.
Of course.
Or perhaps use some of these tools for nefarious purposes, and they can have absolutely devastating consequences.
Devastating.
Mr. Chu, I'm going to wrap up my comments.
I don't know if he has a
and say that
question or yeah, he's just commenting.
This is so attractive. TikTok poses as a Mr. Rogers neighborhood, but it acts like Big Brother. And that's got to stop.
That's the internet.
Madam Chair, I yield
Will the
back.
gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields back.
The gentleman yield?
Yeah, the woman they cut off is still there. They need to go back to
Gentleman
her.
yields.
Yield to.
I'm pretty sure she's still there. But can't she
I
just
thank the
say,
gentleman for
hey,
yielding.
I want to talk?
Mr. Chu, earlier
So-
we had submitted into evidence the TikTok ByteDance and their ties to the Chinese
We
Communist
have
Party report that was
Talk
filed
Tik-
as an exhibit last week with the Senate in Australia.
TikTok.
You have any comment? I'd like to
TikTok.
get it on this paragraph out of their summary. Our research confirms beyond any plausible doubt that TikTok is owned by ByteDance. ByteDance is a PRC company, and ByteDance is subject to all the influence, guidance, and de facto control to which the Chinese Communist Party now subjects all PRC technology companies. We show in this report how the CCP and the PRC state agencies together, the party state, have extended their ties into ByteDance to the point that the company can no longer be accurately described as a private enterprise. You keep calling it a private enterprise, but all the countries in the world are saying it's not a private enterprise, it's part of the Chinese Communist Party. What say you, sir? Yes or no? Is it part of the Chinese Communist Party, as everybody thinks, or are you still living in some mystical world?
I disagree.
Not
with
the
many
disrespect.
So you're living in
conclusions
the
of
mystical
report.
world. I yield back.
Gentleman
Okay,
yields
moving
back.
forward. Next.
Chair recognizes.
Go back to child safety.
Ms. Democrat, right? Yep. The gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for yielding. Mr. Chu,
Hopefully he has a
somebody
question.
like a lot of parents.
Thank you.
who
Back to
are
kids'
also
safety.
Members
Let's
of
talk about
Congress out here. I know a number of us, when you testified earlier today, you mentioned that the over 35 segment
That was
is a
funny.
growing group of potential users. As if over 35 is old, and I realize
It's
that
not
my own children.
old. It's just older than
That I'm
13.
ancient. Our
16.
4 boys, but like a lot of us up here, we understand that there is some potential good, and of course,
I don't
many
think
of
a lot
your
of people understood
influencers
that.
are doing what they're doing for all the right reasons. But
Hopefully most of them, yeah.
one thing in your
I mean, I'm on
testimony you
TikTok.
said a lot.
I try.
was safety. But as a mother and as a member of Congress and as someone who's very concerned about drug use in our country, I was surprised that that didn't come up once in your testimony. No real reference to it here today. You know, I've raised my concerns in general about social media platforms serving as an illegal marketplace for drugs in prior big tech hearings, and I plan to continue that focus during today's hearing. Mr. Chu, a March 8th, 2023 article in the Washington Post detailed the fact that TikTok has made little progress in combating the sale of illegal drugs on your platform. In
I don't
fact,
know anything about
Colorado
this
Attorney
drug
General Phil
conversation,
Weiser
so
said that getting
I-
drugs on platform like yours was nearly as convenient as using a phone to order a pizza or call an Uber. That same article mentions that law enforcement agencies have been frustrated by TikTok's lack of competition in the form of data sharing. In my view, TikTok has taken little action in response to this crisis. According to a May 2022 blog post from TikTok, you donated $125,000 or 0.001% of your 22 revenue to an anti-drug effort on your platform in the form of ad credits. You also redirected #drugs, #fentanyl, and other obvious hashtags away from posts selling drugs to a community resources page, as if a teenager looking for drugs is going to look for them at #drugs. Drug dealers have
Okay.
easily worked their way around this, using emojis and slang to communicate that they have drugs for sale. To this day, it is possible for anyone to log into your platform and acquire drugs, and the consequences of that can be fatal. What are you doing to move past these token efforts to prevent teenagers from accessing drugs on your platform? Look, as parents up here today, we may not understand everything about your platform. I'm not a tech guru. Many of us up here may not use exactly the right language, but we know when our kids are at risk, and our kids are at risk on your platform. So what are you going to do to move past these previous token efforts?
Congresswoman, we do take illegal drugs content on our platform very seriously. It violates our guidelines, proactively identify and remove them. And as you pointed out, if anybody searches for any drugs on our platform, we do point them to resources to help them with that. At the same time, we have also taken product changes. Like, for example, we don't allow our under 16 users to use direct messaging. And the reason is because, we wanted to, there was a trade-off here. And we believe that, it will protect these younger users better from getting contacts from.
She wanted to know more
people trying to
information
push
on what's
illegal
happening
activity. So
moving
we'll
forward
continue to work
to
on it.
better protect
Again,
kids from
no
that.
company can be perfect at this.
No, of
We're
course
saying
not.
we
But
are.
they just want to know more
With
information.
all due respect, the no company can be perfect line has been used way too much today. I'm going to reclaim
I
my
don't think
time.
it's been way
Clearly
too
in the
much, to be
3+
honest.
hours you've been before us today,
I don't think it
what
was
you're
way too
saying
much.
about Project Texas just doesn't pass the smell test. My
Okay.
constituents are concerned that TikTok and the Chinese Communist Party are controlling their data and seeing our own vulnerabilities. If you were an American company, we could look at your 10K, we could see who your shareholders are. The answer you provided earlier today, you'd rather not tell us what your compensation is or how it's derived. Well, no American CEO would like to tell us that, but they have to because they're an American company. So what you're doing down in Texas, it's all well and good, but it is not enough for us to be convinced
Exactly.
that
I
our
agree, Daniel.
privacy is
He
not
used
at
that
risk.
line when
So
it applies
how
because
can
they
you
asked,
say that
yeah,
you're protecting American users' privacy
Yeah,
with the
I
CCP
agree.
being so heavily involved with ByteDance? It's not possible. China
Wait.
won't even carry your product. How is it that you can convince us that our privacy is not at risk? And more
Your
than
privacy is
that,
at risk just
our
by
kids'
using the
privacy
internet.
is not at risk. in
That's
this
a problem
country.
in general. It should the
In
kids'
my
privacy
opening
should
statement-
never be at risk ever. Oh. Why is his mic not?
Gentle lady's time has expired.
Oh.
We're going to have to continue on.
Oh, okay. They cut his
Gentleman
mic
from
off.
Georgia, Mr. Allen.
They cut his mic off.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chu,
Okay.
for being here today. September 2021, the Wall Street Journal published an article titled "How TikTok Serves Up Sex and Drug Videos to Minors." This article gives a chilling depiction of the types of content that TikTok's algorithm is curating for our children. This article claims that your application served an account that was registered as a 13-year-old, quote, videos about drug use. It referenced to cocaine, meth addiction, and promotional videos for online sales of drugs. The algorithm was also found to have delivered countless videos depicting, quote, pornography and other adult content to the device of an account that was registered as a 13-year-old. Could you please
Not
explain to
good.
the members of this committee and parents across the country why your company deems it acceptable for such inappropriate content to be prominently featured on a Child's For You page?
A lot of the content that you mentioned, Congressman, are violative of our own policies, and we don't think they're acceptable, and we will remove them when we identify them. We take this very seriously. I mentioned this.
Can't say take this
is an
very seriously. It's
industry-wide challenge.
overused
We're
in
investing
that.
as much as we can.
I know why
I
he
don't
has
think
to
it
say
represents
it.
the majority of the user's experience on TikTok, but it does happen. Some bad actors try and come in and post some of this content, and we're doing our best to invest as much as we can to remove them.
Well, I would say you're not doing enough. I have 14 grandchildren, Mr. Chu. You personally believe that such content is appropriate for minor children to consume?
Of course not.
A lot of the content that you mentioned, like porn, for example, is not
No,
allowed on
of
our
course.
platform.
Who would
So,
say that?
No, I do not
No
think
one
that
in their right mind would
acceptable
say
for
Adult
Young
content
people
is okay for young kids. Why would,
Earlier this week, the Wall Street Journal published an article titled, quote, TikTok's Chinese partner has another wildly popular app in the U.S. This app is called CapCut. Is a video editing tool
Oh,
to
that's
help users go
interesting.
viral on TikTok.
No,
While for obvious reasons,
yeah.
most of our attention is focused on TikTok and ByteDance.
That's
Other
true.
companies and their applications are also continuing
But that's
to
from
exploit
ByteDance.
the privacy of Americans.
Every app.
TikTok, CapCut, Lark, FaceU, all of these apps are also controlled by ByteDance and pose serious privacy concerns.
What happened to the 4.5?
2022, it's reported that
Oh, it's
Top
4.5
Button, an international
hours.
version
She
of
did say that.
ByteDance censored Chinese news app.
We're beyond
was
4.5.
used to spread pro-China messages to Americans.
They,
When it comes to the
kudos
data
to you all
privacy
and
of
us for
Americans, we
sticking
must
through.
have a clear set of guidelines to ensure Americans' data is protected and not passed along to unknown third-party actors who could pose a threat to our security.
I'll be working all the way up
I urge
until
my
midnight
colleagues to
today
continue to
because
work
I've
together
been
to
on
pass
this
a
live.
national data privacy bill,
This is gonna be a
not just one
long,
out of the
long
House
night.
Energy
He keeps saying the same
Commerce
thing
Committee,
over and
but
over.
also through the House of this Congress. It
Join
is
me
the
on
only
YouTube if you're
systematic way
not
we
on
can
YouTube.
address privacy concerns. Unfortunately, I've been given no reason to believe that TikTok does not pose a threat and cannot be trusted to follow our laws when they conflict with the desires of the Chinese Communist Party.
Huh.
Your firewall that you're talking about, if you had a bad actor in your, what you call your Texas initiative,
Project Texas.
could get through that firewall and send any information that they wanted to send anywhere, direct.
Every
to-
security
into-
system can be
directly
breached. Doesn't
to
matter what it
the
is.
Chinese Communist Party.
There's
Would
always
you
good
deny
and
that?
bad.
Congressman, this risk that you talk about exists for every company, bad actors.
I'm talking about TikTok, sir.
Yeah, it exists for
In
every
fact, the
company,
risk is
though.
lower for us because these
It is a
No,
risk.
don't
correct?
say it's
the
lower.
personnel will be vetted. So the
Yeah.
risk is actually
I
lower
wouldn't
than
say
most
lo-
companies in the
Okay.
industry.
Well, I wouldn't say that though. I don't think that
That
was
is
a good
why
thing to
we
say.
have to deal with your company. And
Huh?
with that,
Yeah,
Madam
we have
Chair,
to
I
do.
yield
I'm
back.
confused.
Gentleman yields back.
Anyways, moving
Chair
forward.
recognizes gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for five minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chu, thanks for being here today. Your testimony discusses an effort your company has named Project Texas.
Oh.
And the
Do I
investments
have
your
to start
company has made
responding
in
to you
creating a
as I'm
firewall between the United States user data and entities in China
Because they keep
susceptible to
asking the same
influence by
questions.
China's government. And with your company's recent announcement by CFIUS that CFIUS has instructed TikTok to separate itself from ByteDance or face a ban, TikTok's commitment to retaining this firewall is at a crossroads. So I want to ask you some questions about your company's long-term plans to ensure the safety and security of American data. And this, for me, is the crux of the concern for me about TikTok.
Okay,
First of all,
let's
does the
talk about
Chinese
it.
government need to approve Project Texas for TikTok to agree to it?
Oh, good question.
Congressman,
Finally.
we have designed Project Texas to move forward in the United States. This is something that we have described at length in the written testimony and in my opening statement. Firewall of American data stored on American soil by an American company overseen by American personnel. This is designed to move forward in the United States.
But does the Chinese government need to approve Project Texas for you to agree?
I think he already
We do not believe
answered
so.
that. That's it.
How is TikTok considering the future of Project Texas in the event of a sale or other ownership changes? Are there elements of the Project Texas that TikTok would change prior to? Or?
I cannot speak on this hypothetical or on, on potential,
A lot of hypotheticals.
owners who I cannot represent.
Okay. You don't know.
Join me on YouTube if you want to see the live coverage and the comments, and
Despite
so that I can
Project
read your
Texas's planned
comments.
positive changes,
Because
it
I
does include several broad
have to look
exceptions
back for it. So go
that
back to
allows
YouTube,
large amounts of US user
CyberFareedah,
data
go to
routinely
YouTube.
leave the country.
And we'll
I want to know a little bit more about these exceptions so I can understand whether Project Texas can live up to its promise protecting Americans' user data. I understand that under Project Texas, business data and public data will be permitted to regularly leave the United States. Is that correct?
Almost all the data is under the that's not public, is under the definition of protected data. This accepted data that you mentioned, I can get back to your team on this, is really for interoperability purposes, to make sure that the business can still operate and American users are still getting the benefit
Can you tell us
of a global
what where the data goes and how it's used by the company?
It will travel outside.
That's
of
a
the
good
United
question
States.
about
I
what
can get back
TikTok
to
is
you on the
doing to
specifics.
use.
It's data.
How are
that
they using the
doesn't-
data?
It cannot be used to identify users. So it really is data that ensures the interoperability of the platform.
Of the plot, yeah.
And I understand that. I think we would want to have some understanding of how
He's gonna get
we
back
would
to all
distinguish
the.
that by definition, and then also how it would be enforced.
Yeah, they'll do a
I can get
report on
back to you
that.
on those specifics.
This will be
How is the
interesting
US
to see
data
what they
used to
say.
promote certain content back in the United States market, for instance?
I'm sorry?
So, what you'll have US data feed the right. How can you discuss when you discuss where the data goes and how it's used by the company? How and at what points of data transfer does the US data feed?
Obviously,
the PRC
someone else wrote the
algorithm used by
questions
TikTok?
because that it's a team
would the
effort.
data
So
that
he
you
probably doesn't know much about
TikTok
data.
is not available in mainland China.
The PRC developed algorithm used by TikTok. How does US data get fed by that?
Huh?
The algorithm that leads to the US app
I-
is in the Oracle.
He didn't write the
infrastructure
questions.
and
I
is
don't.
trained by US and global data. Again, TikTok is not available in mainland China.
How can we trust that these exceptions for Project Texas won't be abused by China's government or by foreign adversaries?
This is the fourth commitment: transparency, third-party monitors, including the definitions of these exceptions, and we can be very transparent on how they're used.
I think we're going to be having
I
another
guess my
live
question
stream on
would be
this.
that
So
you want to get back to me in writing. That's fine,
yeah,
but
he has to get
how
back
we
to you on
distinguish
that.
between
We'll
the
have to do
data
another live stream. So
interoperability
subscribe if
and
you're not
this
subscribed to the channel. We're gonna
with
we're
what
gonna
data you
cover
would
what
share.
TikTok is doing to protect
It's,
your kids online.
again,
So
it's
subscribe
first of all, public data is not part
so
of
we can
the
have this conversation again
protected
because
data
this is
definition,
not.
because
This
public
is
data
5 hours
is what
in.
users want to share globally. So if you post
This
a
is
video,
not going to end
and you
here.
want someone in France to see it, just by definition, it has to leave the United States. Otherwise, the world cannot see it. Now, there are certain aggregated and anonymized data sets that's useful for interoperability for advertising, for example. And that is part of what we're talking about.
Right.
I can get back to you on the specifics, but
I think we'd also want to know how it's anonymized. How
Okay,
what
that's
oversight
good.
and enforcement we can
Yes, absolutely.
okay,
Good
I
question.
can get back
Yeah,
to you on specifics.
that's good.
I yield.
Yep, we'll be here again.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger is recognized for 5 minutes.
We will
Thank
be
you, Madam
here
Chair.
again. Oh, we
Mr.
got
Chu,
we
I
got
gotta
visuals
hand it
again.
to you.
We
We've
got
actually
visuals.
done something that in the last 3 to 4 years has not happened, except for the exception of maybe
Zoom in
Vladimir
on
Putin.
that,
We
cameraman.
have unified Republicans and Democrats.
Ha ha ha.
And if
Zoom
only
in
for a
on the
day,
thing.
we're actually unified
Uh-huh.
because we have serious concerns.
Okay, move on. Okay, what does it
Does
say?
TikTok support good?
Huh?
I mean, is TikTok a platform for good? Just yes or no?
I believe yes.
Okay. Does TikTok support freedom of speech?
Yes, it's one of the commitments I've given this committee.
Do you personally support the First Amendment?
Congressman, I'm here to talk
As the
about
CEO of TikTok?
No,
I'm here to
don't
talk about
don't go to
TikTok.
the rabbit
As the
hole.
CEO of TikTok, do you support?
TikTok supports freedom
Thank
of
you.
speech.
Does TikTok support genocide?
Huh?
Again,
Who
Congressman,
supports
I'm here
that?
to talk about TikTok.
TikTok
Stop asking
support
questions like
genocide?
that.
Does TikTok?
No. But,
Okay, thank you.
But
What in the
We're
what
reclaiming my
is
time.
going on?
I'm going to go to a.
I agree.
video
Wow. Wow
now,
is
and
correct.
it's from
What is
Inez
going on?
Cantor Freedom. And
Huh?
I'd like you to see Inez Cantor Freedom, who has spent his entire
Oh,
career
we're
post
not doing
NBA
this.
fighting against human rights violations within the Chinese Communist Party. Go ahead and play this video, which highlights a situation that allegedly shows some human rights violations inside China. Please play.
But it is a good question. We do have to ask about that.
Mr. Chu, this was a video that was posted on TikTok by Inez Cantor Freedom. Are you familiar with this basketball player?
I'm not
Oh.
familiar with the specifics of
Yeah.
this, but I can tell you
Are
that,
you familiar with the player Inez Cantor Freedom?
I don't.
Congressman, I'm
Who-
not specific.
I
I'm
don't
not-
know.
Okay,
Ask
you're-
him
there's-
about
You,
a
have, you
different
just have
question.
to open TikTok and just search for this kind
Okay.
of content. It really exists.
I've
Yeah,
read
but
the moderation
there is
policy. Let me just
nuances
quote
with it
what,
because
you've talked about
things will be
content
taken
moderation.
down.
TikTok has a moderation policy, yes?
It's stupid.
We do have community guidelines that
One of the guidelines says material that in the sole judgment of TikTok is objectionable. Is this an example?
Why didn't we do
Banning
this
Inez
thing
Cantor
when the other
Freedom
one mentioned
is
about
that an
black
example
creators and
of
black people on the
objectionable
platform?
material
I'm confused.
inside the Chinese Communist
We're
Party
giving
in mainland
this
China?
time, which is important,
we do not take down content simply because it's critical of
He
China.
was
We do
banned
not do
one
that.
Which
week
is not
after this
good.
video.
We do not.
Did
we
he
do not
just
do
slip
that.
the
I can
paper?
give you the
If you need
specifics.
a note, go ahead.
Someone
The
slipped
note
the
says
paper.
he's not bad.
His account was taken off 1
Well,
week after.
We can check on the specifics.
We,
after
we
this.
can check.
Yeah.
So
The note says he was
let's
not
get to some
banned.
other
Who
questions.
knows? People get banned on the
Slide.
platform for stupid reasons all the time.
Your privacy policy states that you collect
It
a
happens
great array
all
of
the
data,
time.
keystroke patterns, app file names and types, sometimes approximate location, GPS location. Are keystroke patterns and rhythms part of TikTok gathering the data that is gathered by TikTok?
Thank God I did not
If
have
you're talking, Congressman, specifically about keystrokes,
earlier today.
Keystrokes, we do not engage in keystroke logging to monitor what the users say. Is to identify bots.
Okay.
It's for security purposes, and this is a standard industry practice.
You gather a lot of data. Safe to say.
We don't believe we gather more than any other social media company.
TikTok gathers a lot of data because your value proposition, as you sat in my office and told me, was to connect people to each other around the world. You told me this in my office.
Yeah.
So you gather data on what they like and what they don't like, and then you show them things that they don't know they like, but eventually they may.
Huh?
You told me this.
I think that's I don't think that's what I said. What I said is that we connect people together, yes.
Are you,
if these are interest signals,
Let
and
him
that
talk.
doesn't mean that we collect more
Are
data.
you
than other
aware
companies.
of any instances of TikTok distributing
Yes.
content
It has to
from
talk.
Chinese
Yeah,
state media?
it's not what?
I'm sorry?
Are you aware of any instances of TikTok distributing content from Chinese state media on the platform?
We will label them clearly for our users to understand that.
Do you disagree with FBI Director Wray and NSA Director Nakasone
that's a bait.
when they said that
Bait
the
question.
CCP
Bait.
could have the capability to manipulate data and send it to the United States? Do you disagree with their statement?
That's bait.
Their statement says could.
So do you disagree with that?
No, I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so it is possible that the CCP, under the auspices of ByteDance, which is your parent company, which you get paid from, has the ability to manipulate content that is being shared with 130 million Americans, yes?
Congressman, I just want to make sure I'm understanding all these questions. I don't disagree with them that there are data risks in general. That's what I meant.
There's a big data risk
But
because
on us specifically,
are there engineers located inside mainland China that
Are
work
you-
on TikTok?
We literally
Douyin,
went through
but
this
TikTok.
before, so
we are
we're
not the
wasting
only company
time.
that has that.
Are there engineers inside mainland China?
We
currently
literally
working on
went through this
algorithm for
before
TikTok?
already.
Congressman, like I said,
As you
there
told
are
me in
other-
my office.
There are other companies that, as I told you in your office, there are
By
other
the way,
companies
I'm going to
that do
reclaim
that.
my time.
Okay, good.
Please
Next, bye.
rename your project.
Who cares?
Texas is not the appropriate name. We stand for freedom
Yeah.
and transparency, and we don't want your project.
Oh,
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from
I don't know why
Tennessee
it's
is
called
recognized
Project
for 5
Texas,
minutes.
though. That is, I will say that, but I
Madam
don't know
Chair, and
if
thank
all
you,
that was
Mr. Chu, for
necessary.
being here today.
I don't know why it's
Both
called Project
President Trump
Texas.
and now
I'm not
President
sure.
Biden have backed forcing TikTok to sell to an American company. However, the Chinese Communist Party has put export controls on algorithms, ByteDance that power TikTok. And of course, this has created a gauntlet of regulatory hurdles in China and the US that prevented the sale of TikTok. Now, as a longtime business owner, I want to tell you, Mr. Chu, that waiting until your hands are forced will only drive down the price of your app. And right now, both your hands are tied. And you're going to have to make a decision about whether you choose freedom from the CCP or you continue to be an agent of the CCP. And I'll tell you why I say it that way. As a former member of Homeland Security, I point blank asked FBI Director Wray, is TikTok a national security threat? And without hesitation, sir, he looked at me and said, yes, Congresswoman, it is. Now, how much data is ByteDance collecting through TikTok that's worth continuing to fight this regulatory gauntlet? Why not take the money and run like any other company would do?
What?
Congresswoman, we built Project Texas in order to safeguard, and we listened to the concerns that have been raised, and we're building something that's unprecedented, that no other company is offering to protect U.S. user interests. And we believe it is
And to
rigorous
protect
and robust.
children
And,
online.
We are even offering third-party transparency and monitors to
Because
come
that was
out
a
to verify
subline
this.
of this hearing.
Frankly, I haven't heard any good reason why this doesn't work. I've heard a lot of rhetoric around this, but I haven't heard a good reason why it doesn't work. I
Well-
look forward to these conversations, by the way, with you.
Absolutely. Well, let me go down this road. When TikTok was unveiled to the public, its business model was solely based on generating revenue from advertising. Of course, ByteDance operated a separate app called Douyin for the Chinese marketplace. TikTok is embarking on becoming a so-called super app
In other words, it's
It's
a one-stop
already a
shop
super
with
app.
everything you do is.
It is already a super app, and they're trying to take over more. They're becoming the Amazon
Algorithms are
of
so
social
powerful
media.
that owner ByteDance has begun to license it to other companies. TikTok's recommendation engine
It's
drives
powerful.
usage on the platform, and this leads to promises of quick exposure and fame that leads to even more people joining. And when you sign up, TikTok starts collecting data about you, your location, your gender, your age, your facial data. The user never gets to the end of the content, and that's by design.
That is by
And
design.
obviously, that makes you a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I know
A
that
lot of
the
money.
Chinese Communist Party is preventing ByteDance from selling TikTok due to export restrictions on the technology, and this causes me to question, how are you going to power TikTok with your Oracle servers located in the U.S. with that Texas project? With ByteDance technology,
I'm going to be
it can't leave
working
China.
Saturday
How's
and
that gonna
Sunday
happen?
after
I
this
just want you to
hearing.
explain how it's going to happen.
All the work I thought I was going to
The
do
way that we
is
design
down
this
the
is so that any piece of
drain.
software that is impactful to the code that enters,
I love it, though.
there's some technical details around this, will be reviewed by a third
I
party.
want to see the conclusion of this.
or
I mean,
a
this
few
is
third-party
ongoing. It's
members,
not going to
just to
be.
make sure that we're all comfortable with the code. I want to say this again. I don't know of any other company in my industry who is offering this level of transparency.
Well, why are there two different versions of apps, one in China and one in the United States?
It's just a different business.
Okay.
Well, I think we all know
anyways.
the reason that
Do
the
we?
Chinese get a different version, because ByteDance puts China first and America last. And, TikTok has, with everything we've heard today, sir, you see 13-year-olds, 16-year-olds, you see the degradation that's happening to our youth and our society. It's deceptive, and it's destructive comment, and it's comments. And the worst thing is that it's deliberate, sir.
It's not
And that's
just
not acceptable.
TikTok. It's every
With that,
single
Chairwoman, I
thing
yield back.
impacts
General Lady yields
children.
back.
It's
General Lady
all
from
social media,
Iowa.
all TV, all
Miller
movies,
Mix.
books, who they hang around. It's a
Thank you,
big,
Madam Chair.
big issue.
Just like to thank our
But
witnesses.
my
for
channel
two,
is just
having been
internet safety.
in the hot seat, so to speak. Before, when I was in State Senate, I know how challenging this can be.
Oh, I thought we were doing the
throughout
closing
all of
remarks.
this.
Oh, no.
But
Hi,
certainly,
Miss
as you can see, in a
Iowa.
bipartisan way,
Miss
we have
Miller Meeks.
concerns, and those concerns are valid. And this is a yes or no question. Does TikTok track users' individual keystrokes?
Only for security purposes, for example, detecting bots, but we don't monitor what users say.
So the only purpose that you would monitor keystrokes is for security purposes.
I can get back to you on more specifics, but this is not unlike what many other companies in the industry does.
So the keystroke monitoring does not go beyond what common industry practice in comparison to platforms like Facebook or Instagram use.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And does TikTok keep records of users' credit cards and passwords?
What?
I'm not aware of that.
Huh?
You don't need that to log in. Of course, I can get back to you on specifics if you make a transaction on an e-commerce platform. But regardless, all that US data will be stored within the Project Texas firewall.
What are we talking about?
Within the Oracle Cloud infrastructure and overseen by American personnel.
So you would store credit card and password information?
What? What do you, I mean,
I need to check on the
I'm so
specifics. We are
confused
launching
about.
a pilot e-commerce plan, and we're making sure that that data is very secure within the Oracle Cloud infrastructure.
It's not about do
I
they,
think you've
it's
made a
about what.
point of saying that your platform is not different than other platforms on social media, and therefore are no more responsible than Facebook or Instagram.
So they're gonna make a point and
or
be like, it's
Twitter
just
or
as
the
bad.
other social media platforms. The concern, however, comes
You
with
should
where
be
the
better.
technology is generated and whom it is owned by. And in the
That
case of
was the
other
entire
companies,
conversation.
it is generated in the U.S. under U.S. guidelines, under U.S. privacy laws, with certain parameters versus generated through a parent company, ByteDance, which, as we know, is susceptible to the laws of the Chinese Communist Party, which has access to all of that data and information. And I understand that TikTok has just reinstated Enos Kanter's account recently. So our concern, and the question I have for you is, why would China or the Chinese Communist Party be opposed to a forced sale of TikTok?
I cannot speak on behalf of the Chinese government. I can say that we designed Project Texas to take it forward here in the United States. And again, I believe it offers unprecedented protection for U.S. user data.
Yeah, I think the problem is when there is a lack of transparency, then that leads people to believe that there's something more nefarious and that there is in fact data that is captured, is stored, and poses a risk not only to children in the United States, but also poses a risk national security. With that, I yield the rest of my time to my colleague, Jay Obernolte.
Okay. How many people
Thank the
are
gentlelady
on this
from
thing?
Iowa for
Because
yielding. Mr. Chu, I'd like to continue our discussion about Project Texas.
continue.
And the technical details about what you're proposing to do. So
Has anyone ever watched a
you are
hearing before?
migrating
How
all
long do they
storage
go?
of US
Because at what point?
user data to the Oracle Cloud infrastructure, and you think that that'll be done by the end of the year. Was that right?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said he
I can
thinks.
get back to you on the technical parts of it. The migration today by default, all new US data is stored by default.
Sir, I'm just using what you said in your testimony in your opening here.
It is stored there by default. What I said in my testimony is I'm deleting legacy data. This is in Virginia. And
Hey,
Singapore.
Stefan, welcome.
When this migration is complete, who will have access to that data?
Right now, a team called TikTok US Data Security, led by American personnel, we have access to that. We have begun this.
There's going to be a part 2 to this, so make sure you're subscribed so that
itself has
you get
access
the
to that,
notification when we're live again.
Only through them. Any employees that have the data are
Well, no, what I mean is like if I lose my iPhone and I reinstall the app and I put in my username and password,
Obviously,
I have to reconnect to
obviously,
and download some of that data, my settings.
That's not the way it works. No, that's not the way it works. It will go through the Oracle Cloud infrastructure and that team that looks after this.
Yes, I realize that. So let me ask you this: what would prevent then someone with detailed technical knowledge of the way the app is constructed from creating an almost identical version of the app that could also access that data?
What? Huh?
Yeah, that's what we are giving you third-party monitors and transparency.
Yeah, but they're monitoring the source code for your app. I mean, ByteDance, these engineers have been working on this app for years. What would prevent them from making an app that could also access?
This is a no. I don't understand.
I think we're going into the area where what if there's
what if that hypothetical?
This is a common industry problem, as you know.
Well,
exactly.
Yeah,
it is.
Time's expired.
It is. Next.
Okay.
Next.
Gentlemen's time has expired. Gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Chu, I recognize that we have run over.
Quite a bit.
I appreciate your time.
30
We have
minutes.
Just a few members left.
Oh.
And would appreciate the chance for them to answer or ask their 5 minutes worth of questions. Gentlemen from
5 minutes worth.
Virginia,
How
Mr.
many?
Bishop,
How many
for
more?
5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
We had
Madam
a dance
Chair.
break. TikTok dance break.
You share legal counsel,
But it would be bad.
lawyers with ByteDance, yes or no?
Huh?
Yes, we do.
And you testified that you prepared extensively with your legal team for this hearing, yes or no?
Yes.
With my team in DC, including
some of your legal counsel.
Yes.
Yes.
And did they tell you about the report to the Australian Senate of March 14th that I referenced earlier? Did they tell you that that report was out there, yes or no?
Huh?
I cannot recall how I found out about the report.
But you know about the report.
I can check and yeah.
And did they tell you to favorably cite the Citizens Lab in your written testimony today? Yes or no?
Congressman, I need to get back to you on specifics.
They helped you with the preparation of your written statement, though, didn't they?
A team prepares, yes.
Yes. And did they tell you that the director of Citizen Lab says he has called out your company for misrepresenting their report repeatedly and did so as late as yesterday? Did they tell you about that? Yes or no?
Congressman, the Citizen Lab is saying they cannot prove a negative, which is what I've been trying to do for the last 4 hours.
That was actually a good response.
Favorably is saying that it did positive things for you. That being said, let me ask you this.
Moving forward.
Keep talking about transparency.
You keep asking the same questions.
But you haven't been transparent with us here today.
Okay.
You were asked earlier by Mr. Hudson if you owned stock in ByteDance. You said you didn't want to reveal that. Well, we're trying to figure out what the ties are between ByteDance and TikTok. I'm not going to ask you how many shares you own, but do you own shares in ByteDance, sir?
Oh, God.
Yes, I do.
All right, there you go. How about in TikTok?
Right now, all employees own shares in one.
Yeah, sure. I expected that. I just don't understand why you didn't tell Mr. Hudson that and we're transparent earlier. Instead, you made us drag it out of you. All right. Now, let's talk about the kids.
Back to the kids.
You told
Thank God.
several of our folks that
That's all I
60
care
minute
about.
deadline. You also told us that if you were under the age of 18, you couldn't access the live
They need
section,
to make that more custom for
the live
parents to
option.
protect their
so
kids.
I texted my 17-year-old and my 15-year-old,
Good.
and I basically got scoffs back, when I said, "Are you all limited to 60 minutes?" My older son said, "Well, there is a notice I get from time to time that says I shouldn't be on more than 60 minutes, but it never has kicked me off." And my younger son said, "Oh, I'm on as long as I want to be."
I didn't catch
so
that.
I'm just informing you, whoever told you, particularly if it was your legal team, that that's not accurate, that they're on for more than 60 minutes and they can access the live section.
They
I believe it was
opt
Mr.
out.
Carter that you said they couldn't, under 18, access the live, being on live section. He's done it. So whatever it is you think you're doing, it ain't getting done. Now, let's talk about the law for a minute. You share legal team, but you keep talking about how you got a firewall between you and ByteDance.
I wanted to see him answer that question.
You can't have an effective firewall under the United States interpretation of such if you're sharing legal counsel, because anything that you say to your legal counsel, they
I
can
understand.
share
Okay.
internally. You've
I
got
got
the
it.
same lawyers. Now, maybe you have two different teams of lawyers in the law firm, but that's not what you said to us today. You said you share lawyers. There is no firewall legally. I'm just telling you. So if you want to clean it up and be transparent, you need to do something
I
about
want to
that.
see him
Wouldn't
answer
you
that
agree,
question
yes or no?
about the lack of 60
You
minutes.
need to do something about
Oh, we
that.
talked about
Congressman,
opt out.
Go look into it.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
let
go look
him
into it. You've been looking
respond.
into it all the time. All right, you told Dr. Burgess when asked if your employees, if your
Let him
employees who
answer
were
that
members of the
question,
Chinese
please.
Communist Party had access to TikTok data from the U.S., you said you didn't know who was a member of the Communist Party. But then Congressman Wahlberg, you said that the CEO of TikTok was not a member of the Chinese Communist Party.
I
And
guess
to
he knew that.
Congressman Kelly, you said the founder of TikTok was not a member of the Communist Chinese Party. Sir, either you know who is and isn't a member of the Chinese Communist Party or you don't. Which one is it? I submit
He said he
that you
doesn't have
know
any
and you
time
just
for
aren't giving us the straight story. Clearly, you know, but you denied that to
Congressman,
Dr. Burgess.
I can ask one or two people, but we have no policy to ask
Right.
our employees.
That makes
I can
sense.
ask one or two
I'll
people,
give him that. I'll
you know,
give the
who
TikTok
are
CEO
in-
that.
But it's
in
reasonable
key
to
positions.
assume that with a significant number of members of the country of China being members of the Chinese Communist Party, logic would tell us, you're a logical man, I assume.
You
Logic
assume.
would tell us that there are a fair number of your employees who are members of the Chinese Communist Party, at least a dozen or so, who have access to this data. Isn't that so?
Again, like I said, I can ask one or two people. We don't have a
So,
policy to ask
I
everybody.
said earlier, you're living in some kind of a cloud world.
We all are.
Because either you know or you don't know. I yield back.
No,
Thank
that's
you, ma'am.
not true. It's never always just.
Gentleman from
can't
South
say it's
Carolina,
never, but
Chair recognizes.
it's
for 5 minutes,
rarely.
Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what's been
Yes or
revealed
no?
today, there's not a degree of separation between ByteDance and TikTok. I'd like to enter in the record Heritage Foundation document, TikTok generation, a CCP official in every pocket.
Without objections, so ordered.
And I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Kelly Armstrong from North Dakota.
Yeah, that's what I
Thank you,
was
Madam
saying.
Chair.
It's not a yes or
Mr.
no.
Chu,
How
the
would he know
TikTok
for
privacy
everybody?
policy details extensive data collection on users. One line states that we may collect information about you from other publicly available sources. What publicly available data is TikTok collecting and adding to the profiles of users?
It will be publicly available, but I can get back to you on specifics.
Okay, what is the purpose of obtaining even more data on your users beyond the data collected from the platform?
We collect data. We want to give our users, by the way, a lot of transparency on what data we collect. We give them choices on the controls of their own privacy settings. And it really is to serve them a
Yes.
better
By the way,
experience.
check your
This is the
privacy
reason why
settings
so many
on
people love
TikTok.
the app. It's a great
And
experience.
your kids' privacy settings.
So how does
they're on
how
TikTok.
does the non-TikTok related data service provider relate to the service provided?
I need to check the specifics and understand the question and get back to you.
Okay.
I'm about to
Do you
look for
think
this
the
real quick.
average TikTok user knows that you are and understands that TikTok's data collection extends to information outside the use of the app?
We do give.
If your kids are on
transparent information
TikTok,
this. And
then
like I said,
make sure that you check
don't-
out
I
this
don't believe
link.
we collect more information than most of the
And
social
make sure
media
you have
platforms do.
privacy and security on
And
their
the reason I
accounts.
ask this is because I'm going to go back into the corporate structure. You described that TikTok is a subsidiary of ByteDance. Mr. Griffith just said that you guys share the same lawyers. You have stated that your direct report is the CEO of ByteDance, but you've also stated that at
This is
certain
the link
levels,
that I
TikTok
showed.
operates without direct daily control from ByteDance. You have used content moderation as an example for that. TikTok's privacy policy states that you may share user data within your corporate group. Does that corporate group include ByteDance?
If you are talking about that one entity that has the share for Chinese media licensing purposes, I think it's called Beijing Douyin Services. If you're talking about that entity of the government share, the answer is
My pleasure, Jade.
Access of.
If there's
US
any other
datasets to
TikTok
that.
things that I can give you, please
Employees of
let
the
me
entity.
know. I'll put it in the chat for everyone else.
But your user privacy, so your corporate group, ByteDance is part of your corporate group.
ByteDance is the top company. So yeah, you're talking about the other entities within the group.
So you just testified that you firewalled this. Does that statement, so you're saying the TikTok's executives that operate independently of ByteDance, but does that statement not hold for sharing of access to data?
Well, I was talking about that one entity that has that many of you have raised some concerns. You know, that's the entity that I'm talking about. The entity with the Chinese government's investment that is for the purpose of Chinese internet licensing for the Chinese business.
If your kids are on TikTok,
What
and
other
you want
entities have access to
protect them,
TikTok?
here's the link for that too.
Well, after
We have
Project
a
Texas, we're
Guardian's
going to move
guide.
it so that only
So check that out if
TikTok
you're a
user
parent
data
with a kid on
security
TikTok.
has control the access of that data.
Okay, so, and we could bring you back either after Project Texas is done, but right now, what other entities have access to TikTok's user data today?
Only by requirement. It's really only by requirement. Certain employees require some access of data to help build the product. But for US, we have moved it for Project Texas, and by the end of this year, it will be firewalled away.
But this is your privacy policy today. Like, I understand what you're telling us, what's
this is the
potentially going to
youth
happen
side
in the
of TikTok,
future,
the youth
right?
portal.
Have concerns
If
again
you have
about
younger
CFIUS and
kids on
government
TikTok.
involvement, private organization, all of that. I'm just saying, this is your user agreement today. So your user agreement says that you share access with your corporate group. You're telling me what's going to happen whenever Project Texas gets done. I'm asking you today, who has access to TikTok's user data?
In our user agreement, Congressman, in our privacy policy, we also added a link so that our users in the US can be informed about Project Texas. The link is there.
So the link is there to private, but I understand what you're trying to do moving forward. I have my own concerns about that, but we're sitting here today in a hearing, and your privacy policy is different than your testimony. Your privacy policy specifically says that you can share user data within your corporate group. So you're saying even though your privacy policy says that, you're not doing it?
Like I said, I don't think there's any contradiction here. Like I said, Project Texas, when it's done, we firewall off that data. We still have some legacy data in Virginia and Singapore that we started deleting, and will be done by the end of this year.
So at the end of this year, then you won't share it. Does that mean you're sharing it today?
I don't believe so, but there is some data.
And why haven't you changed your privacy policy? Why haven't you updated it?
We did update it, and we gave our users more information on Project Texas. We did update it.
All right, so if you have kids on TikTok and you don't know how to use the family pairings feature or to prevent direct messaging for your kids, I put the link in the chat as
Gentleman
well.
yields back.
So you can
Gentleman
click
from
that if
Texas.
your kids are on
Chair
TikTok.
recognizes for 5 minutes, Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for bringing Republicans and Democrats together. Appreciate that. I want to get right to the critical point of concern. So TikTok is able to collect massive amounts of personal data. We all know that. That means it could, if it desired, to use this data to influence narratives and trends, create misinformation campaigns, encourage self-destructive behavior, purposefully allow drug cartels to communicate freely and organize human and drug trafficking. And to be fair, all social media companies could do that.
Could?
Here's the difference.
Okay.
It is only TikTok that is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. All these other social media companies are not. Mr. Chu, do you agree that
So
TikTok is
that
controlled by the
prevents
CCP?
kids from being impacted by it?
Okay, I thought you'd say
Or
that.
do we care more about the
Disagree.
kids or do we
Thought I
care
might
more
say.
about China potentially
Here's
having
why I
data?
disagree. Your parent company is ByteDance.
I
right?
care more about children being safe. That's
correct. It
what
is
I care
correct.
more about.
So many of the workers
I don't like that
who work
comment
at
that you
ByteDance, they're Communist Party members, right?
No.
I wouldn't know.
Well, I think, for example, the chief
Oh, it's my
editor at
pleasure, Jade. I'm
ByteDance,
so happy
Meng
you're here.
King, is the
Yes,
Communist Party's
please
secretary,
share it with your
correct?
your
It
sister.
works on the Chinese business, not on
Please
TikTok.
do that.
He works for ByteDance, the parent
Works on
company.
the Chinese business.
Right, the parent company of TikTok.
The Chinese business
Can
is
we go
called
back?
Douyin.
What?
Yeah, but it's all associated with ByteDance, right?
Huh?
So ByteDance owns a number of businesses.
Right.
They are
You all report to ByteDance. Everybody's part of ByteDance. Okay.
Anyways,
And do you know of any
There's a
other
safety
employees that
center
work for ByteDance that are
for
part of the Chinese
TikTok
Communist
if you
Party?
need all their safety guides in one place.
Like I said, they are ByteDance owns Chinese businesses and they operate in China.
You don't know how many, but you acknowledge many must be card-carrying members of the CCP, right?
They're in the Chinese business, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the CCP holds what's called a golden share in ByteDance that allows the CCP to control one board seat in ByteDance. That's publicly
That's
reported.
not correct.
It's not correct. It's been publicly reported. They admitted to it.
You can on our website we have updated it so we can give people more transparent information on this. They have a share in a subsidiary that is only for the Chinese business. It has nothing to do with TikTok, and it's for the purposes of content licensing in China.
So there's not an internal CCP committee, which is a regular thing that happens in China. They have a CCP committee internally inside the company.
I run TikTok. I cannot represent the Chinese
ByteDance.
business.
Talking about ByteDance. No arrangement in ByteDance. So
Again,
here's the main point of concern. China's 2017 national
No, the
intelligence
main
law
point of
states
concern
very
should be
clearly,
about the kids, because
quote,
that's
"Any
what we keep bringing
organization
up.
or
But no,
citizen
we keep going
shall
back to
support,
China
assist,
having
and
data.
cooperate with state intelligence work in accordance with the
The
law,
most vulnerable
and maintain the
population are
secrecy of
kids.
all knowledge of state intelligence work."
Because you know
In
damn
other
well
words,
that we can't
ByteDance
solve it
and
in
also
this
your
way.
TikTok employees that live in China, they must cooperate with Chinese intelligence whenever they are called upon. And if they are called upon, they're bound to secrecy. That would include you. So, Mr. Chu, if the CCP tells ByteDance to turn over all data that TikTok has collected inside the U.S., even within Project Texas, do they have to do so according to Chinese law?
Congressman, first, I'm Singaporean.
That's fine, but there are employees of yours and ByteDance's in China.
We understand this concern. In my
There's
opening
employees
statement, we said
everywhere.
we hear these concerns. We didn't try to avoid them or trivialize them. We built something where we take that data and put it out of reach. This is what we did. We put it out of reach.
Out of reach, but they own you.
No, we put it out of reach by storing them.
ByteDance owns TikTok. If ByteDance is and the CCP owns ByteDance because the CCP owns everybody in China. And so by law, they can make them do whatever they want, and they say that by law you can't tell anyone about it. So they can make you hand over that data. Is that correct?
Data is stored here in American soil by an American
Well,
company
you say that.
overseen by American.
We thought that, but leaked audio from 80 internal TikTok meetings shows that U.S. user data has been repeatedly accessed from China when you said it hasn't been. And here's the other thing, following back on my colleague's line of questioning, in your own privacy policy, it says that you may share information within your so-called corporate group. Is ByteDance part of that corporate group?
If you're talking about the share of the entity with the share, I shared with the previous.
Is ByteDance part of the corporate group?
ByteDance as a holding company is part of the corporate group, yes.
It's part of the corporate group.
Yeah.
Okay, so your own privacy policy says you have to share data with ByteDance. And if the CCP says, hey, ByteDance, you're going to do what we say, and you can't tell anyone about it because by law, according to that 2017 national intelligence law, they have to do it. That's our concern. Maybe you haven't done it yet, but my point is that you might have to. And that's where our concerns come from. I mean, over 300 TikTok employees have worked for China's state-run propaganda media. That's just from looking at their LinkedIn profiles. Okay, so and my last point is this. I want to say this to all the teenagers out there and TikTok influencers who think we're just old and out of touch and don't know what we're talking about, trying to take away
some of you all
favorite app.
are.
You may not care
Some
that
of
your
you
data is being
are.
accessed now, but it will be one day when you do care about it. And here's the real problem. With data comes power. They can choose
Very
what you
true.
see and how you see it. They can make you believe things that are not true. They can encourage you to engage in behavior that will destroy your life. Even if it is not happening yet, it could in the future. The long-term goal of the Chinese Communist Party is the demise of the American power, and that starts with our youth. At any moment, they could demand that all of TikTok's data be used to design an AI algorithm with the sole purpose of promoting Chinese interests and destroying our society from within. You want to know why Democrats and Republicans have come together on this? That's why we are so concerned. Thank you, and I yield back.
All right, next. I think that we're bringing up child safety in that way.
10 business days to submit questions for the record. And I ask our witness to respond to the questions promptly. Pursuant to committee rules, I ask unanimous consent to enter the documents from the staff list into the record. Without objection, so ordered. Members should submit their questions by the close of business on April 6th. Without
April
objection,
6th.
the committee is adjourned.
Oh, amen. Amen. Every single industry is going through this right now. Every single industry. I am going to. I think we're done. We're adjourned. I think that's what it is. We're adjourned. We're done. Let me know if in the chat that you believe that's what's happening as well. I want to share some of the resources I gave in the chat for more parents so that you can protect your kids online. Please share with other parents that you know have kids on TikTok. I'm going to share this tab right now. This tab is the Guardian's Guide to TikTok. If you have any child that's on TikTok, we don't know if TikTok is going to be banned or not. We can't decide, okay, well, if it's going to be banned, we're going to leave now or whatever. Kids are not going to be on the platform. They're still on the platform. I know a lot of other companies hope that a lot of people leave TikTok and go to their places, but as for now, there's still kids on TikTok. So if you have a niece, a nephew, a daughter, a son, or however they identify, and they're on TikTok, then I highly suggest that you look at TikTok's guide to protect your child online. If you're not subscribed to my channel, I suggest that you do subscribe because I have every single video on this platform is to help you protect your kids online. I've made videos on protecting your kids on Discord, on Snapchat, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Roblox, on Minecraft, and I'm going to continue making videos like that. For everyone who wasn't here in the beginning, my background is in cybersecurity awareness, threat intelligence, and online gaming. And my mission is to help you protect your kids online. I'm an award-winning Forbes 30 under 30 internet safety expert. And everything that I post online, it deals with protecting your kids online. So I suggest that you look through my videos if you have kids that are on other platforms. It's not just about TikTok, it's about Snapchat, it's about YouTube, it's about Discord, it's about every single thing. So it's a worldwide problem. It's not just a TikTok problem. The reason why I went live was to just raise awareness to this issue, to have a conversation about it, and to share resources with you so that you can protect your kids online. After I conclude this live, if you're in the replay and you have any questions about protecting your kids online, feel free to ask me the questions now while you're here live. Feel free to do that. If you're in the replay and you tag me, I think I'm going to get the notification. So I'll be able to come back and answer your question. But if I cannot come back and I did not answer your question in time, just go to Protect Your Child Online. Check that out. That's where I specifically help you with internet safety, privacy, and security on TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, whatever it is. The link is in the comments below in the description, I believe. So even if you can't type this in your browser, protectyourchildonline.com, you can still get it in the description below. So my entire thing is helping you. So if you have not subscribed, feel free to do that. Daniel says, thanks for this. I would have not watched that meeting otherwise. To be honest, that's why I did it, because I was not going to watch this, but on live. I was going to watch it by myself, but I was like, this is going to be so boring if I just watch this by myself. So I said, you know what, let me just go live with you. But I was going back and forth because everything I do, I'm like, will this help you protect your child online? And in my head, I'm like, you know what? Yes, it will. It's similar to why I went live about how does Kim Kardashian protect her kids online. A lot of people know about Kim Kardashian. A lot of people know she's the most followed mother online. I know that people will be interested in what does she say about internet safety and security. Everything to me, the end goal is how do we have better, more impactful conversations around protecting your kids online. There are tons of resources by these companies to keep your kids safe. So if your kids are on Roblox, check out my Roblox video. If your kids are on Discord, check out the Discord video. I try to make sure that these videos are as comprehensive, but also as succinct as possible because your time is valuable. So if you ever watch a video of mine and you're like, oh my God, I don't have 15 minutes. I typically try to keep it between 10 minutes, like 10 to 12 minutes max. I love when it's under 10 minutes, but my Discord video in particular is like 22 minutes or something. But because I walked you through every single thing that you need to protect your child on Discord. So please check out my links in the description. When I talk about internet safety, I give you all of the resources there. And then you can go to protectyourchildonline.com for more. Jade Smith said, this is so important to know and protect our children. Their minds are so influential. And I absolutely agree. It's not just TikTok, but especially TikTok. Because honestly, TikTok's algorithm is the best social media algorithm I have ever seen, period, ever. Nothing nothing comes close to TikTok, except I would say YouTube. Feel free to let me know if you disagree, if there's another app that compares to TikTok. So TikTok, I know, is on a league of its own. It's not going to be exactly the same, but the problems that we discussed today are problems that happen everywhere. And so as a parent, you have 100% responsibility to protect your kids. And these platforms, big tech and Congress and the government, have 100% responsibility to protect your kids from bad actors like predators and hackers and people who are trying to get to your kids. So it is my mission to keep your child safe and to help you with those resources. So I put the Guardian's Guide in the comments below. I most likely will put it in the description too, so that you don't have to scroll through the comments, so people can see it as well. So I'm gonna make some time to do that as well, so that you can have that. And you don't have to scroll through the whole thing. Then they have something called, they have the family center, they have the safety center. Where is this? Let me share the screen. Okay, so they have the safety center for TikTok. And in the safety center, you see eating disorders, online challenges. We talked a lot about this today, about eating disorders, online challenges. I was hoping to see more people who are these influencers who are talking about eating disorders, who are talking about fitness, who are talking about health or whatever, to see their point of view, because there are a lot of people who are sharing amazing information online to help other people up-level their lives. But the problem with it is, who do you trust? Who is good? Or who is sharing good information? They may be a good person, but the information they're sharing is misinformation or disinformation. So if you head to the safety center, you'll see that. They have countering hate, substance support, bullying prevention, COVID-19, election integrity, suicide and self-harm, digital well-being, scams, etc., etc. And you can click here to see all. I think you can go there. I'll click that later. They also have a Guardian's Guide that I suggest you check out. Again, this is the link that we're looking at right now. Let me put it on the screen for everyone else. This is what we're looking at right now, and feel free to click that and look through it with us. There's our approach to safety. I would suggest as a parent, you look at the Guardian's Guide and you look at the Privacy and Security Guide. Feel free to check these two out if you think it'd be like beneficial and great. That's awesome. I don't know if you can see my mouse on the screen, so let me know if you actually can see my mouse on the screen, but feel free to check those out if that's helpful. Then there's the security and privacy controls. They have like a video that goes over.
We've wide you can take content you don't
and you can view the controls here. This is like a one-stop shop. This is their safety partners where they partner with Common Sense Media, etc. I do want to say that if you have kids on TikTok, but your kids are really young and you only want them to see some safe content, if you are in the US and you're a parent who has kids on TikTok and you want your kid to see TikTok content that's safe for them and beneficial, I would check out this. It's called Sensical. And Sensical, this is not sponsored by them, but I'm going to be doing a lot more partnerships in the future with companies so that you can protect your kids online. Sensical is like an alternative to YouTube. And they also have TikTok videos there as well that is in combination with TikTok. So they worked with TikTok to do safety videos there, educational learning for kids all the way up until the age of 12. But there are kids up to 14 years old that were using this. And so if you are a parent and you have kids who really love TikTok, but you want them to see TikTok safe videos, there is a TikTok. They don't have it here, but I have the app on my phone and I saw that. Yeah, they don't have that. I don't know why they don't have the screenshot here, but they have TikTok videos on this platform for kids, and it's a safer version of that. So those are the things that you can check out as a parent. If you have any questions on protecting your kid on TikTok and beyond, please let me know. If there's a topic you would like me to live stream or cover, please let me know that as well. Make sure that you're subscribed to the channel and you tell your friends and family to subscribe, because I am on a movement, as you can see the little logo here, Protect Kids Online movement, to help you protect your child online. If you ever feel overwhelmed or confused, or you don't know where to go, or you need more support, check out protectyourchildonline.com. That is $27 a month. We have monthly calls to help you with internet safety. You have a first 100 parents that are in. We have about 22, 23 parents that have joined so far. I do one-on-one sessions with you to talk about that. We have a Facebook group. I keep you informed about what's happening on the internet. So if this is your first time catching me live, I'm CyberFareedah. I help you protect your kids online. Thank you so much for spending 5.5 hours with me. That is insane. 5.5 hours with me to talk about kid safety and the internet. I will see you on the interwebs. Have an amazing time online. Stay safe and always operate in joy. Until next time, bye. Oop. Oh, I didn't actually play my intro, so I'm going to play my intro and then I'm going to leave. That's the thing that I didn't play before. So see you next time. Bye.
Welcome to the Protect Kids Online live stream. I'm CyberFareedah. I have a background in cybersecurity awareness, threat intelligence, online gaming, and other nerdy stuff. I've taken my gaming experiences and professional background to help parents like you protect their children online. I'm known as an award-winning Forbes 30 Under 30 internet safety expert, and I've been in some places on the internet and beyond that you may recognize. So without further ado, let's talk. 3, 2, 1.
Bye.